The appearance of the countdown proves that the barrels really work. A fool's operation basically means that you can brew fruit wine with your hands. Moreover, I made 100 brew barrels at one time, and if I opened a tavern, I would definitely make money. At the Manhwa Tavern, chat with the bullhead boss, and they don't sell cheap drinks. At that time, if you open a tavern, you will definitely make money. Anyway, it can be automatically converted by exchanging some water. Isn't this the same as picking up money for nothing? After that, there will be more residents in the territory, or it will be open to the outside world. I must open a tavern myself and arrange a few bunny waiters, and the business must be a big hit. Wrong. Orcs have different aesthetics. If the orcs' tavern, bunny girls don't match their aesthetics at all. Bunny girls are still better for human males. At this time, a rabbit girl came over, lowered her head and whispered, "Master, it's time to eat." Fong Hao agreed and followed her out of the room. Outside the house, all the rabbit people and pig people stood there waiting for Fong Hao's arrival. Only Jia sat there with Erlang's legs crossed. When Fong Hao approached, he stood up. "Owner, grown-ups, there are more people eating today, including the newly added rabbit people, and Jia, and the pig people who went to the market today to deliver goods. Although the restaurant has expanded a lot, it is still difficult for so many people to dine together. They simply built a simple dining table in the open space outside the Lord's Hall, where everyone could eat together. Okay, everyone sit down." Everyone was seated, and the prepared dinner was served at this time. Grilled meat, steamed fish, steamed meat slices, salads, vegetable soups, etc. A sumptuous dinner filled with slender dining tables. Whether it is a new rabbit or a pig living in a pig village, it is rare to see such a sumptuous meal. For a while, they all stared at the food and began to swallow and spit. Cough. Let me say a few words. Fong Hao stood up, and the audience instantly became quiet. First of all, welcome the bunny girls. You can live in peace here. The territory will provide you with food, shelter, and protection. Tomorrow, I will arrange corresponding work for you. Do what you know, and learn to do what you can. The pig people have also worked hard today. Everyone let go of eating and drinking. The food in the territory is still very sufficient, so let's have dinner. After Fong Hao finished speaking, he sat down again. "Thank you, sir." Everyone thanked, but they started to eat. Fong Hao saw that the time was almost up, and the fruit wine in the wine barrel should have been transformed. They arranged for people to bring fruit wine to everyone. Chat while drinking. The Rabbit Nancy's loyalty to you increases by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 80. The loyalty of Rabbit Mommy to you increases by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 75. The Rabbit Race. Loyalty to you increases by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 70. The prompts came out one after another, and the loyalty increased rapidly. The bunny girls kept stuffing food into their mouths. His face was filled with undisguised happiness and excitement. They became slaves, and they ate some sticky food every day. The slave owners were afraid of them escaping, so they reduced the amount of food and could only keep themselves from starving to death. But today, not only did they get their own room, they didn't need to live in a cage, and ate such a sumptuous meal. All the rabbit people have changed in their hearts. From the beginning of Fong Hao's fear, they turned into glad that they could be bought by Fong Hao. After dinner, the pigs drove back to the pig village, and the rabbits did not spread out. Instead, they get together and chat with each other. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He dreamed that he returned to the original world and was stabbed several times in the chest because of disputes at work. This tension, the pain, is so real. It's so real. Now that I've woken up, I can still feel the pressure in my chest. Fong Hao touched his chest subconsciously and started with smooth skin. Huh? What is it? Fong Hao woke up a little in an instant, and when he touched it, he saw that Jia was sleeping beside him. Her beautiful legs that had always been fair and slender pressed indecently on his chest and was sleeping soundly. "I rely on." "Yeah, master, you're awake." On the other side of him, Eater's voice came. Turning back suddenly, I saw Eater lying on the other side of her, looking at herself with a smile. "Oh," Fong Hao replied subconsciously. In my mind, I quickly recalled what happened last night. After dinner, everyone continued to drink some wine. At night, they each went back to their rooms to rest. At this point, what is going on with this left and right? "Eater, why did you run into my bed?" Fong Hao asked in a low voice. Ear used her head to drill into Fong Hao's arms and whispered in her ear, "Maybe I've drunk too much. Master, do you want to get up now?" Sure enough, he drank too much. And Jia on the side was still sleeping soundly. Her posture was wild. Fong Hao took her thighs away from his chest and clenched Ear in his arms, then stay for a while. A few minutes later, under the gentle service of Ear, Fong Hao got dressed. Ignoring Jia, who was sleeping soundly beside her, the two went downstairs together. Each is busy with his own business. The sun is shining outside, and there is a natural aroma from the rejuvenating spring on the side. Outside the room, the newly added rabbit people have started to work and clean all areas of the territory. "Master," a group of rabbits greeted. "Well, good morning," Fong Hao said and left quickly. Only a few girls from the rabbit clan were left behind, with happy expressions on their faces, chatting in a low voice. When I came to the military area, I saw that the Fireblade was arranging the troops to be upgraded to the second rank to patrol the vicinity of the territory. Seeing Fong Hao coming, he walked over. Lord, what are your orders?" "I can't talk about orders. Come with me. I have some news. Let's discuss it together," Fong Hao said. Nelson is currently in the Organ Museum, performing the transformation ceremony of the skeleton hero, and has not yet come out. If you encounter something, you can only chat with Horin first. The two returned to the Lord's Hall, and Jia had just walked downstairs with sleepy eyes. He didn't even realize that he came out of Fong Hao's room. "Jia, come here too. Let's discuss it together." Fong Hao immediately stopped Jia, who didn't know what to do. "Oh," Jia said reluctantly. His eyes were squinting at the Fireblade. It seems that he is very interested in the blood-colored long blade in his hand. The three sat down in the hall. Fong Hao said directly, "Skull-Broken Tribe. Have you two heard of it?" Horin shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. Is it an orc tribe?" Fireblade's memory, or soul, was altered and deleted, and all the original memories of the orc tribe disappeared. Only changed the memory after becoming the undead. The Skull-Smashing Tribe? The Skull-Smashing Tribe in the Cold Wind Mountains. Jia suddenly asked, curiously. The eyes of the two fell on her at the same time. It seems she understands a bit. If you think about it, you're right. Jia is a hero of the orc race, and she does well in the tavern. It's normal to hear some news about the Skull-Broken Tribe. Yes, how much do you know about the Skull-Broken Tribe in the Cold Wind Mountains? Fong Hao asked directly, and Jia sat on the side and said casually, "I also heard a few things. The chieftain of the Skull Tribe, Thrall, is a well-known brutal tyrant. He conquered the entire Cold Wind Mountain tribe a long time ago and has been studying the ethnic group. Migration, Cold Wind Mountains, Thrall." Fong Hao kept these names in his heart. Listening to Jia's meaning, this Thrall conquered the entire Cold Wind Mountains. Then, what is the strength of this Thrall? How many troops are there? Fong Hao continued to ask. "I heard that it is very powerful. I have never seen it before. There are quite a lot of troops. The entire Cold Wind Mountain range is his territory." And Jia replied, "The Cold Wind Mountains are a certain distance away from here." As an orc, Jia occasionally heard some news about the Skull-Shattered Tribe, but she had never been there, let alone Thrall. Fong Hao nodded, expressing his understanding. After pondering for a while, he continued, "I got a piece of news from Bronze Bull Tarok that the Skull-Broken Tribe is planning to attack us, so I need the other party's movements and news." As Fong Hao finished speaking, the expressions of the two immediately became solemn. From Jia's mouth, we learned that the strength of the Skull-Broken Tribe is by no means comparable to that of ordinary tribes. This is not a good thing for the newly developed territory. How is it possible? The Cold Wind Mountains are very far from here, and the journey will take several days. Did Tyrok make a mistake? And Jia said in disbelief, "There should be no mistake." And Jia, "I have a map here. You only show me the location of the Cold Wind Mountains." Fong Hao opened the map page of the Book of Lords, and Jia stood beside him with her elbows on his shoulders, very interested in this magical screen map. The map on the Book of Lords is similar to the bird's-eye map in the game. The mountains, rivers, and rivers are all shown, rather than simply sketched with paper and pencil. Except for the vicinity of the territory, it's all foggy. How do I know where it is? And Jia's fingers were hanging in the air, and she didn't fall down. Approximate location. Then this area. And Jia finally indicated a position, which was located in the northeast of the territory, which was not close to the truth. If there is a real war and you are going to die, don't forget to cancel the contract. I will avenge you even if I live. And Jia said suddenly. Fong Hao was stunned for a moment and said angrily, should I thank you? The contract connects Fong Hao and Jia. One of the rules is that when the master dies, slaves and heroes also die. This is also the iron rule in the rules that will have to be the leader. And Jia was afraid that Fong Hao's death would drag him down. No. And Jia patted Fong Hao on the shoulder, not knowing what he meant at all. Fong Hao rolled her eyes at her and continued to look at the fire blade beside him. Said, Fireblade, you arrange for soldiers to upgrade their ranks and strengthen patrols around the territory. Yes, my lord. The morning meeting was over, and Fireblade went to arrange the work. Elaine is also ready for breakfast. Fong Hao came to the table, and Jia also sat down. When the breakfast was served, the three of them started eating without saying much. And Jia and Er chatted while eating, as if they knew each other first, and Fong Hao joined later. Ding! The Book of Lords issued a reminder that someone chatted with him privately. Mr. Fong Hao, are you there? Yes. Fong Hao replied. I have a drawing, and I want to exchange some rejuvenating springs with you. Of course, let's see what drawings. At this stage, the demand for meat is constantly declining. There are also more people selling meat on the channel, and it is difficult for the market to be the same as before. However, Fong Hao's rejuvenation spring occupies an important position in the current regional market. The rejuvenating springs that are put on the shelves every day are in short supply, accumulating rare resources for Fong Hao. Okay, how about the architectural drawings of the silkworm breeding house? The other party continued. Okay, what about the price? Fong Hao continued to ask. 5 units of rejuvenation spring. The other party didn't say anything. 5 units is too much. Enough for me to receive 3 development drawings like yours. 2 units. If you are willing to sell them, you can put them on the shelves. Fong Hao directly quoted. This is not Fong Hao's price reduction. Rejuvenation spring is in the channel. Only rare materials and special items are exchanged, and the blueprints have to be privately chatted to see the value. The drawings of the sericulture house are definitely useful, but it needs to raise silkworms and spin threads in order to generate value. This slowly developing time is not so popular now. If the silkworms do not feed, they may starve to death themselves. Hearing Fong Hao's offer, the other party was also silent, and finally agreed. Okay, then 2 units. I'll put them on the shelves. After the other party finished speaking, they directly listed the designated transaction. Fong Hao also gave the opponent 2 units of rejuvenation spring to complete the transaction. In the next second, there will be more drawings of the silkworm breeding room in his hands. First-class sericulture house, wood 500, stone 420, thatch 350, leather 220, hemp rope 180, natural gem 1. The building materials required are not many, but a natural gem is required. It seems that the sericulture house is still a more advanced building. 3 or 2 mouthfuls to finish the meal. Fong Hao went directly to an open space and built the silkworm raising room directly. The light flashed, and a very ordinary-looking wooden house appeared in front of him. It is not much different from the first-class wooden house. First-class sericulture room. Category: Architecture. Description: the silkworm house can provide the basic environment for sericulture. Required for upgrading: wood 800, stone 750, thatch 450, leather 280, hemp rope 220, natural gem 2. Now the silkworm house is still empty. Just like the pasture, silkworms do not bring their own. Since there are no silkworms, Fong Hao has not continued to upgrade. When there are silkworms, he is upgrading the buildings. After dealing with the silkworm house, Fong Hao returned to the room. He plans to use the presence of God to go to the pig village and ask Petty if he knows anything about the Skullbreaker tribe. Gathering information is a must before a war. Lying on the bed, he directly entered the state of divine presence, and the next second mark appeared on the body of a skeleton soldier in the pig village. Inside the pig village, Petty was in the hall, listening to the reports of a group of pigs. One of the pigmen looked very embarrassed, with scars all over his body, and his right hand was bloody, and he was dodged with 2 fingers. See yourself in such a miserable state. Petty, who was originally docile, turned red with anger, roaring loudly. These robbers are simply a group of lawless robbers. Patriarch, I think it's better to tell the Lord this matter. We are afraid that it will be difficult to solve. An old pigman said in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, let Bolton go again and see what the Lord has to say. The others also said. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door. What's the matter? Is there anything you want to find me? When everyone turned around, they saw a skeleton with blue eyes flashing in. Lord. Everyone immediately stood up and saluted. Fong Hao appeared in front of everyone in this image, not once or twice. The more times it happens, the more people get used to it. Basically, he can speak, but Fong Hao used the undead spell to possess him when he suddenly appeared. Petty also got up in a hurry, gave up his seat, and said, Sir. Fong Hao sat down and asked curiously, You guys are looking for me. What happened? The injured, pig-headed man on the side was conspicuous with his pitiful appearance. This kind of injury is not a wild animal attack, but more like being tortured. Combining the words of everyone just now, it is not difficult to guess that something happened in the pig village. It's like this. On the east side of the village, there is a tribe of gnolls. Petty told the story himself. The thing is, as the mines are fully exploited, Pigman Village harvests a large amount of iron ore every day. The development of Fong Hao's territory and villages has accelerated a lot. Over time, the Gnoll tribe found that the iron-eating worms in the mines were wiped out, and the mines were mined by a group of undead. Fong Hao arranged a large number of skeleton soldiers in the mine area. The Gnoll did not directly fight with the undead soldiers, but arrested the pig-headed man on duty, tortured him severely, and even cut off 2 fingers. And the pig-headed man brought back news. The Gnoll asked a lot about the undead, and half of the mining amount will be required in the future. After Petty finished speaking, she planned to observe Hao's expression. It's just that this skeleton face in front of me can't see anything except scary. After listening to Petty's words, Fong Hao fell into silence. This Gnoll tribe seemed to be competing for mines, but it also asked a lot about the undead. Because the skull-broken tribe became more and more sensitive, he also cared more in his heart. Even if he thinks too much, the Gnoll just gets a piece of it. Fong Hao wouldn't agree either. If he doesn't do anything, he will get half of the mining amount. Shameless. What is the size of the Gnoll territory? Tell me the population and strength. Fong Hao set aside. When the pig people heard it, they were instantly delighted. This means that the Lord can't stand it anymore and plans to start. Petty thought for a while and said, Their patriarch is a tier 3 green hero with a population of around 2,000. Pigman Village is no match for them at all. The population of Pigman Village is just 100. And there are no heroes sitting in the town, and naturally they are not the opponents of the Gnolls. If it weren't for Fong Hao's existence, Pigman would not have the right to own a mining area at all. Okay, I see. Get ready and wait for the army to come and destroy them. After speaking, Fong Hao immediately released the state. Wake up from the bedroom, pick up the staff, put on the armor, and walk out of the Lord Stone building. As soon as she went out, she saw Jia walking over with a black iron treasure chest. With a bang, it was thrown in front of Fong Hao. Can you open this thing? Open it, and see if there is anything good. Treasure chests are special rewards for lords after battles. The rest can't open it. Only Fong Hao and the skeleton possessed by Fong Hao can open it. And Jia found the treasure chest, and she didn't open it for a long time from there. She carried it back and threw it in front of Fong Hao. Fong Hao looked at the treasure chest on the ground and scratched his head. Did it come from outside? I just used the state of God's presence, and it didn't take long. Where did I get such a black iron treasure chest? Oh, I was strolling around the territory and found a nest of giant forest spiders, and I saw this treasure chest. And Jia said in a flat tone. Fong Hao definitely didn't believe it near this place. Near the territory, he and others have cleaned it up, and there are a large number of skeletons patrolling the territory. Not to mention giant forest spiders. Even ordinary beasts are far away. All right, and Jia is not in danger anyway. Open the treasure chest directly. Obtained. Bone spear gun making blueprint. Tree stump stool making blueprint. War coin plus 11. Forehead. The luck was average this time, and none of them had anything. And Jia, where are the corpses? Where are the corpses of those giant forest spiders? Fong Hao asked. Let's throw it away. Why? The corpse is already there. The meat is so sour that I can't eat it at all. And Jia emphasized. No, Corpses can be converted into skeleton troops, which can increase the number of territorial troops. Oh, then I'll go back and get it. And Jia said, and was about to turn around and leave. Feng Hao hurriedly stopped her and said, "Forget it. I'll go out with me later." Oh, then, Feng Hao asked Fireblade to call and talk about the pig village. This time, he will directly kill the jackal tribe to ensure that the mine can be mined normally and will not be disturbed. There are 20,000 infantrymen, 5,000 skeleton ogres, and 15,000 necromancers. With 40,000 troops, destroying the werewolf tribe is somewhat overkill. The reason for bringing so many people is to consider their own safety. Huarun, you stay in the territory, and Jia will go with me. Feng Hao made a choice between his two generals. The reason for choosing Jia is not because the Fireblade is not good enough. It was Jia who was guarding the territory, and he was worried, for fear that he would walk on the front foot, and she would play on the back foot. This time, the Null hero has just reached the 3rd rank of green, and any hero can destroy him. Let the Fireblade stay in the territory. Yes, my lord. Huarun said he understood. After counting the troops, Feng Hao took the army out of the territory and headed towards the pigman village. On the way, Feng Hao was lying on the scooter, and Jia was also lying on the side. A huge plant leaf blocks the sun overhead. Lazily said, "Are you human? If you scold me again, I'm angry." "No, are you human? I mean alive." And Jia turned over and looked at Feng Hao curiously. "You've eaten my meals several times. Are you still alive?" Feng Hao closed the Book of Lords and asked angrily. Undead do not need to eat. In fact, to a certain extent, not having to eat is also an advantage. Then how can you control these skeletons? You are not the illegitimate son of an undead king, are you? And Jia continued to ask curiously. Yesterday, she was full of grievances because Feng Hao forced her to sign a contract. Now start chasing Feng Hao to ask this and that. And the speed of accepting reality is fast enough. Bastard, have you ever seen a female skeleton? Feng Hao asked back. I don't know, why don't I ask you? It's the first time I've seen an undead, and I've never seen one before. And Jia set aside. Some special opportunities have given me the ability to control the undead. You just need to remember that our territory belongs to the undead camp, and these undead creatures will not hurt you. Feng Hao set aside. Oh, so you are really human. And Jia's tone suddenly became a little depressed. Immediately lost interest. Feng Hao felt that she was still scolding herself, so she had to turn aside and ignore her. Time passed little by little, and the team kept advancing all the way. Finally, arrived at the pig village. From a distance, I saw Petty waiting at the door with a group of pigmen. Seeing Feng Hao, he immediately walked up to salute. Lord. Well, is the room ready? Feng Hao jumped out of the carriage and said as he walked. It's ready. It's the same room as last time. Petty said softly. Feng Hao walked straight into the room, and 200 skeleton soldiers surrounded the house. Even Petty himself was not allowed to approach. And Jia stood outside the room, looking at the pigman village curiously. Unexpectedly, outside the territory, there is also a village affiliated to the orcs. Cough. Patriarch, this is Miss Jia, the hero beside the Lord. Bolton hurriedly introduced. Then he said to Jia, Miss Jia, this is our patriarch, Petty. When Petty heard that the girl with animal ears was actually a hero, she immediately saluted and said, Miss Jia, well, someone will bully you and tell me in the future that I will cover you. And Jia, looking like a big sister, patted Petty on the shoulder. Maybe it's because of the orc women. And Jia's attitude towards Petty is much friendlier than that of Bolton and other male pigs. They all said they wanted to cover each other. Well, thank you, Miss Anja, for your kindness. Petty smiled. Just as the two were chatting and getting to know each other more and more, Feng Hao cast Shenlin and attached himself to a skeleton warrior. Let's go. Bolton, you lead the way. Feng Hao said. Okay, Lord. Bolton nodded in understanding. This was the first time Jia saw Feng Hao in this state. He heard the pigmen call him the Lord and understood that the skeleton in front of him was Feng Hao. He lowered his voice and said, You skinned yourself? Are you so cruel to yourself? What are you peeling? It's scary to say that there is a green tier 3 hero among the enemies, and I'll leave it to you. Feng Hao walked out and explained the situation to Jia. And Jia is a blue 7th rank. Not to mention external factors, the overall strength is much stronger than the Fireblade. soldiers against soldiers, and generals, can also reduce the consumption of many troops. Okay, and Jia happily agreed. The team set off again, led by Bolton, towards the Knolls territory. After leaving the Pigman village and continuing to move northeast, the road became more and more difficult. The mountains are densely forested, and the bushes are overgrown. All the way through the woods, 20 minutes later, it was close to the Knoll tribe. My lord, passing through this jungle is a village of Knolls. As soon as Knolls go out, they will attract the attention of those guys. Bolton said softly. Fong Hao nodded. Move forward and look out through the cracks in the trees. The building in the distance is the village of the Knoll, and the interior of the tribe can be seen through the open gate. Tent after tent, like a gathering place for tent groups. Just as they were secretly observing, the Knoll tribe suddenly heard a roar. Then, the busy Knolls in the vicinity began to quickly return to the tribe, looking at the hidden location of Fong Hao and others from a distance. My lord, it seems that they found us, Bolton said with a wry smile. So alert. At this time, the Knoll tribe came out with a taller man with a rusty machete hanging from his waist. Climbing to the city wall, he said loudly, "Come out. What are you pretending to be a tortoise at this time?" This person is the leader of the Knolls, Claw Hornigo, Bolton introduced in a low voice. In the nearby area, the reason why the Knolls are so arrogant and domineering, plundering resources at will, is because of the existence of Nego. Whether a faction has heroes or not, and the strength of heroes greatly affects its status in this area. But not everyone is the same as Fong Hao, with a 100-fold increase, and the number of troops exceeds 10,000 at every turn. Let's go out, Fong Hao said, and walked out with Bolton and his group. Bolton, Fong Hao, and Jia were the first to get out of the bushes. Seeing Bolton walking out, he was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Bolton, what? Your patriarch figured it out? He even asked you to send me a girl? It's so ugly. Or let your patriarch accompany me for a few days. Everyone is happy. But the laughter didn't last long. When large skeleton soldiers, tall skeleton ogres, necromancers appear, Nigo's face quickly turned solemn, and his eyes were full of killing intent. You pigs really dare to collude with the undead. What are you waiting for? I'm going to tear his mouth. And Jia took off the tiger finger from her waist and put it on her hand. Although she doesn't care about other people's evaluations, no one has ever dared to call her ugly. At this time, a hero with a lower strength than himself dared to humiliate himself, and Jia's heart was already filled with anger. Fong Hao didn't say much nonsense, and said directly, "Form a formation to advance. The mage will attack from a distance." Following Fong Hao's order, the infantry formed a spear formation and moved forward. The necromancer began to sing magic, and the black magic missiles turned into arcs and shot at the enemies on the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. The magic bomb exploded, and a famous Knoll warrior was blown away. Dark attribute effects spread through the crowd, and morale began to drop rapidly. Whoosh whoosh. The Knoll archer began to counterattack, and arrows roared out one after another, hitting the shield with a bang. Even though the arrows were so dense, the skeleton soldiers quickly advanced under the city wall and began to attack the city gate. The tall skeleton ogre, carrying a simple wooden ladder, quickly approached the city wall. Boom! The adze axe in his hand was chopped on the city wall, and the archers were chopped into flesh. Then the wooden ladder was placed directly on the edge of the city wall, and the skeleton soldiers under the city began to climb up the city wall. Then, there was a roar from the city. The city gate fell completely under the attack. Skeleton soldiers rushed into the city like a swarm of bees returning to their nests. A head-to-head battle was fully unfolded. In the city, the Knoll soldiers were as vulnerable as tofu in the face of the surging waves of bones. The orcs, known for their ferocious bloodthirsty, seemed so powerless and weak at this time. Nigo stood at the back of the team, looking at the rapidly shrinking subordinates. His eyes were red, and his face was hideous. Just a bunch of low-level undead. I'm going to kill all of you, and then peel off all the pigmen's skins. With a roar, his legs bent slightly, and he jumped high with another force. The machete in his hand was raised above his head. Boom! With a muffled sound, the machete slashed directly through the body of a skeleton ogre, slashing down from the shoulder, and the body was directly cut in half, scattered into a pile of bones. Nego fell to the ground, and the machete in his hand turned into a shadow of the sky, smashing all the surrounding skeletons. For a while, it made it difficult for the skeleton soldiers to get close. Get out of the way, you go and kill others. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind the skeleton. Although the skeletons can't speak, they can understand commands. No longer besieging Nego, but bypassing this place and continuing to besiege other gnolls. While the skeletons left, the orc girl Njia came out with tiger fingers on her hands. Nego stared at Njia with cold eyes, and his voice was cold. Little girls, are you courting death? There are more people who died in my hands than you have ever seen. Ugly, Njia muttered, moving her neck. Court death. Nego cursed angrily. His whole body rose up with blood-colored mist, and his eyes became even redder. The next second, the machete in his hand lifted up instantly, slashing at Njia's ribs with a blood-colored blade. Skill, eviscerate. Nego's knife is fast and ruthless, and the angle is also very tricky. If it was someone else, I am afraid that before he could see the movement clearly, his body would have been chopped in half, and he would fall to the ground and die. But Njia remained calm. Raising his hand at will, the metal tiger fingers directly blocked Nego's strongest move. When the sound of metal collisions sounded, the air waves swept through, and the clothes rattled. The other hand punches again. Boom. The fist exploded, and the soil and rocks under Nego's feet exploded. As if his body was hit by an iron ball, he flew down several meters in an instant, in a state of embarrassment. That's all. Njia did not attack, but showed disdain. Nego's expression became more solemn. Wiping the blood from the corners of her mouth, this young woman is actually a hero higher than herself. You're crazy. You help the undead. We are the same clan. Nego lost his arrogance just now and roared loudly, accusing Njia of actually standing on the side of the undead. Yo-yo, you didn't say that just now. I remember you were going to kill me. Njia stepped forward. We are the same clan. Together, we can definitely kill these undead, and then I will let you do the patriarch. Nego said loudly, but his hand tightened the sword. No, you are too ugly. Let's see who dies. Nego stepped forward and rushed out instantly. The sword in his hand was swiftly waving, and the sword in the sky attacked Njia. Njia remained calm, performing boxing dances to fight with the opponent. The speed of the two moves is getting faster and faster, and the moves are getting more and more ruthless. Seeing that Nego was at a disadvantage, his heart was ruthless, and the sword in his hand picked up the trend, swinging away the opponent's attack. Showing his mouth full of fangs, he directly bit Njia's neck. Njia's mouth showed a trace of disdain. Skill, red fangs. His waist turned sharply, his elbows were like fangs, hitting his outstretched temples. Boom. Nego's head was hit, his body suffocated for a moment, and he slumped softly. Outside the village, Fong Hao was chatting with Bolton. This kind of battle, he didn't worry about the battle situation at all. The more you fight, the faster your territory develops, and the more troops you will accumulate. An effective war will greatly increase his strength. Soon, the battle gradually ended. The cries of killing within the tribe gradually weakened and calmed down. Fong Hao took Bolton and began to enter the village. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw Njia carrying a bloody man, like a dead dog. If it wasn't for the ups and downs of his chest, Fong Hao would have thought it was a corpse. That leader? Fong Hao asked curiously. Well, I'm afraid you'll be useful and didn't kill him. Njia said directly. Okay. Fong Hao replied, greeting several skeletons. You guys have tied him tightly, and if you dare to resist, you will kill him directly. More than a dozen skeletons came over, picked up the hemp rope, and started tying up the 3 layers on the left and right of an Aigu. In fact, Fong Hao's worries were a bit unnecessary. In Nego's condition, there was only one state left. Handing Nego to skeleton, Njia immediately followed in Fong Hao's footsteps and asked, What do you do next? Search, take away all the valuables. Okay, I'll go. Njia cheered excitedly. Suddenly, he found that he and Fong Hao got along quite well. The 3 entered the tribe. The scale of the Knoll village is really not large, although it is much stronger than the small village of the Pig village. But it can't compare with the Burning Blade tribe at all. The scale of the building and the resource reserve are much worse. Clean up the battlefield. Collect supplies, move all the things out of the tent, and dismantle the tent. Fong Hao ordered directly. The skeletons who were on standby immediately moved into action, clean up the battlefield, and more start the demolition work. Feng Hao took the two and walked straight into the hall of the Knoll Patriarch. Ordinary wooden tables and chairs, animal horn chandeliers, nothing of value. Come to the inner bed. And Jia began to rummage around, and Feng Hao saw the silver treasure chest in the corner at a glance. Step forward and open the treasure chest directly. Obtained blueprints for making marching tents, blueprints for making leather racks, blueprints for making improved leather boots, war coin plus 80, animal tooth stone plus 4. All three are blueprints, 80 war coins, and 4 beast ivory stones that the orcs will use in building. Behind him, and Jia rummaged through boxes and cabinets. Everything that is useful or useless falls to the ground. Hey, Feng Hao, do you think this is a letter? It's full of words. And Jia held a piece of paper in her hand and handed it to Feng Hao. The latter took it in his hand and looked at the contents above. The traveler to this world provides the ability to be proficient in language and proficient in writing. Even though the paper was written in weird orc characters, Feng Hao was able to understand the content on it. This is a letter written by Nigo himself and not sent. What the letter said was that he discovered that the pig tribe had a connection with the undead. If necessary, Nego can directly lead the tribe and destroy the pig village directly. And this letter was written to the great chief Thrall. That is, Skullbreaker, Thrall. Feng Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was filled with surprise. This Knoll Patriarch actually has some connection with the skull-shattering tribe in the Cold Wind Mountains. How could it be such a coincidence? How could such a village of several thousand people get this news? Suddenly, Feng Hao's heart moved again. The number of Bronze Bull Terok's clan is 3,000, and he also received news that the Skull-Shattered tribe is targeting the undead territory. Then this 1,000-person Knoll tribe can be connected with the Skull-Shard tribe, and it can make sense. Going a step further, he wondered if Tong Nyo would also keep in touch with the Skull tribe and didn't tell himself the truth. After all, he and Tong Nyo have only met twice, not friends, but partners at most. And Jia, don't turn it over. Just take all the furniture back. Let's go out first. Feng Hao greeted. Didn't you search? Let these be handled by the soldiers. Let's go to interrogate the jackal. Feng Hao put away the items he got and got up and walked out. When Jia heard that she was about to be interrogated, she also walked out. Have the skeleton lift all the furniture items inside. The two were directly in front of Nego. At this time, Nego was tied into a zongzi, but the strong resilience of the orcs has made him look much better. Not like a dead dog with alopecia areata. Nego, how did you know that Thrall was going to deal with the undead? Feng Hao sat down in front of him and asked softly. Nego glared at the two of them viciously, then turned his head aside. Remain silent. Boom. And Jia kicked him directly in the stomach, and the whole body flew out like a sandbag. The two skeletons immediately stepped forward and dragged Nego, who flew far away. If you don't want to say it, I will give you to her. You are all orcs, and you may be able to find some common language. Feng Hao said. Nego looked at Jia with some fear. Vomiting blood from his mouth, he said, the investigation team of the Skull-Shattered tribe came here not long ago, and they said they had any news to tell them, and they would benefit me at that time. This is the first correspondence between you two. Feng Hao continued to ask. The other party's words cannot be verified at all, but these are equally unimportant. How much is known is how much, and he will not let Nego leave. I haven't contacted. The letter is still in your hand. It hasn't been sent out yet. Nego said through gritted teeth. Annoyed at this time. If I didn't talk nonsense with the pigs, I wouldn't attract these undead and this irritable woman in front of me. How many soldiers and horses will they dispatch this time? And when will they be dispatched? Feng Hao continued to ask. How do I know? I haven't even been to the Cold Wind Mountain range. I have only seen the other party's reconnaissance team, and nearly 100 people have come. Nego felt a little wronged. Okay, look at him. Feng Hao said. I asked myself for a while. The looting of numerous skeletons is also over. All the items are piled up in the open space in the center, forming a hill. Equipment. 1,840 knoll machetes, 455 knoll wooden bows, 15 bundles of iron arrows, and 1,450 leather goods. Resources: 882 creeping spines, 31208 wood, 25102 stone, 5575 thatch, 355,410 leather, 725 iron, 220 copper, and 240 war coins. Miscellaneous categories: 345 baskets of fruit, 10,472 units of meat, and 820 units of salt. Furniture: 2,000 simple wooden beds, 800 various cabinets, 400 tables and chairs, for animal horn chandeliers, pots and pans, and curtains. The furniture of the Knoll tribe is really average, not even as good as the furniture looted by the Fireblade tribe. But these are also harvests. I have enough manpower, and naturally I have to bring them all back. From this harvest, it can also be seen that these Knolls seem to be better at hunting. The harvest of leather and meat is very high, far beyond the storage capacity of a normal village of this size. Okay, load the car and bring all the items back. Feng Hao continued to order. The carts were pushed out of the woods, and all the spoils, along with the prisoner Nigo, were thrown onto the carts. The crowd began to return to the pig village. Feng Hao first released the state of God's presence and walked out of the room. Petty was still waiting at the door, stepped forward and asked, "Sir, you came out. What's going on with the Knoll?" The threat of the Knoll is like a thorn in the heart. The more time passes, the more worried it becomes. If Feng Hao failed to eradicate the Knolls this time, with Nigo's character, he will definitely launch a crazy revenge on the pig village. By then, it will not be as simple as negotiating. Therefore, whether Feng Hao's battle will be successful this time, she is more worried than anyone else. It has been resolved. The team is on the way back. Feng Hao said with a smile. Call. Petty exhaled heavily. The two big ears flapped, patted his full chest, and said, "That's good. That's good. Cold Wind Mountains. Do you know the Skull-Broken tribe?" Feng Hao asked Petty. From the mouth of the Knoll Nego, I learned that the Skull-Smashing reconnaissance team came before Feng Hao conquered the Pigman village. In other words, Feng Hao hadn't placed skeleton soldiers in the pig village at that time, and the other party might have also been to the pig village. Skull tribe. Petty frowned slightly, recalling. Finally shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of it. Is it a nearby tribe?" Petty doesn't lie to herself. She has a master-servant relationship with Feng Hao. Feng Hao is in danger, and she can't survive, so Petty must not know if she doesn't know. In the Cold Wind Mountains, I heard that there is a large-scale tribe. Feng Hao explained. My lord, the pig village is too small. Can't get in touch with this power yet. Petty said helplessly. Fine. While the two were chatting, the skeleton army, surrounded by scooters, appeared outside the village. A large number of furniture and materials appeared in front of everyone, proving the victory of this battle. Petty, see what furniture you can use, and store all the resources in the warehouse. Feng Hao continued to instruct. Yes, my lord. Pig villages are affiliated villages, and with the blessing of the Book of Lords, the warehouses are linked. For example, the consumption of materials during construction can be communicated, and there is no need to transport resources back and forth. Petty began to direct, sorting the materials, or transporting them to the warehouse. Feng Hao, on the other hand, changed his arms. The skeleton soldiers who originally stayed in the pig village were all replaced with second-tier troops. For the first order, follow Feng Hao to return to the territory to upgrade. The Lord's Mansion and the Throne of Bones both provide bonuses to marching speed. This also allows the team to travel back and forth, reducing the time consumed on the way. That is, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the brigade has returned to the territory. Feng Hao, what should I do with this guy? And Jia dragged Nigo down directly. It seems a little impatient to carry such a burden. Maybe it's still useful. Let Fireblade arrange someone to lock him up. Feng Hao said. Oh, and Jia replied, dragging Nigo to find the Fireblade. Feng Hao also directed the skeletons to unload the furniture in the designated area. Furniture like bedside tables and wardrobes are not easy to sell on regional channels. After it's on the shelves, it can sell a few in a day. Most of them are also allocated to pig villages and the newly added rabbit people. Ear prepared lunch for Feng Hao and the two. After eating, Feng Hao started to make the latest drawings. This time, a total of 3 production drawings were obtained. They are March Tent making blueprint, Leather Rack making blueprint, Improved Leather Boots making blueprint. The marching tent is also not used now, and even if the skeleton army is in the field, the tent is not used. The focus is on making the next few things. Leather Rack. 12 for wood, 3 for iron, 3 for metal parts. Description: ordinary animal hides can be made into thick and tough leather. It is another basic material advanced crafting prop. Sufficient materials, direct production. Triggered by 100-fold increase. Get leather rack 101. Swish swish. A leather-making rack appeared in front of Fong Hao. Leather rack. Place: workers 0/1. Raw material: animal skin 2. Production: thick and tough leather. Description: through multiple processing, ordinary animal hides are made into higher quality thick and tough leather. Sure enough. Fortunately, this belongs to the blueprint, and the trigger of the 100-fold increase directly obtained 101 leather racks. Go outside the territory and pick 101 labor skeletons in the logging area. Get them to start using the leather rack to upgrade the leather. At this time, the number of skeletons, the labor force of the territory, is getting more and more insufficient. When the problem of the skull-broken tribe is solved, he still needs to buy some slaves to expand the population in the territory. Not all work can be done by labor skeletons. The 40 rabbit slaves that were bought were also arranged to work. In addition to the cleaning of the territory, pastures and farms, and stables were also arranged. The advantage of labor skeletons is that there is no upper limit of physical strength, and they can continue to work. After the farm was planted and watered, it was a watchman most of the time. Placing skeletons in places like farms and ranches makes it difficult to reflect their advantages. It was handed over to the rabbit people to work. After arranging the leather rack, proceed to improved leather boots. Improved leather boots: thick and tough leather 3, spinning 2, metal parts 2. Improved leather boots: thick and tough leather 3, spinning 2, metal parts 2. Spinning thread is a general term. Both hemp thread and cotton thread can be called spinning thread. He also has metal parts, but the thick and tough leather needs to be processed by a leather frame before it can be finished. Make it now. It was still early, and the unknown sense of crisis brought by the broken skull made him nervous. In the next time, Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords again to check the newly obtained map. This map was purchased yesterday from the Manhwa Tavern, located southwest of Manhwa Market. It's called the Mystery Cave. If you leave now, there will be enough time to return to the territory before night falls. This time, it was still the configuration just now, with 50,000 troops, and Jia followed. Considering the cave, plenty of torches are prepared. Returning to the room, God came upon a skeleton soldier. With a large army, they left the territory again in a mighty manner. 3 hours later, Fong Hao and others finally checked the map and came to this mysterious cave. It was different from what Fong Hao imagined. This cave is not a hole on the mountain, but a huge hole under the ground with a diameter of about 5 meters. Rather than being formed naturally, it is more like a cave that collapsed after an earthquake. Standing in front of the entrance of the cave, you can feel a cold and uncomfortable feeling coming from inside. Someone recorded this and sold it as a blueprint. And Jia said, while standing in front of the cave and looking down. In her view, this is a big crater formed by geological changes. Where is it worth spending one more coin to buy it? Fong Hao ignored her and looked down. Under the cave is a pool of lake water. I don't know if it is the original mountain water or the stagnant water in the past. On both sides of the pool are rocks covered with moss, and in the dark depths, a path leading to the depths can be vaguely seen. Make a rope ladder and prepare to go down. Fong Hao ordered loudly. Adhering to the principle of being diligent and thrifty, Fong Hao will let the skeleton push a large number of scooters when he leads the team out, so that any loot can be brought back. The same is true this time. There are more than 100 scooters with prepared hemp ropes on them. Hearing Fong Hao's order, the skeletons began to knot the twine to make a rope ladder. When everything was ready, everyone lit the torches and began to enter the cave along the rope ladder. The fire will illuminate all around, and there is indeed a passage to the depths on the side of the pool. Hey, fuck! And Jia's sentence behind him made Fong Hao, who was staring at the passage, tremble with fright. The torches in his hands almost fell. No, you undead, why are you so nervous? And Jia said, it's scary, what are you doing? Fong Hao said angrily, I just wanted to ask you if this place was excavated manually. And Jia stroked the stone wall. Fong Hao approached the cave wall and observed it carefully. Indeed, it can be seen that there are traces left by some tools. But it's not like it was completely excavated. It's more like the original hole, which was artificially expanded for a second time. It's like a second expansion. It seems that there may be something in it. Fang Hao nodded and said, "Exploration, I like it." And Jiao was also very interested. "If there is danger, you should withdraw first," Fang Hao instructed. "After all, the Shun Lin that I use, the rest of the arms are also skeleton soldiers. And Jia encounters danger, but it is really dangerous." Fang Hao didn't want to let her also be made into a skeleton hero by Nelson. "Oh, okay." And Jia replied nonchalantly. About 100 of the skeleton soldiers came down. The skeleton ogre couldn't get down at all because of its size. The rest of the skeleton soldiers stayed there. If you do encounter any danger, it is better to deal with it. Ready for everything. The two walked directly into the cave with 100 skeletons. The cave is dark and deep, and the firelight reflects the orange-red wall of the cave. As it went deeper, the diameter of the cave became larger and larger, and it went deeper without any fork in the road. Fang Hao also carefully checked the ores on both sides of the mountain. Does not belong to any ore and has no mining value. All the way, when he walked out of the cave, a wide underground space appeared in front of him. Huge palace excavated by man. The carvings on the walls are lifelike, and the luminous stone lampstands every few meters emit a faint light. "No one lives here, right?" And Jia whispered aside. "It's not like it's cold and cold. It must be rheumatism or something." Fang Hao said, "Even skeletons, living here, have moss growing on their bones." "What is rheumatism?" "It's nothing. There must be good things here." Fang Hao said apart from the topic. "That's right." And Zhao was also a little excited. Who can resist the treasure that is about to arrive? After extinguishing the torches, several people stepped into the hall. As several people stepped in, there was a sudden sound on both sides. Kaka? The sound of, under dim luminous stone lighting. For figures fell off the wall and moved with mechanical sounds. Gargoyle Construct Warrior, Tier 5. Seeing the other party's attributes, Fang Hao's pupils shrank slightly. These gargoyles are different from normal creatures. The whole body is covered with stone armor, and the stone armor is inscribed with complicated patterns, and in his hand is a long knife that has long been rotten and rusted. Seeing that it was a fifth-order creature, Fang Hao frowned. This was a new type of monster he had seen. I thought it was a stone man or a stone servant, but I didn't expect it to be called a gargoyle construct. Looking at the gargoyle, dragging its stiff body, it got closer. Fang Hao also gave an order to prepare for battle. Form an array and fight. Whoa! Skeleton armies in action. A battle formation was quickly formed, and the spear was directed towards the approaching gargoyle. "What are you doing so nervously? And there is no threat." And Jia said, and with a step on her feet, she turned into a figure and ran towards a gargoyle. The right arm is slightly bent, and a punch is thrown. Boom! The energy dissipated, and there was a loud noise. The chest of the gargoyle exploded instantly, revealing the internal gears and various metal parts. "Damn it! Robot!" Fang Hao couldn't help exclaiming when he saw this scene. Originally, the stone that was wrapped outside was only the exterior, and the interior was still like a complex and sophisticated structure. Fang Hao was surprised, but Jia did not hold back at all. The fist wind is strong, and the gargoyle is like a sandbag, and it beats backwards and turns into a pile of fragments. Destroy one, without stopping, rush to the other again, still punching and kicking. Compared to Anjia's overwhelming and violent style of play, here in Fang Hao, it is difficult to fight. Space is limited, only 100 skeleton soldiers came in. Although the number of people still has an advantage, for Fang Hao, this is not a human sea tactic at all. Even muttering in his mouth, if he has the ability, he will go to the outside world to be singled out. Dang dang. The spear and iron sword kept slashing at the gargoyle, and there was a clanging sound of collision. The battle lasted more than 10 minutes. Fang Hao's skeleton team eliminated 2 gargoyles, and Jia himself eliminated 4. Here, see what this does. And Jia threw a jade ball, which was completely transparent, and you could see the blue-white energy churning inside. Energy core. Category, energy medium. Description, the energy crystal of a small construct, which stores powerful energy inside, and the energy core necessary for the operation of the construct. According to the introduction of the energy core, Fang Hao also understood its purpose, which is the battery. A prop that provides a source of energy. Look at these things, what else can be dismantled? Fang Hao pointed to the disintegrated structures on the ground. The skeletons started to move. Get a total of 6 energy cores, 12 metal parts, and 4 precision parts. And a rusted metal knife. There is nothing special about this weapon, white equipment, and it has been corroded by moisture. For metal parts, Fang Hao has drawings. But I didn't expect to be able to get precision parts here. One of the materials in the fire gun blueprint I got last time was precision parts. Collect all the props obtained, and everyone continues to go deep. This is like an underground palace. At the end, you will see an arched stone and brick corridor, which seems to lead to the next area. Down the corridor is a black iron treasure chest. Now that he saw the black iron level treasure chest, Fang Hao didn't have too many waves. I used to pray before opening the box and say hello to the gods of wealth. Open the treasure chest directly, and the light appears. Acquisition: Black Iron Knight, Sword-Making Blueprint, Green, Low-Level Psychoactive Potion, 11 War Coins. Out of the green iron sword. The skeleton warrior is proficient in sword and shield, but the weapon in his hand is a white iron sword. Now get the green one-handed sword, which also happens to better equip all soldiers. Dark Iron Knight Sword, Green 3 cast iron blocks, 1 hardwood, 1 leather. Good guy. This Black Iron Knight Sword has 3 materials, 2 of which are secondary materials. Except for Fang Hao, most of the other lords, even if they get the blueprint, it is difficult to make it. After reading the Dark Iron Knight Sword, continue to look at other low-level psychoactive drugs. Low-level psychoactive medicine. Category: Pharmacy. Effect: restores a certain amount of mental power. I got a healing potion last time, and when Dong Jieyue was injured, I gave it to her through the trading platform. Today, I obtained a spiritual potion, which is to restore spiritual power. Put all the spoils in the backpack, and direct a group of horses to go through the corridor to the next floor. The second floor space is similar to the first floor, but the space is much smaller, but the layout is more gorgeous. In addition to carvings, painted patterns can be seen on the walls. The above describes the living conditions of some human beings. This made Fang Hao ponder. Wouldn't this be a tomb? Why does it feel a bit like a cemetery? On both sides of the wall, there are still sculpture-shaped Gargolem Construct Warrior, level 5. Gargolem Construct Spearman, level 5. And Gargolem Construct Fire Lizard, level 5. Compared with the first layer, the number of gargoyles in the second layer has increased, and the number has reached 12. Among them, the Salamander Construct is not a humanoid construct, but more like a giant lizard, a crocodile composed of stones. With the entry of several people, the stone statue construct broke away from the bondage again and moved its slow body to kill the intruder. Prepare to fight, and Jia starts lightly, don't break the core. Fang Hao raised the shield in his hand and instructed. Although I don't know the specific function of the energy core, it is a good idea no matter how I look at it. Try not to break it, collect some. Yes. And Jia replied, and she couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards the gargoyle. It is really too simple for blue 7th Order heroes to deal with these 5th Order arms. But here Fang Hao, it is not so easy. The weapon in his hand slashed at the gargoyle, and there was a tinkling, but the power of the gargoyle was great. Every ordinary slash, even if blocked with an iron shield, the Tier 2 skeleton would go back a few steps. Call. At this time, a salamander gargoyle quickly rushed to the front of the queue. He opened his mouth wide and spewed out a flame. Several skeleton warriors were set on fire and burned to ashes in the fire. Spread the attack and attack the salamander first. Fang Hao ordered immediately. The formation quickly spread out, and all of them slashed at several salamander gargoyles. 20 minutes later, to win the battle, looking at the stone statue parts and bones all over the ground, he shook his head slightly. Although all the gargoyles in this area were eliminated, the skeletons suffered a lot of casualties. Over 80 skeleton soldiers were lost, and the rest were scarred. And Jia, you take them to clean the battlefield. I went out and called some skeletons down. Fang Hao said, and Jia shrugged indifferently, indicating that you have the final say. Fang Hao had an illusion. Why did he feel that Jia was obedient? Did you grow up overnight? Fang Hao withdrew and called in another 300 skeleton soldiers. This time, the entire area was instantly crowded. Clearing the harvest. There are 12 energy cores, 21 metal parts, and 8 precision parts. Similarly, at the end of the area is the corridor leading to the next area, with a black iron treasure chest on the side. Open the treasure chest. Blacksmith shop construction blueprint. Wooden mask making blueprint. 2 healing potions. 12 war coins. In this second area, the architectural drawings of the blacksmith shop actually appeared. In Feng Hao's personal opinion, the blacksmith's role is not too big for him. Whether it is weapons or armor, he relies on the Book of Lords to make, and with the blessing of 100 times increase, he can quickly produce a large amount of equipment. That is to say, the territory is still relatively remote. If the market is expanded in the future, equipment can be sold to local ethnic groups. By his own hand, he is definitely the biggest warmonger of war. Therefore, a blacksmith shop or a blacksmith is not necessary for him. Of course, since the blueprint is out, he will build it when he goes back to improve the productivity of the territory. Continue to view the second drawing. Wooden mask, green. Category, mask drawing. Ability, level 1 fear. First level fear. Wearing a mask has a chance to trigger a first level fear state, causing the enemy's living troops to have negative states such as fear and morale drop. Fear effects cannot be stacked. Take the maximum level of fear. Description: the mask was originally created from a mold that was used as a construct's facial armor. With the improvement, it has become the current mask. It is painted with various ghost-shaped faces, which is scary and disturbing. Not bad. Another piece of equipment. When the time comes to fight against the Skull Crush tribe, I will let all the skeletons wear this mask. Even if there is a chance of triggering that tens of thousands of troops, the probability will increase exponentially. Frighten you. Healing potions are nothing fancy and have been obtained before. Put it all away and move on to the next level. Go through the long, slender corridor, directly into the 3 areas. Also the last area. The luminous stone lampstand was changed to gold, and there were many other funerary objects such as pottery pots, jewelry, rotten and damaged calligraphy, and paintings. It is said to be called a funeral because at the end of the front, there is a sarcophagus. However, the entire crust was broken, and most of the sarcophagus had collapsed. In this area, there is no gargoyle construct of the first 2 areas. In the central position, sitting on his knees, is a new type of construct that is 2 meters tall and covered in iron armor. Iron Goblin Construct, Tier 7. The Iron Goblin was tall, covered with metal armor, and held a long machete. He knelt down in the center of the hall, as if guarding the sarcophagus behind him. Looking at it from a distance, it gives people a sense of oppression. Is there a problem? Do you need to call more people? Feng Hao tilted his head and asked in a low voice. I'm a Tier 7 hero, so I can't beat a Tier 7 unit? And Jia said disdainfully. It is also true that in the first 2 areas, most of the gargoyles were defeated by Jia. This is because Feng Hao said that the energy core is valuable, so she keeps it. When I got here, I didn't get any scars on my body. Is this to you? Feng Hao said. Okay, I don't think it's pleasing to the eye. And Jia moved her fingers, full of fighting intent. Feng Hao nodded, but didn't say much. And Jia can win the best fight. If there is any danger, it will be too late to let all the soldiers go to the rescue. After the 2 discussed everything, they directly entered the area. The iron statue monster, who was sitting on his knees, began to shake for a while, and a piece of soil was scattered. Like a rigid machine, it stood up little by little and raised the machete in his hand. And Jia stepped forward, shaking her head as if she was about to fight a boxing match. As the 2 approached, the battle began. Boom. The machete in Tieshang monster's hand slashed head to head, and Jia turned around, and while dodging the attack, a punch hit the Tieshang monster's waist. Boom. Huge energy, dust tumbling. The iron armor at the waist was instantly sunken. The Iron Goblin was attacked, and turned around again and raised the scimitar in his hand. And Jia's second and third punches fell one after another, hitting the golem's body like raindrops. The iron statue monster retreated again and again, and when it stood firm, the iron armor of the whole body was beaten unevenly, which was extremely miserable. Even so, iron golems, who are constructs, do not know fear and death. He stood up again, opened his mouth, and began to condense energy in his mouth. A white energy ray with the thickness of a gun barrel shot out of the mouth, containing terrifying energy, and shot at Jia. This move surprised both of them. This iron statue monster can actually attack from a distance. and Jia did not dare to take it hard and turned around to dodge. He quickly rushed towards the iron monster, jumped high, and released his blood-colored fangs. Boom! With a roar, the entire hall was trembling, and the head of the iron elephant seemed to be pulled away by a huge force, and finally broke directly from the neck and flew out. Gollum! The iron monster's head rolled to Fong Hao's feet, still flashing electric light in his mouth. And Jia inserted her hand into the chest of the iron goblin, took out the energy core, and threw it to Fong Hao. The latter is put directly into the backpack and put away. With a group of skeletons, he crossed the iron statue monster corpse under his feet and walked directly to the sarcophagus in front. The sarcophagus seems to be hollowed out around and inside of natural stone, and the overall base is connected to the entire mountain. It may be due to crustal movement or earthquakes. A huge crack appeared under the sarcophagus. Even the sarcophagus burst and collapsed, and most of it was crushed under the stone. Open, Fong Hao said. Several skeletons stepped forward and pushed open the remaining half of the coffin lid together, revealing the inside of the coffin. The inside of the coffin is relatively empty, with only dark black debris and stains, showing a human shape. It's been so long that even the corpse has been corroded. Damn, there's not even a corpse. Isn't it worth it? Fong Hao scolded secretly. Search around, collect everything that can be taken away, and take off the iron sheet of the iron statue. Fong Hao continued to order. He can't make a trip in vain. Even if the sarcophagus is empty, there are some jewels around, and there are treasure chests that have not been found. All the skeletons are scattered and start scavenging for the items here. O lampstand. O luminous stone. All undamaged utensils and jewels are collected. Take it all away after a while. Finally, a skeleton found the golden treasure chest and sent it directly to Fong Hao. Just when Fong Hao was about to open the treasure chest, not far away, there was a sudden yell. Court death. Fong Hao hurriedly looked up and saw Jia jumped up, raised his fist, and slammed into the dark corner. Boom. The dark corners were splashed with earth and rocks. A figure of a woman with a transparent body floated out of the shadows, floating in the air and frowning at the crowd. A woman has distinct facial features and a good figure. It's just that the woman in front of her is transparent, floating in the air, like a ghost in a film and television drama. Ghost, Tier 3. Ghost. Really ghost. All the skeleton soldiers quickly gathered towards Fong Hao and assumed a fighting posture. And many more. Just as everyone was preparing to fight, the female ghost in front of her suddenly floated back and said loudly. The voice of the female ghost is somewhat ethereal. Don't do it. See what she has to say. Fong Hao said directly, and Jia stopped rushing forward, but she was still alert to the ghost in front of her, as if she was staring at her prey. Lord Undead, I'm just a lonely ghost born in this ancient tomb, and I don't want to conflict with you. You can take anything you need here. Ghost said hurriedly. She witnessed the entire battle in the shadows. I also know that with my Tier 3 strength, it is not the team in front of me, or the heroine's opponent. The items in the ancient tomb were of no use to her. If the other party wanted to take it away, she would just let them take it away. Hearing the other party's words, Fong Hao was slightly taken aback. This third-order ghost unit can actually speak, and has such a high intelligence. Communication is perfectly normal. Are you the ghost of this corpse, or a later one? Fong Hao continued to ask. I'm sorry, my lord. I already appeared here when I woke up, and I have no previous memory. Ghost replied. Since he woke up here, it should be the ghost produced by the corpse of the sarcophagus. Do you mind if we take away the items here? Fong Hao asked curiously. I don't mind, and I hope Lord Undead will allow me to join your command and take me out of here. Ghost continued. This result far exceeded Fong Hao's expectations. The other party has actually considered this. Ghosts belong to the undead, but they are not powerful. Even if she used to live in an ancient tomb, she only moved near the sarcophagus at the rear and did not dare to approach the iron statue. When Fong Hao and others were fighting, she had been thinking about this issue. If you want to live, get out of this cave. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity at hand and directly join an undead force, which can be regarded as a support and hope for development. You want to leave with me? Yes, my lord. I am willing to dedicate all my beliefs and be loyal to you until I die. The ghost floated in the air and knelt down to salute. Although the memory of the ghost is gone, the intelligence is definitely preserved. And this set of rhetoric is more like a declaration, an official declaration. I can't completely believe your declaration. I have a slave contract in my hand. If you are willing to sign it, I will agree to your participation and give you shelter. When you show loyalty with your actions, I will cancel the slave contract. Fong Hao looking at the ghost, he said, would you like to? Not to mention that the ghostly fox in front of him is a wild undead. Even a bunny girl like Ear who looked weak, he would not trust at the very beginning. Only after signing a contract and restricting the other party in terms of rules will we be able to leave the other party at ease. If the female ghost is willing to sign a contract, he is also willing to add an additional soldier to the territory. A freshman has such a wise undead, and there may be hidden plots. But if she doesn't want to, Fong Hao naturally wouldn't force it to move away the items he had here, and everyone slapped and scattered. There was silence in the air. After being silent for a few seconds, the ghost finally spoke and said, Sir, I am willing to sign a contract with you. After speaking, he bowed and performed an elegant etiquette. Okay, then I'll welcome you in advance. When all the items here are sorted out, you will return to the territory with us. Fong Hao said, Yes, my lord. The skeleton soldiers acted here and began to loot the entire hall. The ghost also quickly entered the character, took the initiative to lead the way for the skeletons, and found all the items in some hidden corners. And Fong Hao also took advantage of this time to open the treasure chest. A light flickered. The props appeared in front of Fong Hao. Obtained, black iron open helmet production blueprint, green. Simple handsaw production blueprint, green. Sound transmission conch. Gargoyle construct production blueprint, blue. Golden mammoth constructed blueprint, purple. Healing potion 5, war coin 220. Swish swish. The light of the drawings almost blinded the eyes. A piece of blueprint appeared in front of Fong Hao. The types of drawings are also very complete, including equipment drawings, tool drawings, and drawings of constructs. Fong Hao had just learned about the combat power of these constructs. Even the initial stone statue structure, with a layer of stone armor on the surface, is invulnerable. In the face of a group of skeletons, the sparks flew around. Without Njia, and the underground tombs limited the number of soldiers, it would be really difficult to deal with these constructs. Even if it is a gold treasure chest, it is the top treasure chest of the gold category, with so many items. Fong Hao checked the item attributes in turn. Dark iron open helmet. Leather 5, iron 3, iron plate 4. Description: the open visor can be more comprehensive and provide defense for the head. A piece of green armor of good quality, when produced in batches, can greatly improve the defense power. Whether it is equipped with arms or sold, it can be sold at a good price. Simple handsaw. Hard and tough wood 1. Cast iron block 1. Metal parts 2. Description: the emergence of the handsaw makes logging and wood processing more convenient and simple. Handsaws, and that kind of stuff. Transmission conch. Category: prop. Ability: sound transmission. Description: a one-way sound transmission prop that is complicated to make and very difficult to use. It was not the first time Fong Hao had seen transmission conch. Last time at Manhwa Market, the slave trader gave Fong Hao a sound transmission conch in order to contact Fong Hao next time. The sound transmission conch is divided into child and mother conch. Speaking to the big conch, mother, it can be transmitted to the small conch, child, in one direction. Play a sound transmission role. Now the scope of the territory is not large. The only thing that needs to be considered is the affiliated village Pigman Village. Whatever news he sent to the pig village, he also used the presence of God to descend on the garrison skeleton, explaining that the matter was cancelled. It is much more convenient than the sound transmission conch. Gargoyle construct. Energy core 1. Basic head 1. Head stone armor 1. Basic torso 1. Torso stone armor 1. Basic arm 2. Arm stone armor 2. Basic leg 2. Leg stone armor 2. Description: construct troops are loyal guards who stand by like stone statues and will launch an endless attack if they find an enemy. Minor damage can be repaired by the accompanying engineer and the fight continues. Golden mammoth construct. 1 large energy core, 1 mammoth base head, 1 mammoth golden face armor, 1 mammoth basic drive, 1 mammoth golden body armor. For mammoth legs, for mammoth golden legs armor 4, mammoth ivory 2, Magic Cannon 1. Description: an activated construct designed with a mammoth as the prototype. Its huge body is comparable to that of a giant dragon. Its strong body can step down all defenses and step into the desperate and helpless group of prey, reaping the living. Slightly the damage can be repaired by the accompanying engineer, and the battle can continue. Connecting the two constructs made Fong Hao frown slightly. These things give Fong Hao the feeling that they are robots wearing armor. Possesses unparalleled power and ability. It can be said that the gargoyle construct is already very powerful, and it can be produced, which can greatly improve the strength of the territory. But there are a lot of materials to make. It is really difficult to collect all these materials. As for the golden mammoth construct, he had already seen in his mind that a huge mammoth covered in golden armor was rushing into the battlefield. Wherever they passed, soldiers were trampled into mud, and the defensive walls collapsed. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. The difficulty is still the production materials. So many materials, I am afraid it is difficult to obtain. After Fong Hao read the properties of the blueprint, the search for the skeletons was also coming to an end. Everyone carried the spoils in large packages and began to exit the tomb a little bit. Along the way, pick off the luminous stones in the first two areas and take them all away. Going back all the way, I came to the entrance and climbed out all the way along the rope ladder. By the time we got out of the pothole, the sky was approaching dusk. All the skeleton army, with the ghosts that had just joined, began to return to the territory. With Njia leading the team, Fong Hao directly lifted Shenlin and woke up from the room in the territory. Get out of bed and move your muscles. The mood is not bad. Exploring the cave didn't actually hold much hope. But he didn't expect that he would actually meet an ancient tomb and get rich loot from it. Not to mention gold and silver jewelry. These are external things. There are many kinds of drawings, including Black Iron Knight Sword Production Blueprint, Blacksmith Shop Construction Blueprint, Wooden Mask Production Blueprint, Black Iron Open Helmet Production Blueprint, Simple Handsaw Production Blueprint, Gargoyle Construction Blueprint, Golden Mammoth Construction Blueprint. There are also magic potions and healing potions. These items can improve the overall strength of the territory as a whole. At that time, the danger level of the Skull Crush tribe will also be much reduced. Go out of the Lord Stone building. Eeyore was telling the other rabbits about the rules of the territory. Like a little teacher, he gestured while talking. Seeing Fong Hao coming out, the rabbits immediately got up and saluted. Master, do you want to prepare dinner? Eeyore asked. At this time, it was already cooked. It's just that Fong Hao has been using Shenlin, and Eeyore will delay the dinner time. Wait a while. Wait for Njia to come back. Okay, master. Eeyore continued to explain knowledge to the rabbits. Fong Hao stepped aside and put the Huichunquan produced today on the shelves. The resources in exchange are also skewed, and the priority is to exchange for shadow stones. Then, a lot of people were asking, what is the shadow stone, and what is it for? Right now, the only thing that upgrades the progress of Kata's buildings is the shadow stone. Due to the target of the Skull Shattered tribe, he also raced against time to improve his development progress. Finally, Njia led the team back to the territory. Return to the territory. Skeleton soldiers sort all the loot they carry. Some go to warehouses, some go to places where basic supplies are hoarded. Njia walked into the hall and threw the backpack containing various blueprints and energy cores to Fong Hao. The latter was taken in his arms, all recorded in the Book of Lords. Compared with the jewelry collected from outside, these drawings are the real harvest. That little ghost is waiting outside. Do you want her to come in? Njia picked up the fruit and said while eating. The ghosts in the ancient tombs belong to the field troops before they officially join the territory. With the guidance of Njia, you can enter the territory, but if you want to enter the Lord's mansion, you still need Fong Hao's advice. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an attack and will be attacked by the troops in the territory. Let her come in, Fong Hao said. Njia walked to the door and led the ghost in. Soon, Njia returned, followed by the ghost of the floating woman figure. When entering the Lord's hall, when he saw Fong Hao on the throne of bones, Gloomy Soul instantly showed a surprised expression. She couldn't react a little. The adult just now was still a bone. Why is he here in the image of a human now? Ghost, I'll give you one more chance. Do you really want to join the territory? If you want, I can sign a contract with you, and if you don't want to, you can leave on your own. Feng Hao sat on the throne with a solemn face. Without any hesitation, the ghost picked up the transparent skirt and bowed slightly. "Dear sir, I am willing to join your territory." On the way here, Jia did not restrict her freedom. Instead, let her follow behind the team. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time on the way, and no one will stop her. All the way to Feng Hao, she had already made a choice. Okay. Feng Hao didn't talk nonsense. He directly opened the Book of Lords, selected a blank slave contract, and signed it with the ghost. It is different from the contract of normal creatures. Ghost does not need to use blood to press fingerprints, but after mutual consent. At the slave's position, a gray-blue fingerprint automatically appeared. Contract completed. Ghost, the current loyalty to you is 70 points. Maybe it's because of the undead camp. The initial loyalty of the ghost has directly reached 70 points. What's your name? Feng Hao continued to ask. As the first female ghost in the territory, I can't help but know what to call when we meet in the future. Sir, I don't have a name. Please make one for me, the ghost said. This. It was hard for him to come up with a name. In the eyes of the other party's expectation, Feng Hao said directly, "You are a girl, just call Xiaoyu. I hope you will be free from worries and troubles in the future." Thank you, sir. I like this name very much, and I will be called Xiaoyu from now on. Xiaoyu showed a smile. It's just that this smile, which appeared on the female ghost, was a little gloomy. Ghost Xiaoyu's loyalty to you is increased by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 75 points. Feng Hao also smiled slightly. Sure enough, it sounds good, and it works wonders. Then, immediately check Xiaoyu's attributes. Ghost, Tier 3. Faction, Undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, incorporeal, light weakness. Skill, soul possession, dark void, unfinished business. Inherent ability, primary combat mastery. Void. All physical damage is reduced by 25%. Soul possession. The ghost can possess the target creature for a long time. Multiple factors such as the target creature's rank, consciousness, etc., determine the success rate of possession. Dark void. In darkness, the incorporeal state is not restricted by terrain. Unfinished business. Unfinished wish before death. Help ghosts to fulfill their wish. There is a chance to restore the memory of life. Advanced hero. Wish mission. Collect all her collections. 12 swords of probation. Note. They are bound here, eating and sleeping, reliving the pain of dying. Really, this ghost is no ordinary undead. Not with many skills, but also with a special plot. Fulfilling her wish will have a chance to make her a hero. Feng Hao looked at the ghost again and asked, Xiaoyu, do you know the 12 swords of probation? Xiaoyu's figure was erratic, and she asked curiously, is it a weapon? I don't know much about weapons. It must be related to memory loss. It seems that I can only rely on myself to find 12 long swords of probation. Okay, you are welcome to join in. First, familiarize yourself with the territory. After dinner, I will build you a house and live there in the future. Feng Hao said, Thank you, sir. After saying that, Xiaoyu floated out of the Lord's mansion. After Xiaoyu left, Ear's dinner was also ready. The two sat at the table to eat. Feng Hao habitually opened the Book of Lords and ate while checking it. And Jia, on the other hand, was very interested and told Ear about her exploration of the ancient tomb today and the origin of the female ghost in the territory. Listening to Ear's big eyes widened, she was a little scared, and she was full of curiosity about the plot behind it. After dinner, Feng Hao walked out of the room. I happened to see Xiaoyu drifting over from a distance. The sky was dark, and if it weren't for the luminous stone street lamps in the territory, it would be difficult to find her figure in the night. Sir, Xiaoyu said softly, most of the territory is filled with skeletons, and Xiaoyu also strolled around the territory to be familiar with the environment. Well, there are no special rules in the territory. Don't approach the organ museum, don't hurt others, and you can tell me anything. Feng Hao asked softly as he walked away. Corpse Witch Nielsen's status is second only to Feng Hao in the territory. Whether it is knowledge or the ability to make a skeleton hero, it is enough for him to receive this treatment. Therefore, it is very important not to disturb Nielsen's work. Follow your orders. I will keep your orders in mind. Xiaoyu followed behind and said softly. The two came to the area near the undead building one after the other. build a house for you here. Can you see it? Feng Hao said. Although ghosts are undead and incorporeal, they will not float around all day long. You can, sir. Feng Hao nodded, opened the Book of Lords, found the house column, and built it directly. The light flashed, and a wooden house appeared in front of Feng Hao. Then, the wooden house was directly upgraded to level 4 and turned into a 2-story building. Ghost Xiaoyu's loyalty to you is increased by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 80 points. After the house was built, Xiaoyu happily circled in the air, and her loyalty also increased. It seems that the house can really bring a sense of security to women, which has not changed since ancient times. There is a lot of furniture in the warehouse. See if you can use it. I will arrange for the skeleton to move into the room for you. The furniture in the territory is all looted from various tribes. It is not easy to sell, and it is useless. All piled up in the area where the supplies are stacked. Thank you, sir. When it comes to furniture, I see a wooden coffin in the corner of the warehouse. Can you give it to me? Xiaoyu said. Wooden coffin? Feng Hao frowned, recalling when the warehouse had a wooden coffin. Immediately afterwards, I remembered that there was indeed a wooden coffin. Exquisite corpse coffin. The exquisite corpse coffin was the item he obtained by looting Yinfeng Castle. No one died in the territory, and it never came in handy. Now that Xiaoyu mentioned it, Feng Hao also remembered that this beautifully crafted wooden coffin was piled in the corner of the warehouse. Do you want that coffin? Feng Hao asked curiously. The broken sarcophagus appeared in my mind. Half of Xiaoyu's sarcophagus collapsed, damaging the body. Could it be that in her subconscious, she still wanted a coffin? Is it okay? If the adults are useful, then you don't need it. Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. It's useless, but what's the use of you needing this wooden coffin? Feng Hao asked. Sir, I am in an infirm state. This wooden coffin is good for me. Xiaoyu answered. Okay, since it's useful to you, I'll give it to you. The two came to the warehouse and asked the skeleton warrior to move some furniture into Xiaoyu's wooden house. Although he didn't want anything but the corpse coffin, the room was empty and empty. After all, a lot of good things were found from other people's tombs. Exquisite corpse raising coffin, blue. Category, corpse raising coffin. Description, the corpse raising coffin of the Yongya family. Lying in it can instantly calm your mind and nourish your soul. It seems that it should be nourishing the soul. This attribute is useful to Xiaoyu. The skeletons carried the corpse coffin to Xiaoyu's bedroom. Xiaoyu floated directly into the coffin and tried to lie down. It's like floating in the middle of a coffin. I don't know if this counts as lying in. Xiaoyu got the corpse coffin and was very happy. Her loyalty to herself increased by 10 points to 90 points. As for whether raising the corpse coffin will nourish the ghosts, those are no longer important. After everything was handled properly, Feng Hao walked out of Xiaoyu's wooden house. Continue to the industrial area and build the obtained architectural drawings. Go to the place near the forge, open the Book of Lords, and turn to the building page. First-class blacksmith shop, wood 600, stone 850, leather 300, hemp rope 200, iron 150. Put up. The time to build a Tier 1 blacksmith is 5 minutes. In the first-class housing construction, it is considered to be a long time. 5 minutes passed. The blacksmith shop had been built and appeared in front of Feng Hao. First-class blacksmith shop. Available to recruit. Blacksmiths. Blacksmith. Creeping Spine 1. Remarks. You can recruit troops of your own camp in this building to forge iron and repair weapons. Required for upgrading. Wood 1200, stone 1500, leather 500, hemp rope 220, iron 200. Works the same way as a tailor's shop. Functional units can be recruited. Blacksmiths recruit blacksmiths to forge and repair iron. With sufficient materials, Feng Hao directly upgraded to level 4. When reaching level 5 blacksmith shop, the material is changed. Level 5 tailor shop, wood 5,200, stone 7,300, hardwood 750, stone bricks 600, iron 500, metal parts 120, red flame essence 2. Consumables are multiplying upwards. Fortunately, for these materials, Feng Hao Huachengquan can exchange for a lot of resources on the regional channel every day. Can support his building consumption. Upgrade. Level 5 blacksmith shop. Available to recruit. Blacksmiths. Blacksmith. Creeping Spine 1. Ability. Focus. Focus. Work efficiency plus 5%. Remarks. You can recruit troops of your own camp in this building to forge iron and repair weapons. Required for upgrading. Wood 6,000, stone 7,500, hard and tough wood 900, stone brick 1,000, iron 600, metal parts 220, red flame essence 4. Upgrade to level 5. Blacksmiths unlock new abilities. Blacksmith work efficiency increased by 5%. After the construction is completed, the next step is to recruit a blacksmith. Blacksmith, creeping backbone 1. Are you recruiting? Confirm recruitment. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit skeleton blacksmith 101. The light flashed, and 101 skeletons wearing shiny leather aprons and holding metal hammers appeared in front of Fong Hao. The same skeleton body. However, the blacksmith skeleton is a bit larger than the tailor's skeleton. In the empty pupils, a faint blue soul flame flashed. Skull blacksmith, first order. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills, focus, iron processing. Inherent skill, master of level 1 wrought iron. Note, blacksmiths hammer metal weapons and tools on anvils against the backdrop of roaring fires. Iron processing, skilled operation of the forging furnace to speed up the melting speed of the finished product. A forge is a furnace that smelts iron into cast iron blocks. It is now operated by labor skeletons. After that, it was just handed over to the blacksmiths to operate, and the speed could be increased. Lord, I am willing to serve you. The blacksmiths saluted in unison. Like the tailors, they also have independent souls that can speak and think independently. Everyone is welcome to join. Fong Hao smiled, then looked at one of the blacksmiths. What's your name? The skeleton blacksmith who was called immediately took 2 steps forward and said respectfully, Lord, my name is Ku Lin. Okay, Ku Lin, you are now the person in charge of the blacksmith. I will give you the task in the future, and you will match the task. Fong Hao said softly. The undead blacksmith Kieran's loyalty to you increases by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 90. Thank you for your trust. Ku Lin saluted again. His expression did not change much, but his loyalty increased by 10 points. I will build some forging furnaces, and then you will take over the positions of the labor skeletons, and the equipment in the warehouse will also be repaired. Fong Hao explained his work as he walked. Go directly to the forge construction area and increase the number of forge to 50. With the experience of the last tailor, I once again built a house for a group of skeleton blacksmiths, telling them to rest and arrange their working hours. Once again, increase the loyalty of all blacksmiths by 5 collectively. Complete the blacksmith shop. Fong Hao began to return to the Lord's mansion. When walking on the road, a weak voice came from beside him. Sir, Lord Human, please let me go. In the dim corner where the light of the luminous stone could not shine, the Knoll leader, Claw Hornego, was imprisoned there. The moonlight is dim. In the black iron cage, Nigo was bound with his hands and feet, and lay there with injuries all over his body. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded him, looking at Nigo. The weakness and injury made Nigo worried, and these people probably didn't want him to live. Just haven't found a way to deal with it. Do you have any new information to tell me? Fong Hao did not approach, but asked softly into the darkness. No. As soon as Nigo answered, he turned his head away when he saw Fong Hao, and hurriedly said, My lord, I am willing to be loyal to you and find out information for you. Really, I will be an undercover agent and find out all the information for you. Hearing Nigo's words, Fong Hao's footsteps stopped. Going undercover is a good idea. The reason why Nigo can live till now. Fong Hao didn't kill him, but it wasn't because it was of any use. It's just that Nelson is working to transform vampires into skeleton heroes, but there is no way to transform Nigo. Kill him now. It's summer again. I'm afraid that the smell will affect everyone's mood. All in all, he would be locked for a few days, waiting for Nelson's transformation to complete, and then proceeding with the next steps. Now hearing Nigo's words, Fong Hao fell into contemplation. There is still too little information about the Skullbroken tribe. It would be a good idea to put an undercover agent in and find out the enemy's next move. Can you enter the Skullbroken tribe? Fong Hao stopped and looked at Nigo in the iron cage in the dark. I can, my lord. The scouts from the Skullbroken have mentioned that they will be rewarded for helping the Skullbroken tribe. If I use this excuse to enter the tribe, I will definitely be able to join them and give you information. Nigo, he spoke loudly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He doesn't want to die. Of course, he won't be loyal to Fong Hao. As long as he has an excuse to leave here, he will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Torture the human in front of you, and the little girl who beat him to death. Nigo thought in his heart, but his tone was still sincere and respectful. Sir, I will definitely do my best to make up for my fault. Fong Hao stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. That's a good idea. Of course, it's a good idea to put undercover, not Nigo. It is impossible to reach a reconciliation by destroying his race by himself. Even if there is a hero contract, Nigo's loyalty will not be too high. What's more, the only hero contract in his hand was used on Njia. My lord, the great chief of the Skull Crush tribe, known as a tyrant, has a strong army. If you don't have information, you will probably suffer a loss. Nigo's slender tongue licked his dry lips. I will give the information to you, bring it back, the number of troops and horses, and the time of the attack, I will tell you. Nigo was still chattering, trying to make Fong Hao accept his thoughts. Your idea is good. I need to think about it. After Fong Hao finished speaking, he gradually disappeared amid Nigo's pleas. Back to the room, it was very late. Lying on the bed, watching everyone chatting on the regional channel, I fell asleep. The next morning, seeing Wei Wei Fan Liang that day, Fong Hao got up and stretched a lot. Go to the bathroom, wash up, then walk out of the room and go downstairs. And Jia's room is still closed, and she probably hasn't gotten up yet. Ear was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for the three of them. Get out of the Lord's mansion. Rabbit people get up very early and work according to their own division of labor. Master, you got up so early today. A rabbit girl greeted her with a smile, bowed, and saluted. Simple movements. Let simple clothes open wide, revealing large areas of white. The rabbit girls are young and have a bumpy figure. Let people feast their eyes in the morning. Of course, Fong Hao, who has seen the world, just smiled and said, Morning. Good morning, master. The rabbit girl's face also bloomed with joy. Here, there is food to eat and a house to live in. No one has bullied them yet. Especially this master is more easygoing on weekdays. For them, this place is simply paradise. Therefore, the rabbit people integrated very quickly, and when they saw Fong Hao, they took the initiative to salute and say hello. When you meet a working skeleton, you will not show fear. Fong Hao walked out of the territory directly. Come to the logging area of the labor skeletons. Open the crafting column and select Simple Handsaw. Simple Handsaw, Hard and Tough Wood 1, Cast Iron Block 1, Metal Parts 2. Make 30. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get a Simple Handsaw 30-30. 3,000 handsaws appeared in the open space in front of him. The shape of the handsaw is not much different from the saws seen in modern times. Sharp serrations for efficient sawing through wood. Replace the tools and put the rest in the warehouse. Fong Hao ordered loudly. Hearing Fong Hao's order, the logging skeletons working nearby all came over and changed the tools in their hands. The lumber mill comes with a small tool warehouse for easy access to tools. Soon, the labor skeletons replaced the tools in their hands with handsaws, and the rest were put into the warehouse. In the logging field, Fong Hao arranged for 1,000 labor skeletons. The reason for making 3,000 tools is more to consider the problem of replacement after wear. Skeletons work day and night and consume quickly, and sometimes I am too busy, and it is easy to neglect and forget. So, make more and be prepared. After making the tool, Fong Hao returned to the territory and began to make the newly obtained black iron armor. The territory now has nearly 50,000 skeleton soldiers. First, replace the skeleton troops in the territory with new equipment. Dark Iron Knight Sword, green 3 cast iron blocks, 1 hardwood, 1 leather. Make 300. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get the Black Iron Knight Sword 30300. Dark Iron Open Helmet. Leather 5, Iron 3, Iron Plate 4. Make 500. Triggered by 100 times increase. Obtain 50,500 Black Iron Open Helmet. Wooden Mask. Hard and Tough Wood 1, Leather 2, Metal Parts 1. Make 500. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get a wooden mask of 50,500. 3 drawings were made one after another. Fong Hao's surroundings were filled with equipment. The numbers have reached an astonishing level. Pick up a black Iron Knight sword and check the attributes. Dark Iron Knight sword, green. Category, one-handed sword. Damage, level 3 damage. Description, an imitation based on a knight's sword. Although it is only an imitation, it does not prevent it from cutting off your head. A second-order skeleton warrior with sword and shield proficiency. Equipped with a knight's sword, it can greatly improve the lethality of the skeleton warrior and make up for the gap between the ranks. Black Iron Open Helm. Category, head defense. Defense, level 3 defense. Description, the open visor can be more comprehensive and provide defense for the head. The Black Iron Open Helmet is more like the Iron Can helmet in the movie. Like an iron bucket, a T-shaped gap was opened at the eyes and nose. Yes, it is different from the iron barrel. Otherwise, Fong Hao might as well make a few iron buckets, let the skeleton soldiers carry them on their heads, and usually hold water. Continue to check out the last prop. Wooden Mask, green. Category, mask. Ability, level 1 fear. First level fear. Wearing a mask has a chance to trigger a first-level fear state, causing the enemy's living troops to have negative states such as fear and morale drop. Fear effects cannot be stacked. Take the maximum level of fear. Description, the mask was originally created from a mold that was used as a construct's facial armor. With the improvement, it has become the current mask. It is painted with various ghost-shaped faces, which is scary and disturbing. Wooden Mask. The biggest benefit is the ability to provide. The first level of fear can make the enemy's creatures have a chance of fear and various negative states. This effect, on the body of the undead family, will definitely be better, and there may be a superimposed effect. The army of undead spread all over the mountains and plains, wearing eerie masks. Whoever it is, I have to be nervous. Negative emotions are normal. Go and call Horan. Fong Hao said to a rabbit girl not far away. Master, whose your name is Fireblade. The bunny girl pinched her fingers and said softly, although I knew that skeletons would not hurt them, I would not dare to approach the undead area on weekdays. It's the skeleton hero with a long blade and red armor all over. Fong Hao described it. Oh. The bunny girl was a little nervous, but she still followed the order and went to the skeleton hero in the description. Soon, the bunny came over with a flaming blade. Fireblade's outfit is very conspicuous. Blood-red armor, with a long blade on the waist, the armor rubs when walking, a general demeanor. Sir, you are looking for me. Fireblade said in a salute. These are newly made equipment. You can arrange it, replace it for the soldiers, and put the eliminated equipment in the material area first. Fong Hao said. The material area is a simple pergola built on an open space, used to store too many resources. It's your lord. Fireblade took the lead, and after leaving, he began to organize the skeletons to change equipment. With the increase of heroes, Fong Hao's population management is also much more convenient. You don't need to keep shouting all day long. Just leave it to each person in charge. After explaining the Fireblade, Fong Hao walked out of the equipment pile. I was just about to return to the Lord Shalu for breakfast. And Jia also walked downstairs while rubbing her eyes. This is really sleeping until you wake up naturally. No pressure at all. Yeah, you got up so early. Seeing Fong Hao, and Jia yawned and said. Fong Hao rolled her eyes at her. Why did he wake up so early? He was already busy for a long time. Yi brought breakfast to the table, and the three started to eat. And Jia and Yi, the two chatted while eating. Fong Hao still opened the Book of Lords and checked the chat on the regional channel. Asked for the building materials of the 4th level Lord's Mansion stone bricks. Some private chat with price. Know the production method and blueprint. Exchange at a high price. Damn it, the upstairs has reached the 4th level Lord's Mansion. This is too fierce. It's awesome. I just got the 2nd level Lord's Mansion. I only saved enough materials yesterday to upgrade the city wall to the 2nd level. It's really more popular than people. Level 4, it should be the highest level in our area. Not necessarily. Maybe Fong Hao has a higher level. Maybe. Impossible. According to the initial peasant population, the amount of resources mined every day can never exceed level 4. If you say it's impossible, it's impossible. You think the boss is you. Ignorance. Transmigration also has anal essence. Nima. Ding. Fong Hao watched a few people discuss, and the private chat suddenly issued a reminder. Could it be that the 4th level lord came to buy stone bricks from himself? When I opened it, I found myself thinking too much. It was a lord who sent a message. Mr. Fong Hao, are you collecting shadow stones? Fong Hao has been buying shadow stones for the past few days, and he made it clear that whether it is props, weapons, or rejuvenation springs, he will give priority to the shadow stones. This made everyone in the channel interested in the shadow stone. After all, weapons and rejuvenation springs are quite expensive now. Yes, why do you have it? Fong Hao asked. Can I ask first, what is the use of this shadow stone? Seeing that the introduction is from the undead race. What's the use of taking it, sir? The other party asked. It can be seen that this person has obtained a shadow stone. However, knowing that Fong Hao would take it again, he was afraid that the shadow stone would have any special effect, so he sold it and lost it. First ask the role, before deciding whether to sell or not. Fong Hao replied directly. I got a special building for the undead, which requires shadow stones, and ordinary human buildings can't use it. Oh, okay. Fong Hao, I have 13 here. I want to exchange some weapons with you. Can. That, boss. Do you have any other iron tools besides the iron spear? Is the iron sword okay? Okay, great. Fong Hao happened to have a better batch of iron swords today, and he can exchange shadow stones with him. 1 shadow stone and 3 iron swords. Fong Hao quoted directly. Don't make trouble, boss. This is a rare resource. You said that you should give priority to exchange. 3 are too few. 5 iron swords. The other party said, you can't sell the shadow stones except me. If you lose 4 of them, you and I will not pay. Okay, then 4. I will list the designated transaction. Okay, I will pay this price next time. Okay, I'll take someone to look for it later. Soon, it was convenient to put 13 shadow stones on the shelves, and Fong Hao put the promised 52 iron swords in exchange. Ding! Just after the exchange was completed, the private chat was ringing. Boss, are the underwear I ordered ready? I can't stand it anymore. Fong Hao remembered this person. The last time he collected linen on the channel, he said that he wanted to customize a pair of fabric panties. The leather panties were too abrasive. It's been so long, and he still thinks about it. I'll ask when I have time. I've been busy recently, so I didn't pay attention to this matter. Mr. Fong Hao, think of a way. The skin is too uncomfortable. You won't wear it. Gentlemen, how can you be free and easy? Fong Hao said, stumbling while walking. Damn, bragging. After chatting for a while, they closed the Book of Lords, and the 3 also finished their breakfast. And Jia yawned and wanted to take a nap, but was stopped by Fong Hao. And Jia, go and call Xiaoyu up and follow me to see that jackal. Oh, fine. And Jia pouted and walked out reluctantly. Fong Hao came to the cage, and Jia and Xiaoyu came over. The ghost is not afraid of the sun, but it is also a little annoyed. When I came here, I quickly hid in a shadow, avoiding the intense sunlight. The Knoll originally wanted to ask for mercy, but when he saw that Jia was coming, he lay quietly on the ground and pretended to be dead. For fear of where I might provoke this crazy woman, I brought him out and beat him. Sir, what are your orders? Xiaoyu said softly. Her loyalty to Fong Hao has reached 90 points. It is already very high, and she will do her best to complete any orders Fong Hao issues. Fong Hao glanced at the weak Knoll and said, I want you to attach to him. Go to the Cold Wind Mountains and ask me for information. Xiaoyu also looked at the Knoll with an embarrassed expression on her face. Sir, you let me possess a hero? How is this possible? Xiaoyu in incorporeal form showed a surprised expression. She is only a tier 3 unit. When she sees a hero on weekdays, she has to walk around her, let alone possess her. Now Fong Hao let him possess a hero. It is not resistance. It is impossible to complete. Fong Hao naturally knew this. Xiaoyu has the ability to possess the soul, which is an upgraded version of the ability to possess. Even so, if you want to complete possession, there are still many restrictions. The most important factor is rank and strength. It's hard to possess a unit stronger than you. What if he is a soulless living dead? Can he possess himself? Fong Hao glanced at the knoll in the distance. Fong Hao's idea is very simple. He felt that Xiaoyu's spirit was possessed, which was very similar to his own divine presence, except that the target of his divine presence was the undead troops under his command, and he could not use divine presence on other units. Xiaoyu's spirit is possessed, but it is an arbitrary creature unit, which satisfies Fong Hao's initial assumption. Whether it is God's presence or possession, there are certain fixed requirements. The stronger the unit that descends, the higher the intelligence and soul strength, and the more difficult it is to possess. What if it was just this body that Nego survived? Could it be simpler? Hearing Fong Hao's words, Xiaoyu panicked. Sir, I don't know if I can succeed or not. I have never used this ability. After she woke up, she was in the ancient tomb and never went out. Naturally, this ability has never been used. No hurry, try it then. Fong Hao said. The voice just fell. The figure of the corpse which Nelson appeared and walked slowly. Originally, Nelson was performing the transformation ceremony, and Fong Hao didn't want to interrupt, but the threat of the skull-broken tribe forced him to find Nelson. Lord. Nelson walked closer and saluted slightly. Ms. Nelson, there is some situation in the territory, and you have to interrupt your ceremony. Fong Hao said. Oh, what happened? Nelson asked softly. Then, Fong Hao told the story of the Cold Wind Mountain Range and the Skull-Shattered tribe. And I told Nelson about my plan again. Nelson glanced at the ghost in the shadow, who hurriedly bowed and saluted, showing respect. Well, you can try it, and take this jackal to the Organ Museum, Nelson said directly. Immediately, a skeleton soldier stepped forward and lifted the knoll, followed behind Nelson, and walked into the Organ Museum with a loud shout from the knoll. Fong Hao was left behind and waited outside the door. Who is this? I haven't seen it before. And Zhao was on the side and gently scolded Fong Hao. This is the hero of our territory, Bachelor Nelson. Fong Hao said. Oh, just as the three of them were chatting, in the Organ Museum, they suddenly remembered the piercing howl of a knoll. Just hearing this miserable cry made people feel a chill down their spines. Immediately afterwards, the door of the Organ Museum opened again. My lord, it has been dealt with. This ghost can try it. If it can't be possessed, I can dry the body and save it. Nelson leaned on his staff and stood aside. Fong Hao nodded and looked at the ghost beside him. Xiaoyu, try possessing yourself. Yes, my lord. Xiaoyu approached the corpse little by little, turned into a mist, and merged into the body of the knoll lying on the ground. Next second, the knoll who closed his eyes suddenly opened his eyes. He rolled over and sat up, his eyes widened, and he looked around. Xiaoyu. The knoll stood up immediately, crossed his legs, and bowed his feet. Sir, do you think this is okay? A knoll with some hair loss and scars all over his body, with a twisted lady salute, is a bit unacceptable. But what is certain is that Xiaoyu succeeded. At this time, she can control this body. And from Fong Hao's point of view, it's still the same. Claw Hornigo. Very good. Next, you have to pay attention to your behavior. You are a knoll hero. Fong Hao asked. Oh well, Xiaoyu feels pretty good. She can manipulate this body at will, as if she has a body. However, the image of a jackal made her feel very uncomfortable. This body can be kept for 5 days. After 5 days, there will be signs of death. You have to investigate the situation and return within 5 days, or find a new body. Nelson reminded aside. In other words, this body can only last for 5 days. After 5 days, it will be seen that he is dead, and then Xiaoyu himself will be in danger. I understand, Bachelor Nelson. I will bring the information back. Xiaoyu said, treating this undead bachelor with the same respect in his words and deeds. Okay, be careful about everything, and come back first if there is any danger. Fong Hao also instructed. Next, several people discussed the matters that need to be paid attention to. After repeatedly instructing to focus on safety, Xiaoyu, wearing the body of a jackal, rode out of the territory and quickly rushed towards the Cold Wind Mountains. Before leaving, Fong Hao introduced her to the situation of the Knoll tribe and gave her the teleportation scroll bound with the coordinates of the territory. In the flying horseshoe, he left the territory. After sending Xiaoyu away, Nelson closed the door of the Organ Museum again. Continue to do half the work yourself. Fong Hao is also thinking about where the territory should continue to increase some defenses. Just when thinking about it, Eeyore walked over quickly and said softly, Master, the skeleton merchant is here and is waiting for you in the market area. Time for the skeleton merchant again? It's been a few days since the last time. Okay, I'll go right there. Market area. The skeleton merchant, leaning on a jeweled cane and withered fingers, played with the handle in his hand. The pupils, which were burning with faint blue fire, were looking at the territory in front of them in surprise. Generous city walls, towering watchtowers, magic towers containing magical energy, as well as organ museums, blacksmith shops, tailor shops. Hard to imagine. In just 7 days, this territory has actually developed to this point. If it weren't for his brain, he would still be flexible. He would think that he remembered the wrong time, or came to the wrong territory. Just as he was shocked, he saw Fong Hao striding over. Skeleton Merchant Rule immediately smiled and said respectfully, "Dear sir, we meet again." "Yeah, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Ruhr." Fong Hao replied with a smile. His transactions with Rule have always been smooth, and some of the items purchased have also greatly improved the power of the territory. "I hope this time the goods can satisfy the adults." Lure's crutch tapped the ground. The bone shelf appeared with the items for sale today. Fong Hao stepped forward to check the cargo information. Frost Orange Production Blueprint, green. Price, 10 war coins. Black Powder Making Blueprint, green. Price, 25 Warfire coins. Seiko Mill Construction Blueprint, blue. Price, 30 war coins. Frost Orange Soap Making Blueprint, green. Price, 10 war coins. Black Powder Making Blueprint, green. Price, 25 Warfire coins. Seiko Mill Construction Blueprint, blue. Price, 30 war coins. Advanced Hero Contract, purple. Price, 320 Warfire coins. Organ Jar, green. Price, 50 Warfire coins. It seems that the relationship between the territory has been improved, and the quality of the drawings on the shelves has also been improved. Most of it was white before, with a green or two. Now it's all green and blue, with a purple drawing. I want it all. Fong Hao took out 435 Warfire coins and handed them over to the skeleton merchant. "Thank you for your generosity." The skeleton merchant took the blueprints, took them off the shelves one by one, and handed them over to Fong Hao. Fong Hao took over the drawings and recorded them in the Book of Lords. When the skeleton merchants sold out, they had to leave. "Mr. Ruhr, if you are not in a hurry, sit down and talk," Fong Hao said. The skeleton merchant paused and looked at Fong Hao curiously. Then he said, "No hurry. What do you want to talk about?" The two sat down on the stone bench beside them. "I remember Mr. Ruhl mentioned before that when the territorial mansion reaches the stone building level, you can sell items to the outside world. My Lord Mansion has been upgraded to the stone building level. What should I do next?" Fong Hao straight to the point. Fong Hauke clearly remembered that Ruhl said that the market can be sold to the outside world. Now the Lord's Mansion has reached the stone building level, but then I don't know how to operate it. There is no further guidance. Oh, it turns out that the adults are troubled by this matter. Ruhl understood why Fong Hao wanted to chat with him, and also knew that in just 1 week, this territory had been upgraded to the stone building stage. This speed of development, even a businessman like Ruhr who travels around, is surprised in his heart. Yes, does Mr. Ruhr know how? If you want to sell items to various forces through the market, you must be approved by the Sky Eye Business Alliance, and you can sell your own goods if you become a member of it, Luhr explained. Fong Hao frowned, wondering why there was another Sky Eye Business Alliance. Then how can I join the Sky Eye Business Alliance? He didn't expect that if he wanted to sell goods through the market, he still needed the approval of the Sky Eye Business Alliance. Ruhl continued to answer. It is not an easy task to obtain the recognition of the Sky Eye Business Alliance, and only the more powerful forces in each region are eligible to join. Members' endorsement and referral. Fong Hao touched his chin. This is really a bit strict. It feels like bidding with the company. Mr. Ruhr, is there any way to obtain this guarantee referral? Haha, your lord is really direct. If your lord wants to get a referral, I can tell this to Otis, Lord, and win it for you. Ruhr's chin kept shaking, and he let out a hoarse laugh. Ruhl is not the owner of the Skeleton Chamber of Commerce, at best a waiter in charge of local business. The King of Bones, Otis, is the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and a lord. Whether or not you can get a referral depends on Otis' attitude. Then I would like to thank Mr. Ruhl. If it can be successful, I will definitely offer a thank you gift. Fong Hao said. According to Ruhr, there are very few forces on this continent that are willing to deal with the undead. Therefore, the recommended places in Otis's hands are often vacant. In addition, Fong Hao has a high influence in the undead camp. Then the chances of getting this recommendation place are very high. The two sat for a while. Fong Hao talked sideways again, chatting a little about this continent. About the dead. But Rule is also quite shrewd. He talked to Fong Hao about some things, but he definitely got to the point. After chatting for a while, Luer asked Fong Hao to wait for the news and left the territory through the teleportation array. Send away the skeleton merchant. Fong Hao continued to work on his own business. Now the hero in the territory, the maid shares most of the work, but he is still very busy. One thing after another, there is always something to do. Open the Book of Lords to see the blueprints you just purchased. The first 3 are all production drawings, and the production materials are insufficient, so they cannot be produced. Next are the construction drawings. Class 1 Seiko Mill, wood 1200, stone 800, rope 550, iron 220, metal parts 120, natural gem 2. Description: Seiko Mill, which increases grain grinding output by 10% and production speed by 5%. In an instant, a building appeared in front of him. Although the building is finished, but no grains. I didn't give it an upgrade, and I upgraded it when there was grain that needed to be used in the mill. Otherwise, upgrading in advance will not have much effect. After a busy morning, it was already noon. It felt like I had just finished breakfast when Eeyore called for lunch again. When you come to the table, the food is already on the table. While eating, Fong Hao casually opened the Book of Lords to see what everyone was talking about. The weather is good, and it's a good day to return from hunting. You still hunt yourself? Don't you have soldiers, Commander Bear? Hey, it's so boring. I really want to play games. I really want to watch TV shows. I really miss the ladies and sisters in the hard drive. Yeah, is the little brother upstairs boring? I can chat with you, 50 units of resources per hour, and if the territory is near, you can meet and chat. Is business developing so fast? Is there a chat? No. I'm curious. How can we talk for an hour with only 10 speaking rights a day? What people say is offline chat, mouth-to-mouth chat. I went, and I suffocated for an hour. Accept natural gems at high prices. The channel is still as interesting as ever. Watching everyone chat can not only relieve stress, but also learn a lot of new vocabulary and new knowledge. Let you know how out of touch you are. Fong Hao watched everyone chatting. Posted a request for purchase. Receive all kinds of grains and grain seeds, and some people chat privately with the amount. It's okay if Fong Hao doesn't speak. Everyone chats and brags normally. As soon as he spoke, the channel was like chicken blood. My chow, Mr. Fong Hao has spoken. The big guy finally showed up, and he hasn't spoken in the group for a long time. Brother Fong Hao, I'm your only fan. Please look familiar. No, what are you talking about? Has no one noticed that Fong Hao is collecting grain? You're making a fuss. A few days ago, Mr. Fong Hao collected seeds. Recently, he wanted to plant grains. Why? No. In the channel, the discussion is in full swing. Fong Hao's private chat also received messages one after another. Mr. Fong Hao, I have wheat seeds here. Do you need them? The name of the private message sent to Fong Hao is also easy to remember. It is called Lu Chi. Yes, how much do you have? Fong Hao asked. 1 basket, about the size of a wash basin, 1 basket, Lu Chi said. I'm going, that's a lot. Fong Hao said. Where did you get so much? There are fields near the territory. You can also sell them to me if they are mature. I changed it. There is a village outside the territory. I took some resources and exchanged seeds with them. Zhuang Zhong did not hide it. After going through the second mandatory mission, the patrolling militia sent by Lu Chi found the local farmers. After some investigation, knowing that the villagers were quite friendly, they went to the village in person to conduct friendly exchanges. In the village, Lu Chi switched to fruit and food, which was considered a source of food. I also got some seeds in exchange, and when there are more farmers in the territory, I plan to plant them myself. I happened to see Fong Hao buying seeds, just so I could change some of the equipment I needed. Oh, let's trade the seeds first, Fong Hao said. Everyone has their own opportunities. Fong Hao found the orc market, and Lu Chi found the human village. Each gets some benefit from the natives. At the same time, through Lu Chi's narration, Fong Hao also let Fong Hao know that there are still human villages in this area, and his own territory happened to be in a place where there were many orcs. How do you plan to exchange? Fong Hao continued to ask. Armor. Boss, I want armor. Fong Hao was taken aback. I thought that Lu Chi would give priority to choosing weapons like everyone else. Unexpectedly, the other party was considering armor. In other words, Lu Chi's territory does not have to worry about equipping soldiers with iron weapons. Sure enough, everyone has different levels of development. There are animal skin helmets, animal skin armors, and hardwood shields. Which one do you want? Hardwood shield. Hardwood shields are more popular in the market, so I count you 5 hardwood shields. Fong Hao said. Okay, then I'm on the shelf. Kindness. Soon, Fong Hao received a designated transaction. Put 5 hardwood shields on top, and there is a basket made of thatch next to your hand, which contains wheat seeds. Finished lunch in a few bites. Fong Hao came to Ling Tian with the wheat seeds. First, increase the number of Lingshans. Materials required for the first level spiritual field: 1,500 wood, 800 stone, 300 hemp rope, 5 natural gems, and 1 trace of the earth. In Fong Hao's hands, all kinds of materials are abundant. Directly expand 5 first-level spiritual fields. After raising all the spiritual fields to level 5 spiritual fields, this plain near the stream is covered by spiritual fields. Next, it was handed over to the labor skeleton for planting. Fong Hao didn't have to worry about it. After everything was done, it was still early. Fong Hao ordered some people and took Jia out to continue exploring the surrounding area. Don't come back until close to dusk. In addition to getting some meat, he also opened a silver treasure chest and obtained a blueprint for making a siege ladder from it. Siege ladder. Wood 220, hemp rope 150, metal parts 10. Description: a simple siege ladder that can be made quickly so that soldiers can climb the city wall. Battles of the past. The opponent Fong Hao met did not have a particularly tall city wall. It is basically a gathering point at the village level. Skeleton soldiers, dozens of times higher than the enemy's number, attack the city wall like a group of arhats. Rarely use any tactical strategy. Sometimes when you talk too much, it is difficult for the skeleton soldiers to distinguish the situation, but there will be various loopholes. When you get back, tidy up. After dinner, prepare to rest. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao just turned over when he felt something soft on his arm. When he opened his eyes, he saw Igor lying beside him, staring at him with big eyes and a smile on his face. Last night, Igor stayed? How could he not remember? Oh, why are you here? I saw that the master was sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you, and waited for the master to get up. Igor said softly with a sweet smile. Igor Fong Hao's loyalty has reached 100%. Fong Hao has absolute trust in Igor, and Igor is also very dependent on him. Therefore, Fong Hao's bedroom allows Igor to come and go, clean up on weekdays, and sometimes wake Fong Hao up. Oh, then get up, there are still many things to do. Fong Hao stretched and sat up. Master, Mr. Sawyer came in the morning, as if something happened. Igor said while serving Fong Hao to get dressed. Sawyer is a skeleton cutter. Speaking of Sawyer, Fong Hao remembered that the Lord who often urged him because of his leather pants. Okay, I'll take a look later, Fong Hao said. After getting dressed, the two walked out of the bedroom. After washing, he walked out of the Lord's stone building. Looking at the bright sky, Fong Hao moved his stiff body. The weather is so nice today. In the territory, fitness exercise. Huarun carried the long blade and strode over. Sir. Well, good morning, Fireblade, Fong Hao said while doing stretching exercises. My lord, I have increased the scope and strength of patrols on the north and west sides of the territory as requested by your lord. If there is an enemy approaching, you can find it as soon as possible, Huarun said loudly. Well, especially the scouts who are careful of the orcs. Once they are found, they will be eradicated immediately, Fong Hao said. It's an adult. Huarun nodded and strode away. Huarun left. Fong Hao continued his training. After running around the territory for 2 laps, he stopped when he passed the tailor's shop. Lord. Sawyer saw Fong Hao coming and walked over quickly. Well, said she went to the Lord's mansion to find me in the morning. Fong Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, sir, the clothes you mentioned last time have been made, Sawyer said. The current scope of work of the tailor is to make clothes for the residents of the territory. In addition to Fong Hao and Sawyer was first told the size of his body and clothes. The rest of the newly added rabbit people also don't have a decent and complete set of costumes. Dilapidated linen slave clothes, washed and faded. Need to change washing and normal wear, house clothes. Okay, take me to have a look. Fong Hao wore only 2 sets over and over. The two came to the shed where the tailors worked. In a separate room, the clothes made this time were stacked. Lord, try it. Fang Hao took off his coat and put on an off-white short robe. The short robe is made of cotton cloth and cotton thread. Although the style is ordinary, it is very comfortable to wear on the body. Outside of combat, it can be worn as home clothing. In addition to clothes and trousers, the tailors also rushed to work on some underwear. Not bad. Fang Hao was very satisfied. These are clothes for your maid, Sawyer said. The number of maids in the territory has increased, and the number of clothes has also increased. Different from Fang Hao's short robe, the maid's clothing, under the suggestion of Fang Hao, a design master, has made a bold design that is not in line with this era. Known as maid outfits and bunny girl outfits. Due to time constraints, there is a series of Christmas clothes, nurse clothes, flight attendant clothes, student clothes, witch clothes, etc., which are being designed. It will be produced in succession in the future. After understanding Fang Hao's design concept, it also allowed Sawyer to find inspiration in clothing. Instead of following the original production rules, he tried some bold innovations. Saying goodbye to Sawyer and others, Fang Hao returned to the stone building, with several skeletons behind him holding a lot of clothing. Ear happened to bring out the prepared breakfast from the kitchen. Master, breakfast is ready. It's time to eat. The aroma of food fills the entire restaurant. Ear, who has the ability to be a chef, is her strength and her hobby. With enough food and seasoning, 1 or 2 new dishes can be developed, and the taste is still very good. Well, don't worry, the clothes made by Sawyer are out. You bring them too to try these clothes on. You wear this. Fang Hao handed the clothes in his hand to the 2 of them. In addition to Ear, the maid in charge of the Lord's mansion also has 2 other rabbit girls. Oh good. Ear took the clothes, with joy in her eyes. The other 2 maids of the rabbit tribe were also quite happy, and the 3 went into the room to change their clothes. Soon, the 3 of them bowed their heads and walked out with red faces. The 2 maids wore black and white maid outfits, with skirts extending to the thighs, revealing long white straight legs, and a pair of brown leather boots on their feet. Not bad, really good. Fang Hao nodded slightly. Now it's just a pair of black silk, otherwise it's more like perfection. Ear, on the other hand, was wearing a black bunny costume with a low neckline, revealing a plump gully, and one-piece shorts tightly wrapping her hips. Exposing the rabbit's tail and the somewhat reddish ears of the rabbit made people swell with blood. Master, does this look good? Ear asked in a low voice. Nice. Thank you, Master. Ear replied. The clothes you wear are called maid clothes. You will wear them at work in the future. There are also some clothes that you will wear at ordinary times. When the time comes, Ear, you will distribute them to everyone, and they will be changed for you one after another. Fang Hao said, Master, what about me? What's it called? Ear asked curiously while stroking her bunny dress. This, I don't have a name yet. You dress nicely, so let's call it a rabbit girl costume in the future. Fang Hao patted his thigh, as if he suddenly thought of a name. Oh, name it after us. Ear was a little embarrassed. Okay, I think it's quite suitable. You don't usually need to wear this body. You can wear it when you're alone. Fang Hao said. Oh, good master. Fang Hao sent all the maid costumes. Ear returned to the room, put on a maid outfit, and walked out again. Even though all the bunny girls are relatively good-looking, Ear's appearance is still far superior to the others. Body appearance, plus after entering the territory. Nutrition can also keep up, and the temperament and state of the whole person are better than others. After handing over the clothes to the other 2 rabbit girls, Ear went upstairs and asked Njia to get up to eat. You can't wake her up for anything. Just eat. Njia sat down at the dining table, approached Fang Hao, and said softly, Where's mine? What's yours? New clothes. They all have them. Why don't I have them? Njia said unconvinced. It meant new clothes. It's a maid's outfit. It's what maids wear when they work. Fang Hao explained. Fang Hao also prepared ordinary clothes for Njia. Only this maid outfit doesn't have hers. I don't care. Give me a set. Njia said. Fang Hao was helpless and said, Okay. Ear will give Njia a set. Good master. Ear nodded. 101 skeleton cutters work, and the number of clothes is still enough. Since Njia wants it, it's okay to give her a set. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Njia showed a satisfied smile and chatted with Ear while eating. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and chatted privately with the Lord of the Leather Underwear. Are you there? I'm here. Boss, have you made your underwear? The other party's reply was quite fast, and it seemed that he was also reading the Book of Lords. Out. Give me 5. How can the boss exchange it? Men's underwear made by tailors is a loose boxer with a tethered waist, so there is no such thing as a size. You can wear it as long as you are not too fat. Besides, after being here in the world for so many days, even fat people are now hungry and thin. Do you have scarce resources? I have no shortage of common resources, so it is difficult to price. Fong Hao said. The basic resources Fong Hao can't use up, and if they want to exchange, they still need some scarce resources. There are some, the boss will directly say the price. The other party continued. If Fong Hao Lion opened his mouth, he would ask for a price because a pair of underwear was going to die. Then he would rather continue to wear leather underwear, or not in the future. Let's do this. 1 unit is exchanged for 2, and you need 5 to count as your 2 rare resources. Fong Hao said. Oh, yes, you can put it on the shelves, Big Brother 5. Kindness. Fong Hao directly designated to trade men's underwear for 5 days, and the other party also happily traded 1 natural gem and 1 essence of the earth. Such a simple and fast transaction made Fong Hao happy. In the second mandatory mission, all surviving players have obtained rare resources of a certain amount of clinker. Throw away what you can use and improve the building level, and there are still many left. There are not many materials for making underwear, and it is convenient to make. It is also a new way to get rich. After thinking about it, he immediately shouted in the channel, sell all kinds of men's and women's underwear, 2 rare resources per unit, cotton clothing for men and women, 1 rare resource for 3 units. Blueprints and special items can be privately chatted. After editing, send it directly. The discussion was in full swing, and with the appearance of Fong Hao, the topic was suddenly brought to clothing. I'm going. Has Fong Hao entered the clothing industry again? Am I witnessing the rise of a capital predator? Underwear is so expensive. I'd better go naked. I heard from an old Chinese doctor that it will help with secondary development. Okay, Brother Fong Hao will be on the shelves soon. I only have 1 piece of clothes here, and my underwear stinks. Cough. What? Miss, I'll give you 2 units of rare resources. You can buy a new one and give me the old underwear. My chow, brother, you are perverted. You also want smelly underwear. Miss, I will provide 3 units of rare resources. Pervert, I will give out 5 units. Looking at everyone's speech, Fong Hao was dumbfounded. What's the situation? How do you feel that the other party's old underwear sells better than your own, and there is an auction? Fong Hao put underwear and home clothing on the shelves at the price set by him. Items on the shelves are being sold quickly, can be sold in less than 10 minutes. In the channel, there are feedbacks that are not satisfied with the goods. Oh, this dress is so ugly, it's almost like a peasant's. Yeah, it's so dirty, it's like country clothes. You guys are so cute. What is this place? It's good to have a clean one. I thought I was walking the red carpet. It's even more beautiful and funny. Does it have anything to do with you? My mother has resources, and does Brother Fong Hao have nice clothes? It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. This. Ordinary women's clothes made by tailors are actually ordinary cotton clothes. Naturally, it will not focus on aesthetics and design like modern clothes. Fong Hao thought about it for a while, and sent a message of made outfit in the channel. Yeah, made outfit, this looks good. Mr. Fong Hao, it's really a big game. So, there are women in Fong Hao's territory, otherwise who will this maid dress for? You're right, can't the boss have some personal hobbies? Oh, if you say that, I'm a little excited. Originally, Fong Hao thought that the maid wearing this kind of clothes was to satisfy the preferences of men. It will be difficult to sell in this difficult stage of survival. But the fact is exactly the opposite of what he thinks. Compared with ordinary men's and women's clothing, maid clothes are surprisingly good sellers. Except for the bunny girls, the rest were all sold out in less than 5 minutes. Best-selling, far more than ordinary clothing. It seems that personalized clothes are also very popular. Maid clothes are sold out, ordinary clothes are also rapidly decreasing, and underwear is still on sale because of the large number. At the same time, Fong Hao also received a large number of pre-orders. There are many of them. You can tell by the name that they are the lords of men, and they are also ordering maid clothes. In this new world, unleash your nature and find your true self. Had breakfast. Fong Hao returned to his bedroom and began to study today's plan. The area near the territory has almost been explored, and the south, and northwest have been cleaned up. In particular, and Jia joined her, and she went out for a walk when she had nothing to do. The dens of the nearby beasts were turned upside down. The map I bought from the tavern still has one left in my hand, but it is located in the east of the Tauren camp, and it may be troublesome if it is far away. Coupled with the threat of the skull-shattered tribe, he had to force him to speed up the process of development. Lie on the bed and go straight into the state of divine presence. Next second, Feng Hao appeared on the skeleton warriors stationed in Pigman village. The soul fire in his pupils had just ignited, and he saw Petty just returning from outside the territory, and the pigs who followed him whispered something. Petty. Feng Hao stepped down from the city wall and shouted. Except for the patrolling nearby, the rest of the defenders who stayed in the Pigman village stood guard on the city wall. When Petty saw the skeleton calling him, he knew that Feng Hao was using his abilities. After briefly explaining to the other pigmen, he came to Feng Hao and said, "Sir." "Well, Petty, last time I asked you to arrange for someone to investigate the Dragon Burial Cave. How's it going?" Feng Hao asked. Since the Dragon Burial Cave is still north of Pigman village, Petty was asked to arrange staff to investigate the situation very early. "There is already a result. Please, I will show you the map." Petty made a gesture of invitation. The two entered the Patriarch's Hall. Petty took out a simple hand-painted map and placed it in front of Feng Hao. "Sir, the location of the Dragon Burial Cave is located in a continuous mountain range. The road is rugged and the resources are very poor. I arranged a few ways of people to explore a route. If you give me some time, I can continue to explore the mountains." Petty introduced. On the map of the Book of Lords, the location of the Dragon Burial Cave is bright, and the rest of the surroundings are still covered by fog, which belongs to the unexplored stage. For Feng Hao, this pigman's exploration is still very helpful. "No, these are enough. Just wait for me to come and arrange for someone to lead us," Feng Hao said. "Oh, good lord." Petty nodded hastily. It seems that Feng Hao is going to explore the Dragon Burial Cave. After the two of them chatted, Feng Hao released his divine presence, put on his armor, picked up the spark staff, and walked downstairs. Lobby. And Jia has changed into a maid outfit and is talking to Ear. Seeing Feng Hao going downstairs, he happily turned around and asked, "How is it?" "Good looking," Feng Hao praised. And Jia and Ear belong to two different kinds of beauty. Even if Jia puts on a maid outfit, she doesn't have that kind of gentle maid feeling. More like a troublemaker in a maid outfit. "Really? Then I'll wear this in the future." And Jia said happily, "If you want to wear it, come back and wear it again, pack up, and we will go out later," Feng Hao said. After speaking, he sat down, opened the Book of Lords, and reconfirmed the action route he just saw from the pig village. "Where are you going?" And Jia put her arms around Feng Hao's shoulders and looked at the map on the Book of Lords. The soft touch of Xiao Long Bao came from the arm. Feng Hao pointed on the map. "This is the Dragon Burial Cave." "Well, Dragon Burial Cave? Is there a dragon dead there?" And Jia immediately became interested, her eyes flashing. The dragon family has always been synonymous with power. A place where a dragon has died is naturally a good place for adventure. "I don't know. The name is this. Maybe a big snake died, or maybe there is nothing," Feng Hao said, asking Jia not to report too much hope. The Dragon Burial Cave is just the name of the map. Just like the mysterious caves and the unknown camps, they belong to the names given to the places by the discoverers. Whether there was really a dead dragon, it's not clear. Of course, Feng Hao wished to have a dragon corpse in his heart. "Don't talk too much. Wait for me to change, then we'll set off." And Jia trotted all the way and went upstairs to change. When he got down again, he had already changed into his own clothes, with a team of tiger fingers hanging from his waist. After a simple explanation with Ear and Horun, they set off with 50,000 troops, and the army set off towards the north side. The Lord's Mansion has been upgraded to a level 5 stone building, and both the Bone Throne and the Bone Throne have marching bonuses. This has greatly improved the speed of the large army. Soon, the army arrived at the pig village. "My lord, Miss Anjia." Petty led a few pig men to greet him. "Are you ready?" Feng Hao asked. "Everything is ready. Let Bolton show you the way. The scooter and some essentials on the road are also ready," Petty replied. Every time Feng Hao went out to the army, he would bring some scooters. Pull the cart by the skull warg, lest there be any spoils to bring back. Bolton stepped forward and greeted the two. Lord, Miss and Jia. Bolton, are you familiar with this road? Feng Hao asked. Familiar. Okay, let's go then. Feng Hao entered the room, and after casting Shenlin, the team set off again. Head towards the direction of the Dragon Burial Cave. Bolton took the drawn map and led the team through the mountains and jungles. This kind of map is not a single page of the map of the Book of Lords that can be merged, but a map that is hand-painted on a piece of animal hide. The approximate route and important locations are marked. This kind of map, I am afraid, only a familiar person like Bolton can understand it. In order to avoid trouble, the large team bypassed some forces and monster lairs to avoid unnecessary battles. After all, the mission this time is to bury the Dragon Cave, and he has to return to the territory before night falls. It can be said that the time is tight and the task is heavy. After a journey of at least 4 or 5 hours, we finally arrived at the continuous mountain range that Petty said. At the same time, Feng Hao's controller, the skeleton warrior, began to feel the burden of spiritual power because of the distance. Fortunately, the goal is not far away, and you can persist until you reach the Dragon Burial Cave. Sir, the road ahead is a little rough. Bolton reminded the two of them in front of the mountains. Go in, Feng Hao said. The entire team obeyed Feng Hao's orders, but in fact the hero of the territory was Jia. And Jia has the Pathfinder skill. For teams led by heroes, the impact of marching in rough terrain is reduced by 20%. This can also play a role. Bolton led the team into the mountains. The gaps in the mountains and rivers are like air vents. The wind is howling, surrounded by stone walls, and no vegetation is growing. The road gets rougher as you get closer to your destination. Just about to reach the destination, suddenly, the ground trembled, and the rocks on the surrounding hillsides rolled down. Then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps running right in front of him. Suddenly looked up. Seeing several monsters composed of stones, they ran down the sloping hillside and charged towards the team. Stone element, 6th order. The stone element belongs to the humanoid type. The stone limbs and head are composed of stones. The body is more than 3 meters high. When running, it is like an earthquake, with a thumping sound. Roar! The stone element headed roared and threw the stone in his hand. Whoosh! The stone is like a cannonball, but whizzes towards the team. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the stone elements also ran and threw the stones in their hands, attacking the undead brigade. Raise your shield. Feng Hao roared. The skeleton soldiers raised their shields. In the next second, there was a dense crash. Bang, bang, bang. The stones fell like raindrops, even though the shield was covered with a layer of iron. In the face of such an attack, it also began to twist and deform. After a round of throwing, Sure Element had already rushed down the hillside, killing Feng Hao and the others. At this point, Feng Hao had no other solution, only fighting. Kill them. Whoa. When the team was issued, the undead army was dispatched like a hive, attacking the rushing stone element. As he ran with great strides, the tall skeleton ogre gradually rushed to the front. Dong dong dong. The skeleton ogre collided with the stone element of the same size in an instant, making a loud bang. The adze axe in his hand went in high and directly chopped at the head of the stone element. The iron slashed at the stone, making a harsh slicing sound. Stone element's head was cut off in an instant, but it still did not prevent stone element from fighting back. The stone fist slammed into the skeleton ogre, making a thumping sound. The surrounding skeleton soldiers also instantly surrounded the stone elements and launched a dense siege. The iron hit the rock skin, and sparks appeared from time to time. And Jia was on the side, and took the tiger finger on her hand without any hassle. Glancing at Feng Hao, a little under his feet, he rushed towards the stone element. When he came to the nearest stone element, he jumped up and his right fist slammed out. Boom! With a muffled sound, and Jia's punch hit Sher Sun's head directly. The indestructible stone, under this punch, is as fragile as porcelain, and it is instantly torn apart and scattered into rubble. And Jia fell to the ground, but did not stop at her feet. He rushed to the next stone element again and started his hunting moment. Whether it's facing a huge number of undead, or in Jia who chooses a target to kill at random, the stone elements were killed one by one, turning into rubble. Boom. Soon, Under the leadership of Njia, all the stone elements were eliminated. Drop some rare materials. Clean up the battlefield, collect all the spoils, and search for the treasure chest. Feng Hao ordered loudly. The skeleton warriors dispersed in an instant and began to collect items around them. Bolton, are you okay? When Feng Hao looked at Bolton, his face changed instantly. Bolton's entire head was stained red with blood, and a blood-red pig's head looked a little cautious. It's okay, my lord, it's just some scratches, Bolton said, constantly wiping the blood that blocked his sight. At the very beginning of the battle, the thrown stone, although it did not hit him, but after the stone was broken, the scattered debris scratched his forehead and penetrated his ears. The blood flowed out, dyeing half of his face red. After a simple bandage, the bleeding stopped. There is a spring in the territory to treat injuries. You can get some of it at that time to help you recover from your injuries, Feng Hao said. Rejuvenation spring has the effect of healing wounds. No one was injured in the territory, and it has never been verified. But it is still popular in the channel, which can also prove that the rejuvenation spring really works. It's okay, my lord. I usually suffer from this kind of injury. It's good to bandage it up. Bolton didn't care. Bolton didn't care what he said, and cursed bad luck in his heart. When the pigmen explored by themselves before, they did not encounter this group of stone elements. Perhaps the movement of tens of thousands of people marching was too loud, and I don't know why. It led to such a group of stone elements. When you go back, let someone take some, so you don't get infected. Feng Hao finished speaking and looked at Njia again. Are you all right, Njia? Cut. That's it. You still want to hurt me? What a joke. Njia's face was full of disdain, and Feng Hao's concern seemed to be distrusting her strength. It's fine. Soon the loot was collected. Obtain 12 natural gems, 16 traces of the earth, 8 traces of battle, 5 magic essence. It seems that spirit species are not dropping squiggly spines. I have experienced several battles with spirit species, and after killing each other, some related rare materials are dropped. After staying for 5 minutes, a treasure chest was moved to Feng Hao by the skeleton. Silver treasure chest. Feng Hao didn't hesitate to open it directly. Obtain cellar construction blueprint, slate manufacturing blueprint, traces of the earth 3, war coins 22. The rewards were average, but the 2 blueprints happened to be missing from Feng Hao. Cellar, green 1200 for wood, 1500 for stone, 600 for hemp rope, 50 for metal parts. Ability, constant temperature. Constant temperature. It can keep the temperature in the room constant and stable. Description, you can use it to preserve items, or as a secret room, treasure house, etc. The cellar is not bad. Just enough to arrange the wine barrels of the territory in the cellar, or to make a room. Slate, stone 3. Description, machined from rough stone, which can be used for paving. After collecting the 2 drawings and materials, the brigade moved on. After walking on for half an hour, the group of horses finally approached their destination, only 1 mountain away from the dragon burial cave. Sir, behind the mountain is the location on the map. There is a tunnel entrance in front, which should lead to the dragon burial cave. Bolton still led the way. The location that the pigmen explored also stopped there. Their mission has been completed, and there is no risk of going further. Feng Hao nodded, expressing his understanding. The crowd followed Bolton forward and came directly to the entrance of his mouth. The entrance to the cave is very large, 5 or 6 meters in height and 5 meters in width. The edges of the opening are reinforced with stone bricks, and there are ruins and remains of buildings on the ground and on both sides. Because the time is too long, it has been integrated with the surrounding environment and integrated with the mountains. It seems that this place was specially built by man. Okay, let's go in. Bolton is behind the team, and if there is danger, go out first. Feng Hao urged. Bolton has no fighting power, and his biggest role is to lead the way. The main combat power is still the skeleton army and the hero Anja. Good lord, Bolton replied. The large team began to enter the tunnel, and the light dimmed instantly. The luminous stone was taken out from the backpack, and it emitted a faint fluorescent light to provide illumination. Just a few steps forward, the soul fire in Feng Hao's eye sockets suddenly shook. By the light of luminous stone, it can be found that there are gray-white spar on both sides of the cave. This spar Feng Hao is too familiar. Shadow stone. The Lord's mansion has been upgraded to the 5th-level Lord's Stone building. Except for the special buildings, the rest of the buildings have also reached the construction conditions. However, due to the lack of shadow stones, many undead camp buildings have not been upgraded. He also directly called for the acquisition of shadow stones in the channel, and the number of people who could be exchanged was still very small. I haven't received a few for several days. Now, there are shadow stones in this cave, and there are still a lot of them, which makes him unable to hide the joy in his heart. Even the headache caused by the use of Shenlin has been relieved a lot. Gather all the materials along the way. The width of the cave is limited, so Feng Hao did not let the team spread out to collect. As he moved forward, he collected all the shadow stones he encountered along the way. After walking a certain distance, the number of shadow stones has reached 27. Feng Hao put all the shadow stones in his backpack and began to ponder in his heart. It stands to reason that shadow stones will only appear in ancient tombs, mass burial places, and some places with a strong sense of death. And there are so many shadow stones in a mountain road that is closely connected with the dragon burial cave. Is there really a dead dragon inside? Otherwise, where would there be such a strong aura of death? Just when Feng Hao was thinking about what might happen here, Anjia's fluffy animal ears trembled slightly, and she looked sharply at the dim cave ahead. If you look carefully, you can see the difference in the shadows. In the darkness, like viscous ink, it approached here little by little. There is danger. And Jiao whispered, kindness. Feng Hao raised his head suddenly. Also found the black shadow spreading rapidly ahead. Shadow, level 8. Sure enough, it's a monster, and it's still an 8th order unit. Prepare to fight. Feng Hao ordered. Swish swish. All the skeletons immediately took out their weapons, but they still didn't find the target, and stood there in confusion. Soon, Shadow rushed to the front of the team. The next second, one after another exaggerated shadows like human creatures rushed towards the skeleton team and launched an attack. At the moment when the shadows condensed and formed, the skeletons also found the target and began to counterattack. This kind of shadow is different from the ghost Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu is a soul body, she can clearly see the physical structure of the 5 senses. The shadow in front of him is more like a ghost in a ghost story. They only have the outline of a human, with no facial features on their heads, and their whole bodies are like black shadows, entwined with death. With no facial features, there was an angry roar, frantically attacking the target in front of him. In this limited space, fierce fighting took place. Under the absolute suppression of numbers, after a few minutes, the battle was over. After the shadow was eliminated, the body dissipated in place. Some special materials are dropped. Traces of Death 3. What traces and essences of this kind of name are some special materials, which can be used for building buildings and recruiting special troops. The value is even more precious than some ordinary drawings. Okay, move on. Pay attention to the shadow stones around. Feng Hao ordered to let the team move on. The big team moved on. Along the way, I also encountered several attacks by shadow. The ranks of the shadows are not fixed. The lowest is the 3rd or 4th rank, and the high is the 7th or 8th rank. Let him collect a lot of traces of death, which is not a small gain. The tunnel was longer than Feng Hao imagined. I don't know who digs this tunnel, but actually possesses such power. Even in the modern world, this is a big project that requires large equipment. As the team slowly deepened, the tunnel began to narrow. From the beginning, a few people were side by side, and it became 2 people side by side to pass. Let the already crowded environment become more and more depressing. Boom. And Jia punched a shadow trying to get close. The skeleton soldiers also hacked the approaching shadows to death under the Chaos Sword. Finally, under the continuous advancement, a hole appeared in front, and bright sunlight appeared, finally going out. Along the way, I have collected so many shadow stones, as well as shadows that keep appearing. Let Feng Hao be full of curiosity about this dragon burial cave. As he walked out of the dark cave, his eyes instantly brightened. And the next second, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help showing a surprised look. It turned out that Feng Hao and others did not cross the entire mountain range. Instead, it enters the position of the mountainside. Ahead, like a huge basin, surrounded by towering mountain walls, surrounding the depression in the middle. In the center of the basin is a huge keel. The ground below the keel was blood red as if it had been infected, and there were a lot of shadow troops gathered around. Shadow, Tier 7. Shadow Panther, Tier 6. Corrupted Corpse, Tier 4. All kinds of monsters gathered around the keel. It's really a dead dragon. And Jia exclaimed from the side. The dragon family has always been synonymous with power, and it can be said to be famous for its fierceness. Everyone has heard their stories or legends, but few have ever seen a real dragon. The same is true for Njia, seeing such a huge keel. Her eyes are full of curiosity and excitement. Well, not bad, Feng Hao said lightly. But the soul fire in the eye sockets beats indiscriminately. You can see the excitement in the heart. If this keel is brought back, the military strength of the territory will be improved by leaps and bounds. And then, just look at it like that. And Jia said, needless to say, Feng Hao looked at the army of undead pouring out of the cave and ordered, kill all the enemies. Whoa! Hearing the order, the skeleton army rushed towards the enemy like a tide. In the cave behind him, new skeleton soldiers kept appearing, slaying the enemy in a steady stream. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. A cold light flew towards Feng Hao's head. When Njia punched out, and the tiger finger in her hand knocked Hanmang flying, and it was nailed to the side of the rock wall several times. It was a dagger. At this time, Feng Hao, only after realizing it, took a half step back. Using Shenlin from a distance makes Feng Hao's movements as slow as a super high delay. Even if an attack is detected, it is difficult to control the skeleton and make evasive actions. Fortunately, Njia is strong. Otherwise, the dagger just now would have been nailed to his head. Look again in the direction where the dagger was thrown. There stood a dark woman. The whole body is dark, and it is difficult to see the appearance, but some features of the body can still be seen as a woman. Infected elf, green tier 9 hero. Elf, no wonder she is so good. At the same time, this is also the first monster with heroic strength that Feng Hao has encountered along the way. Are you okay? And Jia asked. It's all right, get rid of her, and fight quickly. Feng Hao looked at the enemy in front. The armor of the infected elf has rotted, and the sporadic fragments are still hanging on his body. He wears a short sword around his waist, and holds a dagger in his hand, looking at the two with cold eyes. The woman's eyes were also pitch black. Understood. And Jia replied, a little under her feet, like an arrow rushing towards the black elf. The infected elf did not move, and when Njia approached, she instantly drew out the dagger from her waist and fought back. When, boom, the short sword collided with the tiger's finger, making a slight collision sound. In the next second, the body of the black elf flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the mountain wall in the distance. Anjia's strength is no small thing. The first time the two fought, the whole body of the elf flew out, slammed into the mountain wall behind him with a bang. Earth and rocks splashed all over the place. Without any hesitation, Njia ran towards the opponent again, intending to pursue the victory. The elf slid down the mountain wall, the moment Njia punched her head. A wrong step. The body avoided the attack at a strange angle, and the short sword in his hand quickly flipped, stabbing Njia's ribs. This set of movements is smooth and flowing, and it is unusually elegant. Njia twisted her body and avoided the opponent's attack. Interesting. Njia showed a smile. The next second, Njia's fists fell like raindrops, hitting all over the elf's body continuously. And the elf was entangled under such fast and frequent attacks, and tried to escape several times, but was forced back. At the same time that the elf's body was attacked more and more, and the figure staggered. Njia directly released the skill, Red Fangs. Twisted waist, elbowed back. The huge power will completely kill the eroded elves. In the next second, the body turned into a pool of black soil and scattered. All infested creatures are like puppets dominated by death, with a false body driven by darkness. Seeing the end of the battle here in Njia, Feng Hao also came over and asked, "One? That's natural. She also had 2 strokes, but it's a pity that she met me." And Jia said confidently, Anjia is quite famous in Manhwa market. Although it is a blue tier 7 hero, the strength is not low, and he always finds trouble with the copper bull Tylock. Where's the corpse? Where is there any corpse? Her body is long gone, and Jia said. Hey, Feng Hao sighed slightly, but there was nothing he could do, and he said, Then go and help those skeletons. Let's go back to dinner early after finishing the work. It is good. And Jia joined the battle and quickly killed the monsters in the basin. After half an hour, the battle was over. All enemies dissipated instantly after death, dropping many rare resources. The rest are skeleton soldiers killed by Fong Hao's side. Bones everywhere. Disperse to collect the spoils and see if there are any treasure chests. Fong Hao ordered and walked to the keel. When approached, the huge keel still brought an unspeakable shock. It's really a train. Remains of giant dragon. Type: remains. Description: this land has been infested with the remains of the giant dragons that were used as sacrifices, powerful flesh, and resentment of death. Worship? Seeing this word, Fong Hao frowned again. Could it be that this dragon was caught and used as a sacrifice? At the same time, Fong Hao also noticed the mark on the ground. Peeling away the dark red soil, it can be seen that the entire basin is a huge disc with intricately carved spells. As if the entire dragon was presented on a plate. Really fucking weird. Want to take it back? And Jia came over at this time. The little hand patted the skeleton of the giant dragon, as if the melon was not ripe. Of course, why don't you work so hard? Fong Hao said. It took so much effort to bring it back. It's a pity that the corpse of the elf black girl just now. Otherwise it would be better. Can you use all of these? Why don't you leave a section and let Ear make soup for us? And Jia suddenly thought of this, as she didn't know how to turn her head. Fong Hao was stunned for a moment. He had been dead for many years, and the keel of the fossil was about to appear. Helplessly, he patted his forehead and said, "Are you sick? I'm terribly poisoned to death." "No, it's just one section. Don't be so stingy." And Jia muttered beside her. Time passed little by little. The skeletons collected all the loot scattered around. One of the short swords caught Fong Hao's attention. This short sword is not unfamiliar. It was used by the infected elf, just now. When it was collected by the skeleton soldiers, there was also a scabbard, which happened to be a set. Now it seems. This short sword is really gorgeous and doesn't look like a weapon. The scabbard is made of an unknown metal, a bright white material with finely engraved patterns. The dagger has a sharp blade. The head of the sword is like a tree crown, and several are coiled around the hilt. Light feather, orange. Category: short sword. Damage: level 3 damage. Attribute: charisma +3. Skill: blessing, passive. Blessing: the wearer, being, is not affected by any negative status. Description: the beautiful little princess is sickly and haunted by nightmares. The king summoned the best blacksmiths in the kingdom, made a dagger that can drive away disasters, and gave it to the princess, never leaving. Didn't Jia just kill a princess? Why would a princess appear here? It's unbelievable. In fact, the role of this short sword is not fighting. Level 3 damage, which is the level of blue weapons. On the contrary, it was the charisma and the skill of blessing that abruptly raised the attribute of the dagger to the orange level. You must know how powerful it is to be immune to all negative states. So, it is said to be a weapon, more like a weapon-type amulet. All in all, this can be said to be a very good baby. It's really good. Fong Hao happily put it into his backpack. The short sword is an unexpected gain this time. Soon the skeletons collected all the loot. Acquisition: Traces of Death 312, Traces of Gods 12, Star Silver 5, Shadow Stone 137, Dragon Crystal 12. Cool. So cool. The Shadow Stone that has been tormenting himself gets 137 directly. This is simply a big surprise. After coming to this world for such a long time, this is the first time that I have obtained so many Shadow Stones. In addition to the Shadow Stone, there is a new material called Dragon Crystal, which was found around the keel. Just when Fong Hao was delighted to get so many materials, Bolton came over and said, "Sir, you'd better come over here. There is a statue of a god here." The entire basin covers a wide area, and standing on the mountain can see the general picture of the basin. But being in the basin, coupled with the tall, strange stone totem, blocked a lot of sight. "Lead the way," Fong Hao said. Bolton nodded and led the way. Finally, Fong Hao and the others saw the statue in Bolton's mouth. This is a huge stone statue about 10 meters high. The sculpted figures have human bodies, but their faces are terrifying. Topless, exposing tangled muscles. He held a huge mace in his hand, as if waving and fighting. "Troll," Fong Hao said subconsciously. The statue in front of him gave Fang Hao the first impression that it was not a strong human being. Instead, it gave him a feeling similar to that of an ogre. Statue of Slaughter, blue. Category, special building. Effect, attack plus 10%, skill recovery speed plus 10%. Description, the god of slaughter will bless this territory, and all combat units will feel pain and slaughter. The territory has a fertility god statue, which is the image of a female god. After construction, there are bonuses for gathering and planting. It is different from the killing idol in front of you, but in the same form, providing attribute bonuses to the forces that built the idol. It is a pity that this statue was excavated on the mountain wall and could not be taken away at all. Otherwise, the statue can also be moved back. Sir, there is still a treasure chest here, and a smoother road is found ahead, leading to the outside. Bolton continued. Okay, Bolton, you bring the skeleton and bring the cart all over so that it can be loaded and left. Fang Hao said, It's your lord. Bolton replied and walked out with a group of skeletons. After Bolton left, Fang Hao shook his head slightly. He was very dissatisfied with the golden treasure chest in front of him. With such a big battle and so many monsters, how could it still be a golden treasure chest in the end? But he had no choice. You can't do it, you can only choose to open it. Get Statue of Slaughter Building Blueprint, blue. Troll Heavy Armor Manufacturing Blueprint, green. Troll Iron Helmet Manufacturing Blueprint, green. Troll Boots Manufacturing Blueprint, green. Unnamed map, Troll Stone plus 12. The rewards of the treasure chests are related to the battle location. Even if it is impossible to determine what happened here, but at this time with so many blueprints and troll stones related to trolls, it can be inferred that there must be some connection with trolls. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't know how many years it has been abandoned here, and it doesn't matter to him whether it has anything to do with trolls. Anyway, he got the keel, and his goal today has been achieved, not to mention so many shadow stones and light feather daggers. Why? It's a pity that the elf corpse is gone, and I haven't seen the female skeleton yet. After calming down, view the obtained drawings. Statue of Slaughter, blue wood 350, stone 1200, natural gem 5, magic essence 2, traces of battle 3, traces of violence 3. Description, the god of slaughter will bless this territory, and all combat units will feel pain and slaughter. Needless to say, it was the blueprint of the huge statue in front of him. Unlike the goddess of fertility. The goddess of fertility is the image of a human goddess, and it is pleasing to the eye when placed on the territory. The image of this slaughter god statue is a bit bad, and even a child can cry with fright. But it can't be built. The attribute added by the statue of slaughter is still very good. Added 10% attack power and 10% skill recovery to combat units. The skills of the arms should refer to the shield strike and the charge of the cavalry. Another point is another orange blueprint in the Book of Lords, the wishing pool construction drawing. You can consume a certain amount of basic resources to make a wish every week, and you can get a wish reward with a probability. The front building of the wishing pool is the 4 statues. The statue of slaughter is the second statue of the territory and must be built. Manufacturing blueprint of troll heavy armor, green. Manufacturing blueprint of troll iron helmet, green. Manufacturing blueprint of troll boots, green. All 3 are troll equipment. Troll heavy armor, 8 iron plates, 3 cast iron blocks, 5 thick and tough leather. Troll iron helmet, 5 iron plates, 2 cast iron blocks, 3 thick and tough leather. Troll boots, 6 iron plates, 3 cast iron blocks, 4 thick and tough leather. These 3 kinds of equipment, look at the name, is the equipment of trolls. It also happens to be able to change the equipment for your own skeleton troll. The armor of the skeleton troll now is that Fang Hao ordered the bunny girls to connect the small iron round shield with ropes and tie it to the bones of the skeleton troll. There is an extra round shield on the huge body, like a moving target. It is not good looking, and it barely plays a defensive role. Now that I have this equipment, I can just put it on the skeleton troll and get rid of the buckler. Untitled map. Category, single page map. Description, an unknown area is marked on the map. Fang Hao looked at it and put it into his backpack. When you go back and integrate into the big map, you can find the location. Fang Hao couldn't understand anything drawn on this map now. After checking the reward items, Bolton walked over from the main road with the skeleton pushing the scooter. Sir, this road can go out. The path we just took is not the main road. Bolton pointed to the road leading to the outside. That's good. I'll go this way in a while, Fong Hao said. Bolton nodded. Fong Hao ordered all the skeletons again and said, separate the keels and put them on the trolley. The keel frame is huge and needs to be loaded in sections. The skeletons got busy, loading the huge keel into the cart and tying it up with ropes. Fong Hao walked around the entire basin, and after seeing that nothing fell, he ordered to return. A fleet full of bones, like a long dragon. If the bones are too large, several skeletons are needed to carry them and start to move towards the pig village. When we returned to the pig village, it was almost dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun pulled the team into a long shadow. Fong Hao released the state of God's presence, sat up from the bed, and the world was spinning for a while. This time, the presence of God was regarded as his overloaded operation. If it weren't for the generous rewards and the excitement, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to endure the headache relief. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before sitting up from the bed. He walked out of the room with his staff in hand. Sir, is the team back? Just after walking out of the room, Petty came over to ask. Well, the team will not stop in the village and go back directly. Fong Hao said. It was a little late, and it was still a long way to go back. Good Lord. Need a horse for you? Petty continued. Need not. Then I will arrange for someone to send you to join the team. Petty arranged for some pig warriors and some skeleton warriors to escort Fong Hao. After meeting with the convoy, the brigade continued to return to the territory. 2 hours later, the convoy entered the city gates smoothly. Started to prepare dinner, and Fong Hao took the keel directly to the transformation field. Truckloads of huge keels were thrown into the transformation field. The transformation pool is like a swamp, swallowing up the stacked skeletons and slowly sinking. At the same time, a countdown has also appeared in the skeleton transformation field. Conversion time, 7 hours, 59 minutes. This is also the longest time Fong Hao has transformed all species. It actually takes 8 hours. Don't talk about transformation. If it was released before, the obstetrics department would have delivered several births, and it would take so long for you to transform one. After complaining, Fong Hao went to build the blueprint he obtained today. A total of 2 construction blueprints were obtained. Cellar construction blueprint, Slaughter God statue construction blueprint. First come to the place where the statue of fertility is built, and choose to build the statue of slaughter at a distance of 2 meters. Fong Hao didn't know much about design, but only built some similar or related buildings together. It doesn't look too messy either. Statue of slaughter, blue wood 350, stone 1200, natural gem 5, magic essence 2, traces of battle 3, traces of violence 3. Put up. A blue light emerged, slowly framing the outline of the statue. After 5 minutes, the light faded. Compared with the miniature version of the statue of the Dragon Burial Cave, it appeared in front of Fong Hao. At the same time, a red halo spread from the center of the statue, spreading over the entire territory. All combat units in the territory have been blessed by the statue of slaughter, and their combat power and skill recovery have been increased by 10%. The statue of slaughter is completed. The bonus also instantly applies to all units of arms. Although the appearance is indeed a little worse, the effect is not bad. Next, Fong Hao continued to go to the undead building area to upgrade the building. Today, I have harvested a lot of shadow stones, which can be used to upgrade the undead buildings that have not been upgraded. The first is the underground cemetery. Worker skeletons can be recruited from the catacombs. Labor skeletons are the basis of territory construction, and all resource mining must be completed by labor skeletons. The effect is no worse than the combat arms. Level 5 underground graveyard. 2,000 wood, 2,500 stone, 320 hemp rope, 400 hard and tough wood, 300 stone brick, and 10 shadow stone. Upgrade. Level 5 underground cemetery. Maximum of recruitment, 3,050. Available to recruit, skeleton, free. Note, you can recruit labor units and perform basic work in this building. Materials required for the upgrade. Wood 3,500, stone 3,200, hard and tough wood 750, stone brick 600, iron 200, shadow stone 20. After reaching level 5, The recruiting cap is directly increased by 20. Recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruit skeletons 2020. 2,000 labor skeletons appeared, and Fong Hao asked them to go to the warehouse to get tools and assign them to various positions. Next is the Corridor of the Dead. Level 5 Corridor of the Dead. 3,200 for wood, 3,800 for stone, 450 for hemp rope, hardwood 500, stone brick 450, shadow stone 35. Upgrade. Level 5 Corridor of the Dead. Available to recruit. Skeleton Scout, Skeleton Rider. Skull Scout. Creeping Spine 2, Skull Rider. Creeping Spine 3. Note: you can recruit cavalry of your own faction in this building. Raising the building level can unlock new soldier types and higher ranks of troops. Materials required for upgrading. For 1,500 wood, for 1,200 stone, 500 hemp rope, 1,200 hard and tough wood, 900 stone brick, 220 iron, and 50 shadow stone. The Corridor of the Dead, corresponding to the cavalry training camp. This time, it has been upgraded to level 5, and a new skeleton rider unit has also been added. Fong Hao did not recruit immediately, and the troops in the territory were somewhat saturated. Recruiting when needed, and it is too late. According to the recruiting rules, 3 spines are required for wriggling spines, which proves that there is a third-order soldier. Then, Fong Hao continued to upgrade the Necromancer Tower. It's a pity that there are no new types of undead Mage Tower soldiers. There is still only one type of Necromancer. Finished upgrading the buildings of the undead camp. Fong Hao continued to the Lord Stone building, planning to build a cellar. As soon as she walked into the hall, she saw Er wearing a maid outfit, busy in the kitchen. The full-mindedness is about to come out, and the long white legs are exposed. They don't have the weird ideas of modern people. I only know that this kind of service is very beautiful. Which girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? Er was preparing dinner, and Njia followed behind, constantly talking about today's battle. From the stone man to the tall troll stone statue. Seeing Fong Hao approaching, he immediately blocked his way. Where's the keel? Give me a section and let Er make soup for us both. She still hasn't forgotten about making soup and stewing keel. Fong Hao stretched out his index finger in front of her. The keel is gone. You still smell like bones. And Jia's eyes widened, showing her silver teeth and going towards Fong Hao's finger. Fong Hao shrank subconsciously and escaped the opponent's attack. Seeing that Njia was really getting angry, she hurriedly said, "Just kidding. I got a good harvest today. Let her make more delicious food. Let's celebrate. Head office. Really got a lot today. Light feather orange short sword, a lot of shadow stones, traces of death, several equipment blueprints. Most importantly, he got the coveted keel. It's okay to celebrate, everyone." Humph. And Jia pinched her waist with both hands and hummed angrily. "Er, you have to work hard and cook 2 more dishes." Fong Hao said. Er also showed a smile. "Good master." Then, Jia began to order food, saying that she liked the food. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the cellar blueprint in the building column. Cellar, green 1,200 for wood, 1,500 for stone, 600 for hemp rope, 50 for metal parts. When the drawing is selected, a prompt appears. The construction site is under the stone building of the Lord. Is it built? Yes. Immediately afterwards, at the stairs of the stone building, there were additional stairs that went down. Access to the cellar just finished. First-class cellar. Ability, constant temperature. Constant temperature. It can keep the temperature in the room constant and stable. Description, you can use it to preserve items, or as a secret room, treasure house, etc. Required for upgrading. 1,800 for wood, 2,200 for stone, 850 for hemp rope, and 75 for metal parts. Fong Hao took out a luminous stone and walked down the cellar. There is only one room of about 20 square meters in the first-level cellar. With sufficient materials, Fong Hao directly upgraded it to level 5. The name also changed from cellar to basement. The number of rooms instantly increased to 5, and the second basement floor also appeared. Fong Hao stepped up to the first floor, stood at the entrance of the stairs and said, "Njia, bring a few skeletons and bring the wine barrels to the cellar." It's time to eat. Njia was a little reluctant. "Come on, it's done, it's time to eat." Okay. Njia went out, called a few skeleton soldiers, and moved the wine barrels down to the basement. The cellar has a constant temperature function, which is suitable for storing drinks. The rest of the rooms can also be used as the utility room of the Lord's mansion to store some daily utensils, fruits, and vegetables. It can also be used as a secret room to store the rare resources and war coins that Fong Hao has accumulated during this period. After everything is done, is also ready for dinner. The three sat at the dining table, chatting and eating. Fong Hao also opened the Book of Lords to see everyone's recent progress. But when I opened it just now, I found that there seemed to be a conflict in the channel. Chat channel. Everyone, pay attention. There is a liar Lu Yin exposed. Please don't deal with him. He is a complete liar, and a liar who also tricks his own people in this world. Don't fucking fart. What I put on the shelves is ordinary water, and whoever told you to exchange it without looking at it, I advise you to get an ophthalmologist to take a look first. You told me that you bought Hui Chungquan from Mr. Fong Hao. I intend to treat the villagers. You use ordinary water to drop the bag and give me the blueprint. Return to Nima. It doesn't matter if your villagers die or not. Don't bother me anymore. And then compare yourself in the channel. I will send troops to destroy you. Destroy me? Dare to publish maps to each other. Let's fight with each other. Hey, I won't. I'll change the blueprint for ordinary water. I'm so happy. I'm so pissed off. Fong Hao Hui Chungquan sales in the channel have been very good. Due to the limited production of rejuvenating spring wells, only one special type of building can be built. Therefore, the amount sold per day is also limited. There is no shortage of second-tier vendors who snap up some, and if they encounter emergency injuries, they will sell them at a higher price. And this Lu Yin is even more hateful than Erdeo vendor. During the transaction, he replaced the rejuvenating spring on the shelves with ordinary water and deceived the other party's drawings. This kind of thing, Lu Yin did not really do it properly. The purchase of rejuvenation spring was all related to life. Little bastard, wait for me. Don't let me know where you are. Stinky fool. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, messages swiped on the screen, interrupting their conversation. Qinglong Mutual Aid Chamber of Commerce was established. Starting today, it will sell all kinds of tools, materials, equipment, and other supplies to everyone in the channel. At the same time, people with lofty ideals in the region are sincerely invited to join and build a brilliant future. Qinglong Mutual Aid Chamber of Commerce was established to build a brilliant future together. Qinglong Mutual Aid Chamber of Commerce was established to build a brilliant future together. Several identical messages are sent out in succession, as if swiping the screen. It's been a while since everyone came to this world, and it's the first time I've seen an alliance with a group. This mutual aid association still has some ideas. After all, in this dangerous world, finding a group in support is a good idea. Your Chamber of Commerce. Can you still have Fong Hao selling cheaply? They sold tens of thousands of sets of equipment in one go a few days ago. Can any of your Chambers of Commerce do it? Cut. Fong Hao's little brat only had the advantage at the beginning, and it's no longer enough now. That's right. I saw the equipment sold a few days ago. It's all whiteboard garbage. It's not necessarily where I bought it from. All the internal members of our Chamber of Commerce have started to equip green equipment, and they kept their mouths shut. Fong Hao, who is addicted to being a son. Already, Fong Hao's era has passed, and next is the era of our Qinglong Chamber of Commerce. If you want to join, you can enjoy discounted prices, and the purchase of goods will be much cheaper. Isn't that true? Fong Hao has also helped a lot of people. Why are you selling goods and attacking others? Look, Fong Hao's filial son has appeared. It's hard not to be a son. The appearance of the Qinglong Mutual Aid Chamber of Commerce caused confusion in the channel. The first time after the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce was announced, instead of selling goods, they began to attack Fong Hao and the people who spoke for Fong Hao in a premeditated manner. The Qinglong Chamber of Commerce has many people, and they have made sufficient preparations in advance, and they have an advantage in words. A lot of people can't talk about them, and they can't scold them either. It can be seen that the other party can completely get rid of buying items from Fong Hao by forming this Chamber of Commerce. I am also not afraid that Fong Hao will use a transaction blacklist to restrict the transactions of these people. Even scolding Fong Hao doesn't have any burden in his heart. Yeah, we are targeting Fong Hao. What's wrong? If you have the ability, let Fong Hao come to the territory to bite me. You people, who want to be Fong Hao's dog, are not seen by others. Just when the channel was messing around, the sound of the system suddenly remembered. Random event, Battle of the Lords, accepted. New functions of the Book of Lords open. Alliance system, Alliance chat channel, photo function. Event quest, the Lord attacked. Open the location of surrounding lords immediately. All lords can view the location of surrounding lords' territories on the Lord's book map page. Event time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Good luck. As soon as the system prompts out, the entire regional channel instantly quiets down. In the hot channel that was just scolded, a new message did not appear. The penultimate article, like a public execution, stayed there. Everyone knows that. In this world without legal restrictions, territories expand over time. All are competitors. However, most people still maintain restraint with each other and silently develop their own territory. Even if there is a disagreement, it is all vented in the Book of Lords. Everyone does not know the location of the territory and can ensure their own safety. Well now, within 24 hours, you can see the location of the surrounding territories. Who knows who they are adjacent to? At the same time, there are more people crossing over, in case there is a grumpy old man beside him. Or, what kind of enemy do you have to buy the position of your territory? After the prompt sound appeared, everyone was apprehensive. I recalled whether I had offended anyone, and whether the other party would come to trouble me. Cough, cough. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I happen to have a rejuvenation spring here, and I will trade it for you. Okay, everyone came from the earth, so let's live in harmony. That's right. I've designated a trade. I'll give you 5 more units of meat to make up for the injured villagers. It is good. The two people who were just scolding in full swing suddenly love and help each other, and the change of attitude makes people unable to react. The rest are also speaking in the channel at this time. I haven't offended anyone, and the territory has no resources. I beg the bosses to let it go. There are a lot of monsters near my territory. No one will hit me, right? I don't think you need to worry. If someone really wants to attack the territory, they should also consider whether they can win after sending troops, or whether they will be stolen from their hometown if they send troops. This task is not a compulsory task, and everyone must exercise restraint. Yes, everyone must exercise restraint. This time is not a compulsory task. My chow? Why is my heart beating so fast? No, I have to be careful. After receiving the task, Fong Hao immediately checked the map on the Book of Lords. Sure enough, 2 special markers appeared on the territory map. It seems that this kind of mark is a certain range that is explored centered on one's own territory, and the territory within the range will be marked on the map. One is on the east, and one is on the west. To the east is Zhang Bin's territory, and he has passed by more than once. And the territory to the west is the territory of a lord named Li Tong. Fong Hao just took a look, and didn't have the idea of capturing the two. One was his confidence in his own strength, and the second was the threat of the Skull-Broken tribe. As long as the two of them don't seek death, he doesn't bother to pay attention to the two of them. If he wants to occupy their territory, Fong Hao can occupy it at any time. A territory of 30 or 20 troops, how to compete with his own tens of thousands of horses, is not at the same level. Just after closing the map, Fong Hao's private chat suddenly sounded one after another. Boss, hurry up, buy 20 iron spears and 20 sets of leather armor. Brother Fong Hao, I want to buy 30 iron swords. Mr. Fong Hao, give me 20 sets of leather goods. It seems that this sudden incident has brought a lot of pressure to everyone. A piece of private chat information about purchasing equipment, you can see everyone's nervousness. Due to too many private chat messages, Fong Hao only chatted 20 times, not enough for everyone to reply. He simply made a designated transaction directly to the other party, but did not reply all. After finishing the private chat, Fong Hao thought about it, and felt that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. After quickly finishing the meal, he walked directly out of the Lord Stone building, produced 30,000 sets of iron swords, iron spears, leather armors, as well as the equipment obtained from the extermination of the Knoll tribe, all of which were put on the regional channel. In addition to the exchange of resources, the more important thing is the drawings. Fuck. Fong Hao is doing big business. Every time it is tens of thousands of dollars. Unfortunately, Fong Hao doesn't have green equipment here. I have to buy some, and if anyone gets into trouble with me, they can protect themselves. Indeed, it's also a hassle. At the same time, it is located in Fang Hao's territory, the territory to the west. Li Teng clenched his fists tightly, looking at the territory that suddenly appeared on the map, with madness and viciousness in his eyes. Open the alliance channel directly. My territory is near Fang Hao. If everyone gives me some support, I will send troops tomorrow morning and kill Fang Hao directly. The grudge between Li Teng and Fang Hao is a bit ridiculous. The last time someone verbally attacked Fang Hao in the channel, he also said something strange in the channel. Coincidentally, Fang Hao, who just opened the channel, saw it and added it to the forbidden trading list. Later, a few of them who were restricted formed the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce. In addition to supporting each other, they also have a common enemy, Fang Hao. When he found that Fang Hao's territory appeared on his map, he had to take this opportunity to destroy Fang Hao directly. Really? What support are you going to ask for? We don't know Fang Hao's strength. These days, the equipment sold is tens of thousands. I'm afraid it's a tough one. Oh, you don't really think Fang Hao has more than 10,000 troops, do you? There must be some special opportunity to obtain such broken equipment. Didn't you read that the equipment was used? Li Teng looked at the quarrel in the alliance channel and said directly, "Give me 200 soul crystals and as many iron resources as possible. I have the confidence to destroy Fang Hao." After speaking, Li Teng sent a photo and a description of the arms in the channel, Giant Sword Infantry, Tier 4. Li Teng is not blindly confident, but really has a certain strength. When most of the channels were still in the 2nd and 3rd level Lord's Mansion, he had already risen to the 4th level. And by virtue of the opportunity, he obtained a building that can recruit 4th Order Giant Sword Infantry. If it wasn't for Fang Hao being too dazzling, Li Teng would be the son of Heaven's Chosen. Li Teng, you actually have Tier 4 troops. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, Brother Teng is too powerful. It's easy to kill Fang Hao with a Tier 4 unit. Seeing the 4th tier arms, everyone's tone immediately became more attentive. Li Teng continued, "Don't talk nonsense. You are willing to collect soul crystals and iron resources for me. You can also trade the powerful equipment to me first. It will occupy the territory of Xia Hao, and the spoils will be divided proportionally. Okay, I have 12 soul crystals here, and I'll give you 50 units of iron. I have some here too." Everyone began to gather resources, waiting to destroy Fang Hao, who was number 1 in the region, in order to divide up his resources. The next morning, Fang Hao opened his eyes on time, stretched his waist, rolled over, and got out of bed. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Ear running in a panic. No need for Eileen to explain, since there are no tall buildings near the skeleton transformation field. At a glance, I saw a huge bone dragon standing there. It's okay, it's a newly recruited unit in the territory, there's no danger. Fang Hao patted Ear's back lightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Ear was still in shock and whispered, "Oh, then should I ask Miss and Jia to accompany you, so as to avoid danger?" "No." After Fang Hao finished speaking, he walked towards the transformation field. As he got closer to the bone dragon, he felt that the bone dragon's body was getting bigger and bigger. When he got under him, he realized that even if the bone dragon was sitting there, it was 6 or 7 stories tall. Even if Fang Hao knew that it was his own unit, he was enveloped in a sense of oppression. "Get down," Fang Hao said. The bone dragon glanced at Fang Hao. The upright front legs were bent, and the whole body lay on the ground. Bone dragon, Tier 10. Faction, Undead. Racial characteristics: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Skills: Dragon Might, Death Breath, Soul Reaver. Inherent skills: Advanced Flying Proficiency, Advanced Combat Proficiency, Advanced Defense Proficiency, Advanced Magic Resistance. Dragon Power: Passive nearby creatures have a 20% chance of being unable to act due to tension and an 80% chance of causing a 15% drop in morale. Soul Reaver: Passive for every target killed. The recovery of the Death Breath skill is accelerated by +1%. Death Breath: Active Dragon Breath can directly absorb those unfortunate creatures and take their lives. Remarks: The skeleton troops transformed from corpses still retain their characteristics and attack methods before death. The dragon family is indeed as powerful as imagined. Even after conversion, still at the 10th rank, it surpassed the status of the skeleton troll and became the most powerful unit under Fang Hao. In Fong Hao's heart, the bone dragon is not only a powerful unit, but also a coveted mount. The territory gradually expanded, and it took several hours to travel to explore various locations. Nothing to do, time wasted on the road. In the past film and television works, they all had the profession of Dragon Knight, not only powerful in combat, but also qualified mounts. It's just that the bone dragon in front of him is even bigger. Lying here, it's like a small passenger plane. Not to mention sitting alone, it shouldn't be a problem to take a dozen or so. Only, Fong Hao touched the bone dragon's body and began to feel worried. Even if I reluctantly sit on the skeleton, when the time comes to fly, won't my small body fall out of the gap in the skeleton? Don't get there, you need a parachute or something. Then walk by yourself, but don't look for death. I complained in my heart, but my brain began to quickly think of a solution. Dragons are dead, people are alive. This dragon, today he is fixed. There are also skeleton mounts in the territory. How did those mounts ride? Saddle. Fong Hao suddenly thought of the saddle. Having a saddle can perfectly solve the weakness of skeleton mounts that are not easy to ride. However, the saddle definitely did not fit the size of the bone dragon's body, and Fong Hao immediately thought of another prop. Mammoth Construct Troop Saddle. The Mammoth Construct Troop Saddle was obtained from the last exploration of the Pothole Tomb, and it has never been used. It is also the only one that is most likely to be suitable for use by bone dragons. Just try it. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and made it directly. Mammoth Construct Troop Saddle. Hard and tough wood 220, thick and tough leather 850, iron 300, metal parts 120. Make. Triggered by 100 times increase. Obtain Mammoth Construct Troop Saddle 101. The light flickered, and 101 huge saddles appeared in the open space in front of them. The troop saddle is different from the ordinary saddle. It is very huge. You wait here first, don't walk around. Fong Hao patted the bone dragon and instructed. The body of the bone dragon is too huge, and if it is allowed to act in the territory, it may cause a lot of trouble. Fong Hao walked out of the transformation field and found 6 skeleton warriors and a blacksmith at the blacksmith shop. Sir, what are your orders? The blacksmith Captain Ku Lin saluted and asked. Bring a few people with me. I have some work to do here. See if you can handle it. Fong Hao said. Okay, sir. Ku Lin took 2 blacksmiths and followed Fong Hao away. In front of the bone dragon, Fong Hao asked the skeleton warrior to put a saddle on the bone dragon's body. The length is just right, but the local size needs to be adjusted. Ku Lin, you guys will take care of the transport saddle so that the bone dragon can use it, Fong Hao said. Okay, sir, it's simple. Huron replied, and brought a few blacksmiths to rest with tools. In a short time, the troop saddle fitted the bone dragon's body. Sir, it's done, you can go up and try it. Kulin said. The bone dragon took the initiative to put down his body, allowing Fong Hao to sit on it more conveniently. Troop saddles, not separate saddles. In addition to the frontmost control position, there are 2 rows of 6 seats in the back. A total of 7 people can ride. Fixing the reins on the bone dragon's neck, Fong Hao held it tightly in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he said, Go, take a circle. The bone dragon raised its body, kicked its feet, and spread its wings directly into the sky. The wind howled. Fong Hao firmly grasped the reins. Chow. Fong Hao could clearly feel the shaking of his facial muscles. It seems that there are still a pair of strong hands, constantly rubbing. In addition to the inertia when it just took off, when it flew into the sky and the huge wings unfolded, it gradually stabilized. Clear blue sky, cloud cover at your fingertips. This feeling is really good. Fong Hao shouted loudly. Hiccup. Drink the wind and drink up. The bone dragon hovers above the territory, and you can see the hard-working labor skeletons and patrolling skeleton warriors below. You can even see the pigman village in the distance, and Zhongbin's territory that he passed by several times. Okay, let's go down. Fong Hao leaned over and patted the bone dragon's neck. The bone dragon received the order, and as soon as its wings were retracted, it immediately swooped down into the territory. I am Chow. Slightly. After landing successfully, Fong Hao jumped off the bone dragon. Holding the bone dragon's body, he felt a little dizzy. Next time take off and land a little slower and softer. The rank of the bone dragon has reached the 10th rank, and the intelligence is higher than that of ordinary arms. Seemingly understood Fong Hao's words, The huge head nodded slightly. Fong Hao circled a huge open space outside the city as a temporary bone dragon rest area. After all, the bone dragon's body is too big, and it is easy to cause any danger and damage if it is allowed to operate in the territory. After reading The Transformed Bone Dragon, the haze caused by the Skull-Broken tribe has also dissipated a lot. With the Bone Dragon, no matter how powerful the Skull-Shattered tribe is, they still have the ability to parry and counterattack. After finishing everything, Fong Hao walked back to the Lord's mansion to prepare for breakfast. Il brought the sumptuous food. Fong Hao just took his first bite, a reminder from the Book of Lords. In regional channels. At Fong Hao brat, wash your neck and wait to die? Now I'll go and kill you. After finishing speaking, a picture book of Tier 4 arms, Épée Infantry, Tier 4, and a photo of more than 60 soldiers holding épée were attached. As soon as the Tier 4 arms appeared, there was an instant uproar in the channel. I rely on Tier 4 troops. How is this possible? Didn't you say yesterday that everyone should calm down? Why did the two bosses just go up in the morning? I have long disliked Fong Hao. Finally, someone is willing to stand up to eliminate harm for the people and eradicate this profiteer. That is, Fong Hao, a profiteer who controls the market and controls the market price, should have died long ago. I support Li Teng boss and destroy Fong Hao. That's right, we all support you and destroy the profiteer Fong Hao. In the channel, messages were sent to Fong Hao. Some who want to speak for Fong Hao, because they are afraid of the strength of Li Teng's arms, still silently delete the good words and choose silence. You guys are too shameless. Don't think you can't see it. You guys just swiped the screen to set up the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce yesterday. And you want to kill Fong Hao? Are you monopolizing the market? Who is the profiteer? Who should be damned? Everyone clear. Just when everyone was scolding, a voice broke the original formation. It's not a stranger talking, but Dong Jieyue, who has been recovering from injuries and has rarely appeared recently. Oh, this boy Fong Hao, and a little girl. Where's Fong Hao? Make yourself a turtle and let a woman speak for you. That is, what about the arrogance before? Dong Jieyue spoke for Fong Hao and was instantly targeted by those who attacked Fong Hao. Like a mad dog, all kinds of ridicule and abuse are carried out. There are no prohibited words in chatting in this world. All kinds of ugly words attack Fong Hao and Dong Jieyue. At this time, Li Teng also spoke again. Fong Hao, you still have a few hours to live. Enjoy it. When the army and I finish breakfast, it will be your death. It's still morning. Troops also need to have enough to eat and drink before they can go to the battlefield. Otherwise, their loyalty will be reduced and omissions will easily occur. In addition to the distance on the way, there are still several hours before reaching Fong Hao's territory. Fong Hao looked at the chat in the channel, his face gradually gloomy. He didn't remember any grudges he had with the name Li Teng. But the other party recognized that he was easy to bully and was a fat sheep, so he had nothing to say. He could only kill him and remind everyone in the channel. Fong Hao was just unwilling to speak, not to be bullied. He said directly, "Don't bother. I'll find you and see how you kill me." Fong Hao didn't care about Li Teng's strength at all. It was the first time he had seen that before the war. In order to show off, he sent his whole cards directly to the person on the channel. Fong Hao knew that his trump card was a Tier 4 Greatsword Warrior, but Li Teng didn't know what trump card Fong Hao had. Therefore, Fong Hao did not take him to heart at all. Not to mention that he now has a 5th Order Skeleton Troll and a 10th Order Bone Dragon. Even the Fireblade tribe that Fong Hao destroyed at the beginning was stronger than Li Teng, who gave him the courage to openly challenge Fong Hao. "When I catch you, let's see how tough you are," Li Teng said. Support Big Brother Li Teng and eradicate treacherous evil. Support Big Brother Li Teng and destroy Fong Hao, the profiteer. Except for the people from the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce, there is no second voice in the channel. After all, Li Teng showed the 4th Order arms, beyond their strength. Those who wanted to speak for Fong Hao also silently shut their mouths, and could only scold these people for shame in the territory. Only Dong Jieyue defended Fong Hao, and his rebuke seemed very powerless. Fong Hao sent Dong Jieyue a message. "Li Teng is just a clown. Don't waste time on these people. Brother Hao, I have some soul crystals here for you to expand your troops, just in case." No, just wait and watch the show. After closing the Book of Lords, Fong Hao also finished his breakfast. After drinking a glass of fruit wine, I went straight out of the Lord's Stone building and went to the skeleton transformation field. Now that the bone dragon is unlocked, the bone dragon is recruited, and the combat power is also tested. Bone dragon, creeping spine 10, death trace 7, star silver 5, dragon crystal 10. The traces of death and star silver, the reserves in the warehouse, are still sufficient. But Long Jing Fong Hao only has 12. He can also only adjust the number of recruits to 1. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit Bone Dragon 101. Pieces of light flickered, and 101 huge bone dragons appeared above the territory. Like a dense cloud, covering the sky and the sun. A huge sense of oppression enveloped the entire territory, and all the maids of the rabbit clan who worked were shivering and almost fainted. Go to the open space outside the territory and stand by. Fong Hao said. Call. One after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded, and all the bone dragons flew out and landed on the open space outside the territory. Fong Hao called the blacksmith again. Install troop saddles on all bone dragons. Each troop saddle can ride a coacher, 6 types of troops. When the blacksmiths were installing the troop saddle on the bone dragon, Fong Hao began to make equipment for the skeleton trolls. Yesterday, Fong Hao harvested several troll equipment drawings. Troll heavy armor, 8 iron plates, 3 cast iron blocks, 5 thick and tough leather. Troll iron helmet, 5 iron plates, 2 cast iron blocks, 3 thick and tough leather. Troll boots, 6 iron plates, 3 cast iron blocks, 4 thick and tough leather. Adjust the number to 11. Triggered by 100 times increase, get troll heavy armor 1111. Triggered by 100 times increase, get distance iron helmet 1111. Triggered by 100 times increase, get 1111 troll boots. It was originally in the open space outside the city, but these troll equipment that appeared still piled up into a hill. Sir, are you here? At this moment, Huoren came over. The soul of the fire blade has been modified. Fong Hao has 100% loyalty, and his behavior is also very stable. There has not been much battle, and the fire blade also acts as a general defending the city. After all, he was not at ease when the task of defending the city was handed over to Njia. Fireblade, arrange for the skeleton troll to change equipment and go out with me later. Fong Hao said. Good lord. For Fong Hao's order, Huoren lively implemented it carefully, and there would not be any emotional fluctuations. Whether it is to defend the city or lead the team to fight, there will be no such emotions of willingness or unwillingness. 10 minutes later, the blacksmiths fixed all the troop saddles. The skeleton troll also replaced all the equipment as instructed. Fong Hao selected 10 bone dragons, carrying 68 skeleton trolls, led the team by himself, and accompanied the fire blade. Come on the bone dragon, ready to go. Fong Hao took the lead to sit on the back of a bone dragon, and there were also 6 skeleton trolls behind him on the dragon's back. A team of 70 people rose into the sky behind the boarded dragon and flew in the direction of Li Teng's territory. Fong Hao would never let Li Teng get close to his territory. There were a large number of skeleton soldiers patrolling around the territory. As soon as Li Teng approached the comparison map, he would infer that Fong Hao could control the skeletons. With Li Teng's pig brain, he might have taken a picture and posted it directly on the regional channel to announce Fong Hao's secret. Fong Hao is not Li Teng, so he won't reveal his secrets because of showing off, just to change his brilliance. Therefore, when they learned that the other party was going to attack the territory, they chose to take the initiative to attack. The other side. Li Teng was holding Erlang's legs up, picking his teeth with a wooden pick. I just finished breakfast with my soldiers and are about to leave. This time, it is inevitable to destroy Fong Hao. With 64th Order giant sword infantrymen, more than 50 First Order militiamen, and his own army of more than 100 people, Fong Hao, this little scumbag, can fight with himself. What qualifications do you have to challenge yourself? In the alliance, the most developed people only have more than 20 troops. No matter how well Fong Hao develops, he is not his opponent. I'm ready to go, everyone cheers me up. The other party is just a group of small territories that are not to be feared. Let's go over, kill everyone, and occupy the city. It's as simple as that, understand? Li Ting shouted with a wooden sign in his mouth. Of pre-war mobilization. No matter how you count, you have no reason to fail. That is to say, It will take some time on the road, and it is not difficult to occupy the opponent's territory. Understood, Lord. All the soldiers answered loudly. Tue. Li Tung spat out the wooden sign in his mouth and waved his hand. Let's go. The city gate opened, and the team moved towards the direction of How territory above the map. Just got out of the city not too far. Lord, there seemed to be some creatures in front of them, flying over in groups. A giant sword infantry, said with a frown. Li Tung glanced at it and frowned slightly. The distance is too far, and I can't see what it is. Crow, right? Or an eagle. Don't care about these and move on. Under the urging of Li Tung, the team continued to move forward. But it hasn't been long before everyone's faces have become ugly. I saw the oncoming target, getting bigger and bigger when seeing the sky creatures. Everyone's hearts were raised. The First Order units even held their heads and hid aside, and their whole bodies began to tremble. The bone dragon was actually a group of bone dragons, covering the sky and rushing towards him with a terrifying sense of oppression. What exactly is going on? On the back of the dragon, Fang Hao saw the advancing human team from afar. No need to ask, the one who appeared here was Li Tung attacking Fang Hao's team. Li Tung is not too stupid. The number of arms is more than what he reported in the channel. There are about 100 people. Come closer, dragon breath. Fang Hao patted the bone dragon's neck. Roar. The bone dragon was ordered to dive down quickly, and when it was close to the top of the team, it directly released the breath of death. The dragon's breath, full of death energy, spit out from the dragon's mouth and swept toward the army marching on the ground. Oh, a miserable wailing sounded. The body of the person who was hit by the breath of death began to melt and fall off, and finally only a layer of charred skeleton was left scattered on the ground. Roar. Then, the several bone dragons behind also issued dragon breaths, sweeping the people who were fleeing on the ground. It was a massacre at all, a massacre without any suspense. Li Tung was frightened enough by the scene in front of him. Pushing back subconsciously, he tripped himself and fell to the ground. In front of him, one after another dragon breath is reaping the lives of his soldiers. The Fourth Order arms that made him extremely proud are as weak as ants under the breath of the bone dragon. There is no room for resistance. The next second, without any hesitation, Li Tung turned his head and ran, recklessly running towards the territory. A round of breathing. Li Tung's soldiers below were all dead. 2 First Order soldiers were oppressed by Long Wei from the very beginning and fled directly into the woods in the distance. Fang Hao did not arrange for anyone to hunt him down. After all, a First Order soldier, unable to escape, has no effect on this victory. The giant dragon turned around, and Fang Hao saw Li Tung running back to the territory desperately. Li Tung's modern clothes are very recognizable. Watching Li Tung enter the territory and the city gate closed again, Fang Hao smiled slightly. This kid is really lucky, he is still alive. The bone dragon turned around and flew towards Li Tung's territory. The bone dragon that covered the sky and the sun hovered over the territory. In the next second, countless tall skeleton trolls holding giant axes jumped down from the bone dragon. It fell directly into the city like dumplings. The towering city walls and the closed city gates were useless at this time. Immediately afterwards, a skeleton warrior with blood-red armor and a long blade jumped down. Loudly said, everyone who resisted was killed, and the lord of the other side caught them alive. Whoa! All the skeleton trolls were ordered to disperse quickly and pay the rest. However, with the exception of a small number of the First Order troops who stayed behind, the rest of the troops died outside, and there was nothing to resist. Only the peasants in the territory were shivering while hiding in the room. The city was occupied, the city gate opened, and Fang Hao walked in swaggeringly. Come to the Lord's mansion and sit down. At this time, Li Tung, like a dead dog, was dragged in front of Fang Hao by the flaming blade while crying out for mercy. At this time, Li Tung was still full of energy in the channel. The whole body trembled uncontrollably, and the snot and tears were mixed into a ball. When I saw a human sitting in the position, I was still slightly stunned. From the beginning to the end, he only thought that he was unlucky and was attacked by the undead, but he did not think that this was Fang Hao's team. Li Tung, we met. Fang Hao said with a smile, in Chinese. Even though Li Tung's reaction was slow, he thought of something at this time. Eyes widened. He looked at Fang Hao in front of him in horror. You are Fang Hao? Impossible. Impossible. You lied to me. You are an undead. Li Ting shouted loudly. Kneeling on the ground, the body kept going backwards. He was picked up by the fireblade again. I'm Fong Hao. I'll give you a treat, for everyone's sake. Fong Hao said softly. Li Ting must die, and let everyone know. Otherwise, there will always be people who get some opportunity, will be pretentious, and then try to challenge themselves. This is a warning to everyone. If you are willing to play, no one will pay attention to you. If you have nothing to do, you will only have to die if you come to trouble yourself. No. Boss, I'm just joking with you. A joke, don't kill me. Fong Hao was silent. I beg you to let me go. Boss, I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. I count out to you. Let me go. I don't dare anymore. Saying that, he banged and slammed on the ground without any effort. Fong Hao still did not speak, but directly opened the Book of Lords. The regional channel is still lively. Calculate the time. Li Ting should be there. I don't know if Fong Hao will be killed. It is estimated that Fong Hao is on his knees begging for mercy now, snot and tears, wiping his tears like a wronged daughter-in-law. Ha. Boss Li Ting, send the photo quickly. We want to see the miserable condition of this boy Fong Hao. In the channel, a piece of information appears. Still cheering on Li Ting, mocking and attacking Fong Hao. Fong Hao looked at Li Ting and said directly, Fireblade, knife faster. This is my hometown. Yes, my lord. Hearing Fong Hao's words, the long blade on the side of the fireblade was unsheathed. Li Ting was even more frightened to death, and a pool of watermarks spread from his crotch. Fong Hao, don't kill me. Please, really, I don't dare anymore. Dragging his muddy trousers, he took a few steps forward. I was wrong. Let me go once. Really, let me go once. Puff. Next second, the long blade of the fire blade slid across a cold light, and Li Ting, who was begging for mercy, suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Then he turned around and saw the body kneeling on the ground. Confusion was written in his eyes, and he rolled aside a little bit. Li Ting was dead, and his head was chopped off by the fire blade. Looking at the head that rolled under his feet, Fong Hao sighed slightly. He didn't want to kill people, and he didn't want to use his force to bully others. But this is the third person he has killed. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and used the new camera function to take pictures of Li Ting's head and corpse and sent them directly to the channel. There are no blood restrictions here and no mosaics. The bright red blood, the dead head, and the limp body made the channel quiet in an instant. Everyone closed their mouths. No one spoke for a while. Li Ting is already dead. As for other people who are hostile to me, welcome to challenge. Fong Hao's words stayed on the channel for a long time. After a while, someone spoke. Is that Li Ting's head? Nonsense, if it weren't for Li Ting's head, with Li Ting's character. I jumped out early and said harsh words. Fong Hao is the real boss. That is, Li Ting's death has been linked on the regional channel. Those who supported Li Ting and Fong Hao's verbal attacks also closed their mouths at this time. Those who dared to speak on the channel began to call Fong Hao one after another. Then, a message appeared at an inappropriate time. The Qinglong Mutual Aid Chamber of Commerce is permanently disbanded. After one sentence ended, it represented the mood of all members of the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce. Li Ting looked like he was dead, and everyone in the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce felt chills down their backs, and beads of sweat kept appearing on their heads. For fear that Fong Hao would know the location of their territory, he would kill them in one breath. The soul crystals supported by the entire Chamber of Commerce could not fight against Fong Hao alone, so how could they resist? I want to admit my mistake to Fong Hao on the channel, but I am afraid that I will not attack myself. If you don't say anything, you can't feel guilty. The last few people discussed and directly dissolved the newly formed Chamber of Commerce, which is a begging attitude. In fact, everyone is clearly in the mirror, and it is these members of the Chamber of Commerce who are insulting Fong Hao. If everyone's location is announced, Fong Hao may be wiped out directly. Fong Hao just glanced at it, then ignored it and closed the Book of Lords directly. Anyone who picks up troubles in the channel and scolds him has already been added to the blacklist. As the territory expands, everyone can meet sooner or later. At that time, the new account and the old account will be calculated together. Sir, here it is. Horan picked up Li Ting's Book of Lords and brought it to Fong Hao. The moment I took it, I received the prompt. The Book of Lords can be swallowed. Then, Li Ting's Book of Lords turned into a little starlight and merged into Feng Hao's Book of Lords. Successful swallowing. Your Lord's book is currently level 2, and it takes 12 to upgrade. When he devoured the Book of Lords for the first time, his Book of Lords had already been upgraded to level 2. Obtained. Marching speed plus 1%, resource gathering plus 2%, number of daily speeches in regional channels plus 10 rewards. Today's devour is the 12 required for the upgrade. Devouring one more will raise the level of the Book of Lords to level 3, adding more boosts. You gain the decision-making power of the territory to which Zhuanghong belongs. Occupation and abandonment. Occupy. It will become your affiliated territory and can continue to develop. Abandoned. 50% to 80% of the territory's resources will be obtained, and this territory will be abandoned. For the first time, he chose to abandon it because of his strength. Today, he has enough strength and ability to control the city. Occupied. Without much hesitation, Feng Hao directly chose to occupy. You have occupied an affiliated territory and have ownership of this territory and 2 affiliated villages. You can set the deputy consul in the Book of Lords. After choosing to occupy, this city is automatically identified as a subsidiary territory, has all the rights of the city. Not to mention, Li Tung has really developed well. Both the Lord's Mansion and the city wall have been upgraded to level 4, and they are working hard to accumulate level 5 upgrade materials. Open the Book of Lords, and you can see all the blueprints Li Tung obtained. In addition to what Feng Hao already owns, there are 2 new drawings. Drawings of making sickle, drawings of agricultural trucks, drawings of two-handed épée green. Épée infantry training ground, human. The first 2 are drawings needed for agriculture. The drawings of agricultural trucks are not much different from the drawings of trolleys. The agricultural trucks are larger and heavier. The latter 2 drawings are normal in Feng Hao's view. Especially the épée infantry, the combat effectiveness is the same, and it looks quite formidable. Under 1 round of the Bone Dragon's attack, they were all dead and wounded. The information of the affiliated villages can also be seen. In the warehouses of the affiliated villages, a large amount of wheat and potato grain reserves were found. It proves that the village can produce a lot of food. No wonder it is developing so rapidly, and the issue of food and clothing is a crucial item. Sir, there are still many human farmers left in the territory. Do you need to kill them all? Horin walked in again and asked Feng Hao for instructions. How many people? More than 20 people. Feng Hao nodded and said, bring them in. It's an adult. Not long after, a group of farmers were brought in. Feng Hao counted 32 people, more than the 20 people mentioned by Horin. The farmer was escorted in by a group of skeletons, and his legs were trembling. When he saw Li Ting's body on the ground, several of them fell to the ground in fright, their eyes terrified. The farmer is different from the Feng Hao laborer skeleton. The Terran will accept some foreign refugees, and if you accept them, you will become a farmer in the territory. These people were recruited by Li Tung, and more were recruited refugees. Among the refugees, there are many women, or a family of 3, with children. I'm Feng Hao, and I'll be the owner of this city from today. I'll ask you some questions. If you answer well, you'll be safe. If you don't answer well, don't blame me for being rude. It was still quiet below, all crowded together. No one dared to speak. Who knows what's around the territory? Tell me. After being quiet for a while, a man came out tremblingly, knelt directly on the ground, and said, Sir, I came from a village in the west. There are many human villages in the west. I listened to the introduction of several villagers one after another. Feng Hao also had a general understanding. In the west of this territory, there are many human villages, and there are often some mountain bandits composed of humans and orcs to loot the villages. Some of the destroyed villages, and those who survived, will look for human cities to join. This is also one of the reasons for the emergence of refugees. After having a general understanding of the situation, Feng Hao also has his own plans. Looking at everyone below, he said, Some of you may know something, maybe not, but I would like to say that it is not my will to start a war, but your lord challenged me. Feng Hao has the strength, but he doesn't want to take any infamy on his back. It was Li Tung who took the initiative to pick things up, and he just passively fought back. It was still silent below. Feng Hao continued, Starting today, I am the owner of this territory. You can live here normally, and the territory will provide you with food and shelter." All the peasants were a little confused and looked carefully at their companions beside them. After hesitating for a few seconds, after the first person knelt down to thank them, everyone knelt down to show their surrender. Feng Hao naturally wouldn't let them go and spread the news of the undead army. Not killing all of them is already his last bottom line. "Okay, you don't have to worry. I am also a human being, a magician who can summon creatures. You can work normally in the future, and you can live a normal life." Feng Hao finished speaking, cast his magic, and immediately condensed 2 trees around him. Waiter. The peasants kneeling below became a little noisy when they saw the scene in front of them. The story of the magician has always been highly disseminated. In remote villages, there will also be 1 or 2 stories about magicians or noble masters and mistresses. Seeing Feng Hao performing magic, I believed a little more in my heart. "You all go back to work. I will arrange a new console for you." Feng Hao waved his hand slightly, indicating that everyone can leave. All the farmers withdrew and returned to their posts as instructed. Feng Hao also left the Lord's mansion with a flaming blade. "Go outside and rebuild the territory. The first is to build an arrow tower on the city wall, which has a basic early warning of the entire territory. Later, logging farms, pastures, quarries, lumber mills, stone mills, and forges were built. There are also mills, and the most important thing is the mill. In Li Teng's territory, there are also 2 affiliated villages, which have stored a lot of crops, and the mill has played a great role. Seeing that everything was built, work was arranged for the peasants. In the regional channel, 12 soul crystals were exchanged. Came directly to the Apei Infantry Training Ground. Apei Infantry Training Ground. Available to recruit. Apei Infantry, Tier 4 Arms. Apei Infantry, Soul Crystal 4, Food 20. Description: a special building that can recruit special troops. Adjusted the number of recruits to 3. Select recruit. Triggered by 100 times increase. Recruit Apei Infantry 303. The light dissipated, and 303 burly Apei infantrymen stood in front of Feng Hao. Apei Infantry, Tier 4. Faction: Human. Racial characteristics: living beings, human spirit, learning. Skill: Sweep. Fixed ability: intermediate combat proficiency, intermediate tactical proficiency, intermediate Apei proficiency. Life: this unit is a life, can be healed and resurrected, and is affected by morale. Human essence: passive. Essence increases by 3%. Learning: humans are good at learning. Except for proficient weapons, they can be paired with any secondary weapon. The secondary weapon requires practice. Sweep: area attack that simultaneously damages all enemy units in front of you, causing 40% additional critical damage. Note: don't underestimate these men who hold heavy iron swords high. In the history of the Empire, there are countless poems that praise the giant sword infantry team fighting to the last man and defending the Lord. 303 giant sword infantry, shirtless standing in front of Feng Hao. The skin is bronzed, revealing strong muscles, and looks exaggerated like a fitness trainer. If you let them go to the streets to hand out flyers, there will be a good effect of attracting customers. "I have seen the Lord. I am willing to serve you." 303 macho men brushed their chests with one hand and bowed in salute. Human etiquette is different from that of the undead, but they all show respect for the Lord. They had just been recruited, and they had no memory of Li Teng. They only knew that their Lord was Feng Hao. "You are welcome to join. Wait a moment, I will make some equipment for you," Feng Hao said, and began to open the Book of Lords to make equipment for several people. Two-handed Apei, iron 5, leather 4. Production quantity 3. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Obtain 303 two-handed Apei. Then, Feng Hao made it again: plate armor, gauntlet, black iron open-face helmet, and leather boots. All 303 sets were made and distributed to all Apei infantry. When all the Apei infantrymen were dressed neatly, Feng Hao continued: "Your mission is to guard the territory, protect the safety of the villagers and the city, and that, without my order, anyone who tries to escape the territory will be regarded as a defector and killed directly. Die. Follow your orders." Everyone dispersed and began to execute Feng Hao's orders. After dealing with the matter here, Feng Hao left immediately. As for the consul, Fong Hao hadn't thought of a good candidate yet, so he just let Fireblade stay to take care of the territory first. After you go back, select a suitable candidate and replace the Fireblade. A small number of soldiers were left for the Fireblade. Fong Hao then boarded the Bone Dragon again and returned to the territory. With the Bone Dragon, it can be said that it is very convenient. It can be reached in 20 minutes after a few hours' journey. Return to the territory. As soon as he landed, he saw Nelson walking out of the Organ Museum, followed by a skeleton hero with huge flesh wings on his back. Good noon, Lord. Nelson greeted actively. Nelson's status in the territory is second only to Fong Hao. When Fong Hao saw Nielsen, he also called out a doctor to show respect. The reason why the status is so high. In addition to being a Tier 7 orange hero, the more important point is to make skeleton heroes. This is like a production line. The hero units that other lords dream of can be transformed into heroes of their own side, as long as they kill them here. And it's 100% loyal, which is too powerful. Straight line increases the strength of the territory, not worse than Fong Hao's 100-fold increase. Based on this alone, no one can surpass Nelson's status in the territory. Good noon, Bachelor Nelson. The transformation is complete? Fong Hao turned his head and looked at the giant winged hero behind him. Although it was made into a skeleton hero, but still retains the vampire's fangs and huge bat wings. Yes, sir, Bloodhunter. I haven't seen Lord yet. Nelson took a step sideways to make way. Bloodhunter stepped forward, bowed, and saluted. Bloodhunter, I have seen Lord. Bloodhunt is already a bone. Without the cover of the lips, the two fangs are even more sharp and slender. Welcome to join, Bloodhunt, Fong Hao said with a smile. Blood hunting, Tier 5 heroes. Faction, Undead. Template, Blue. Racial characteristics. Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Legion talent, Dark Deception, Air Force Commander. Skills, Blood Siphon, Dread Scythe, Hunger. Inherent ability, Advanced Tactical Proficiency, Advanced Flight Proficiency, Advanced Command Proficiency. Dark Fraud. In the dark, the units led by heroes are more difficult to find. Air Force Commander. The attack power of flying units is increased by 5%. Blood Siphon, active. Inflicts 70% spell damage to the living target, and has a 25% chance that the target will enter a weak state. During the channeling process, it restores 2% of its own health every second. Dread Scythe, active. Summons a bloody scythe to slash forward, dealing 150% weapon damage. Hunger and Thirst, passive. The bloody aura on the battlefield will stimulate desire in the body and improve the overall attributes. Description: the product of the immortal corpse which is not recognized by the undead god. This hero cannot be promoted or advanced. Blood hunting skills are pretty good. At that time, relying on the flying ability, the attacks of the troops in the territory were difficult to hit him. If it wasn't for him rushing over and being caught by Nelson, I'm afraid there's really nothing that can be done about him. Now his memory has been modified, and he has become a hero of Fong Hao. In the future, he will also fight for the territory in the endless years. Same. As a modified undead hero, he will not be able to upgrade and advance again, and has always maintained the status quo. Bloodhunter's loyalty to you reaches 100. Blood hunting under his command. His loyalty to you reaches 100 points, and will not be affected by any anti-international emotions. Bloodhunt also has no previous memory, and will only be loyal to Fong Hao and the territory. Blood hunting, you will lead the Bone Dragon and Skeleton Giant Bat. Fong Hao said, the only flying units in the territory are Bone Dragons and Skeleton Giant Bats. Moreover, Fong Hao feels that the Bone Dragon itself is very capable of fighting, and the arrangement for blood hunting is mainly because of the bonus of the Legion's talent. In any case, something is better than nothing. Follow your orders, my lord. Bloodhunter agreed, and the huge bat wings opened and flew out of the territory. All the bone dragons were arranged outside the territory by Fong Hao, and the territory of 100 flying dragons could not be reached. After Bloodhunter left, Nelson followed Fong Hao into the hall of the Lord's mansion. The two sat down on chairs. This morning, on the west side of the territory, I occupied a human city. There is a lack of a city lord. I don't know who to arrange is more secure. Fong Hao said, oh, human city? Nelson expressed surprise, thought for a while, and continued. It is difficult for humans to accept the rule of the undead. I also took this into consideration and was hesitating whether to arrange for a rabbit clan to go there. Fong Hao expressed his thoughts. Although the rabbit is an orc, its appearance is still very close to humans. Moreover, the girls of the rabbit tribe are relatively gentle in character, which is relatively more convenient for Fong Hao to control, and there will be no mistakes. Also, but those rabbit children have limited abilities. Even if they are arranged in the past, I am afraid that the Lord will still need to worry about it. Nelson thought for a while and said, the meaning is that the rabbit is a small clan, with no education and no experience of the world. Most of them are adults, and they only know a few common words, and it is difficult to manage a gradually expanding city. In the end, it was Fong Hao who managed the 2 cities by himself, and what the city owner set up was useless. Fong Hao thought about it for a while, and this is indeed the truth. I'll think about it again. Fong Hao was lost in thought. Next, Fong Hao and Nelson discussed the issue of the skull-shattering tribe. Time passed little by little. When night falls, the system prompt appears again. The emergency Lord attack is over, and the map marking function is cancelled. The Alliance system, the Alliance chat channel, and the camera function are officially opened. There was no reward for this mission. This is not a compulsory task, and most people are still relatively restrained, and there is no battle. Before going to bed, Fong Hao swiped the regional channel boldly. 25 model background, maid, jade feet, selling photo albums. Photo, provides sleep coaxing service online, get up in the morning service, interested little brother contact me. 25 years old, just 180 years old. Do you have an aunt who is willing to date? The opening of the photo function seems to have opened up a new business opportunity for the channel. All kinds of beauties wore made outfits sold by Fong Hao and posed sexy poses one by one. There are also some young and handsome guys, shirtless and showing off their muscles. Fong Hao reported a critical eye. She fell asleep when she saw that she couldn't open her eyes. The other side, Coldwind Mountains, Skullshatter Tribe. In the Great Chief's Hall, the Noel Nego, possessed by Xiaoyu, was standing in the center of the hall in a regular manner. His eyes were constantly looking around. Above the head is a chandelier made of human skulls. The whole hall is illuminated, but it is a bit weird. The breeze blows, and the chandeliers flicker. The figure of the Noel was erratic. Although Xiaoyu was a ghost, the depressing atmosphere in the entire hall also made her curse inwardly. What the hell is this place? It's scarier than your own cemetery. Just when she was thinking wildly, and was a little worried that she would be exposed. At the back of the hall, there were the sound of slowly approaching footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a burly orc with a demon blood strode out. It is the chief of the Skull tribe, Skull Thrall. Thrall took the throne and sat down directly. With some impatient eyes, he looked at the knoll below. You brought news of the undead camp. The voice of Skullbroken was a little low, but fortunately there was no flaw. My lord, I have brought news that those damned undead actually wiped out my tribe. You must avenge me, my lord. Xiaoyu imitated the appearance of a knoll and cried loudly. Needless to say, everyone present could see it. Nego is a hero no matter what. There are many scars at this time, and there are different degrees of hair loss. Like some kind of skin disease, ugly and embarrassing. Tell me what you know, and then I will arrange a place for you to kill those undead and avenge your clan. Thrall's expression remained unchanged, leaning back lazily on the back of his chair. Minnie. Thank you, sir. The leader of the undead army is a human. When they attacked my village, the troops they carried were all undead troops, and there were 10,000 people. The jackal said loudly. These are what Fong Hao told her. The other party obviously arranged for scouts to conduct reconnaissance on the territory. No one knows what kind of information the other party has learned, so they all follow the truth to ensure the other party's trust. What type of undead troops are they? Thrall continued to ask. Most of them are low-level undead infantry, and there are some necromancers. And the necromancer? Thrall frowned suddenly. The last scout, but did not find the news of the mage. Yes, but not many. When Xiaoyu saw the surprised expression on the other side, she knew that they should not know about the necromancer, and immediately changed her mouth, saying that there were not many. Well, is there any news? Thrall continued to ask. No, the village was destroyed by the other party, so I came to join you. I hope you can give me a chance to take revenge. The Knoll roared loudly with a painful expression on his face. The tone was full of resentment towards the enemy. You came at the right time. Tomorrow you will set off with the army and avenge your clansmen. Thrall said flatly. Xiaoyu frowned. Tomorrow the army will set off to attack the territory? It's almost too late. Seeing that the Knoll didn't speak, Thrall asked coldly. What's the matter? What else do you want to say? No. Then I will definitely kill the enemy with all my strength and live up to the trust of the great chief. Xiaoyu said immediately. Heh, you Knoll can speak quite well. Thrall laughed softly, and then shouted from the door. Come on. An orc guard came in. Master Chief. Thrall continued. Send him to Amari, and let Amari tell him the plan and the rules. Yes. After he finished speaking, he took the Knoll out of the hall, sent to the barracks where the troops were assembled. Although Nigo's status is not high, but he is also a Knoll hero and is assigned a separate residence. When night falls, the Knoll lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. A female ghost broke away from her body and hid in the dark, looking for information related to the battle. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao rubbed his hazy eyes and sat up from the bed. As soon as I got out of bed, I saw the sound transmission stone on the bedside table, which had stored a message. It must have been some news from Xiaoyu. The sound transmission stone is one-way transmission. That is to say, Xiaoyu can only transmit information, and Fong Hao can only receive information. He picked up the sound transmission stone, put it in his ear, and listened carefully. As he heard the content inside, Fong Hao's expression gradually became serious. Xiaoyu's news is relatively brief. The enemy's army had set out early this morning and marched hurriedly according to the plan, and would appear near the territory to attack tomorrow and the day after. The leader of the team is not Skullbreaker Thrall, but a hero named Amari. One more thing, some tribes on the east side of the territory will also join the battle when they attack. Among them, the largest tribe, and the one with appeal, is Fong Hao's old acquaintance, Tong Yoterak. Fong Hao's heart tightened instantly after hearing the message from the sound transmission stone. Although his strength made him very confident, when he heard the attack, he was still inexplicably nervous. Put down the sound transmission stone, took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked out of the room. Ear was preparing breakfast when she saw Fong Hao coming downstairs and greeted him warmly. Morning, master. Early, Ear's breakfast is simpler. I have important things to do after eating, Fong Hao said. Oh, good master. Also, and Jia, let her get up quickly. Fong Hao continued to speak and walked straight out of the Lord's mansion. All the way to the Organ Museum, Nelson and Bloodhunter happened to come out of it. My lord. The two saluted. N. Fong Hao nodded and continued. Xiaoyu sent back the news that the Skull-Broken tribe had already sent troops this morning. Fong Hao told the two of the news that Xiaoyu had sent back, focusing on the matter of Tong Niu. Lord, what are your thoughts? Nelson asked Xiang Fong Hao. Fong Hao thought about it for a while and said directly, Bloodhunter, prepare yourself. All the bone dragons bring enough skeleton trolls, and they will set off later. Okay, my lord. I will prepare immediately. After saying that, Xuehuan spread out his wings and flew to the place where the bone dragon was stationed. Fong Hao thought for a while and continued. Ms. Nelson, if you have nothing to do, come with us too. After all, the other party's purple hero is afraid that blood hunting will not be able to handle it. Nelson nodded. Good sir, I am willing to serve you. It is good. After explaining everything, Fong Hao directly returned to the Lord's mansion and waited for Ear to bring the food. At this moment, Jia rubbed her eyes and staggered downstairs. The shirt is half hung, and the loose collar hangs on the front of the chest, exposing a large area of skin. Fong Hao, why did you wake me up so early? I'm sick, Jia said as she went downstairs as if to vent her anger. We're going to attack the occupied territory in a while. If you don't want to go, just stay and watch the house. Anyway, there are enough people. Fong Hao said nonchalantly while drinking vegetable soup. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, Jia's sullen eyes instantly burst into light. He rushed directly to the table and started to eat. Hurry up, eat well, and leave early. Who are you going to fight this time? Bronze Bull. Puff. Hearing Fong Hao's words, all the vegetable soup that had just entered his mouth spurted out. In this area, in addition to strength, Bronze Bull also has a high prestige. This kind of prestige can organize orcs who have been fighting and looting each other all the year round to create the Manhwa market. It is enough to see clearly the position of the copper bull in this area. Tarok, he's not bad. Why are you beating him? And Jia asked in a low voice. And Jia knows the strength of Feng Hao's undead army. Now there are bone dragons, not to mention copper bulls. Even gold bulls and silver bulls are crushed into slag. There is news from Xiaoyu that Tong Niu will join Skull Shard to capture our territory, so we must prepare in advance to weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. Feng Hao said while eating. The prestige of Bronze Bull Tarok is also one of Feng Hao's concerns. He can get the surrounding orc tribes to lay down their weapons and exchange items peacefully at the Manhwa market. Orcs can take up arms and attack an undead city. Therefore, the problem of the Bronze Bull must be resolved, and if it cannot be resolved peacefully, then he can only be killed. Join yourself to be a purple hero under your command, not a purple skeleton hero. The only difference is whether it can continue to improve in the future. Oh, well, give me his horns, and I'll use them as decorations. Depend on. Feng Hao almost sprayed. The worst plan is to kill the copper bull, and now you start thinking about the copper bull's horns on people's heads. Okay, I will set off ahead of time. You lead 50,000 infantry to this location. There is a city here. Let's gather here. Open the map on the Book of Lords and point to the territory of Zhongbin. Oh, okay. And Jia nodded. After the two finished breakfast, they explained a few words to Yer. Feng Hao sat on the bone dragon and took 101 bone dragons, camels full of skeleton trolls, and flew towards the direction of Manhwa. Zhongbin's territory. Zhongbin was lying on the bed with a haggard expression. Yesterday's task of attacking the Lord brought a lot of shock to his heart, especially knowing that Feng Hao's territory was on the west side of his own territory. Feng Hao cut off Li Ting's head again and posted the bloody photos to the channel. This night, he had nightmares again and again, in which his head was chopped off by Feng Hao more than once. Even when he woke up at this time, he subconsciously touched his neck. Confirm, is it still connected to the body? Is the head separated? Lord, we hunted some beasts. Come down and break them down. Outside the window, there were soldiers shouting. These soldiers are also wondering what happened to the Lord, who wakes up earlier on weekdays and has not woken up at this time today. I'll go down immediately. Zhongbin shouted, getting dressed and going downstairs. In front of the Lord's mansion, there are two one-horned sheep, which are the trophies of the soldiers in the morning. Zhongbin used the slaughtering function of the Book of Lords to slaughter two one-horned sheep. Meat and materials are automatically separated and entered into the warehouse. Sir, you don't look very well, are you ill? Some soldiers saw Zhongbin's haggard and asked softly. It's okay, it's just that I don't have a good rest. Wait for me, and I'll go hunting with you. Zhongbin said. Just as I was about to turn around and go back to the house to change my armor, I suddenly felt the sky darken. Looking up subconsciously, I saw a huge figure in the sky covering the sky. It was like a dark cloud covering the top of the sun, blocking the sun. Dang! The weapon in the soldier's hand fell. Everyone, including Zhongbin, immediately became terrified, and their legs were a little weak. It was a dragon, nearly 100 huge bone dragons. Call! The huge bone dragons gathered their wings, and the huge dragon claws stood directly on the city wall. Neat generals for a circle. Feng Hao got down from the dragon's back, brought the hero and the skeleton troll, and came to Zhongbin. Zhongbin, right? I'm Feng Hao. Our territory is not far. Feng Hao showed an easygoing smile, trying not to make the atmosphere so tense. Feng Hao has seen Zhongbin more than once, but it's all from the perspective of God's presence behind the skeleton. At this time, it was the first time I saw him with my own eyes. Zhongbin was older than him, close to 30 years old. He was wearing a white shirt and trousers. It seemed that he should have been an office worker before. It's just, why is the other party's dark circles so heavy? Isn't there something wrong with the body? While Feng Hao looked at Zhongbin, Zhongbin's response was a little slow, and he was a little overwhelmed listening to the other party's words. The human in front of him is Feng Hao, followed by two undead heroes, as well as so many bone dragons and skeleton trolls. Feng Hao's strength has reached this point. So this time, he must have come to kill himself, and the dream from last night really came true. Your brain is out of whack. Boom. The foot is soft, and the whole person is directly paralyzed. Boss Fong Hao, please don't kill me. Zhang Bin fell to his knees, his face pale. The tragic appearance of Li Teng being beheaded by someone on the channel yesterday kept reappearing in his mind. This uncontrollable fear made his legs tremble and his mind went blank. Fong Hao frowned. Whoever wants to kill you, get up and speak. Here, not kill yourself. Zhang Bin raised his head cautiously, hesitated again, and then slowly stood up. Mr. Fong Hao, who are you? Zhang Bin had to confirm again. With such a big battle, the other party is definitely not here to chat with him. Come, let's talk inside. Fong Hao walked into the Lord's Hall just like entering his own Lord's mansion. Zhang Bin's territory, he has been here several times, and he knows the location of each building. Everyone enters the room. Zhang Bin quickly walked a few steps, came to the Lord's seat, wiped the dust on it. Mr. Fong Hao, sit here. Fong Hao was not polite and sat directly on the seat. Zhang Bin sat down beside him, coughed lightly, and asked curiously, I don't know. Is there anything you have to do with me, boss? Just tell me if you have anything, and I will do it. Even though Fong Hao said he would not kill him, his voice was still a little trembling. There are indeed some things. Fong Hao said. Zhang Bin's heart tightened, and he continued to ask, well, cough. Then you said, I will do it if I can. Fong Hao continued, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will have a war with a large tribe in the east. The opponent's army is more than 10,000 people. Your territory is sandwiched between us, so it is very dangerous. This? Then what should I do? Zhang Bin's face became even more ugly. Fong Hao has no reason to deceive him, because Fong Hao has absolutely overwhelming strength, and he can't stop what he wants to do. So Fong Hao told him, must be true. Zhang Bin, we are fellow villagers and the territory is so close. We should support each other and stick together. Fong Hao gave him a deep look and said, do you understand what I mean? Zhang Bin's head was a mess, and he received too much information today, make him a little unable to turn around. But Fong Hao's words, do you understand what I mean, made him wake up instantly. Having worked in the workplace for so many years, he could easily hear the implied meaning in his words. He directly took off the Book of Lords, handed it to Fong Hao, and said, Mr. Fong Hao, you are right. We are fellow villagers, and we can live better together. He is not stupid. He knows that Fong Hao is going down the steps for him. What fellow? Li Teng also crossed over together, and Fong Hao also chopped off his head. Fong Hao's method is already easygoing. Seeing that the other party is a smart person, Fong Hao also smiled, directly took the other party's Book of Lords, and chose to swallow it. Successful swallowing. Your Book of Lords meets the upgrade requirements. The current level is 3, and the upgrade requires 0.5. The Lord has risen to level 3. Marching speed plus 2%, resource collection plus 3%, infantry attack power plus 1%, and the number of daily speeches on the regional channel plus 10. Unlock a new blueprint. Hunting Lodge, human. Zhang Bin has a drawing that Fong Hao does not have, a hunting lodge. Hunters can be recruited for hunting. You gain the decision-making power of the territory to which Zhang Bin belongs. Occupation and abandonment. Occupy. It will become your affiliated territory and can continue to develop. Abandoned. 50% to 80% of the territory's resources will be obtained, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupied by natural selection. Occupied. You have occupied an affiliated territory and have ownership of this territory and 2 affiliated villages. You can set up a sub-city acting consul in the Book of Lords. His own Book of Lords was swallowed up, and Zhang Bin's expression was a little bitter. This matter, I worked hard for such a long time, and finally, even the territory was lost. In the war with the orcs, you and these people can't help you much, so let's do it. Li Teng's territory is a 4th-tier city, and there are 100 4th-tier troops. You take all your people and go there to be the city lord. Fong Hao said it this time. Ah, good. Zhang Bin replied subconsciously. Then, he reacted immediately. His heart jumped, and a surge of ecstasy rushed to his heart. Yesterday, Li Teng shared the 4th-tier arms on the channel, but he was envious. After Li Teng was destroyed, Fong Hao gave it to himself. The 3rd-tier city has been replaced by a 4th-tier city, and there are still 100 4th-tier troops. This is my luck. He has such ups and downs, and he is young and good at heart. Otherwise, if you have a heart attack, go straight to it. Fong Hao nodded slightly when he heard the other party's words. In the Book of Lords, find the column of Deputy Consul and fill in Zhongbin's name. Next second, on Feng Hao's Book of Lords, a ray of light flew out and turned into a slightly smaller book. The Book of the City Lord. Feng Hao picked it up and checked it, and then he understood the meaning of the Book of the City Lord. The Book of the City Lord is similar to the Book of the Lord, which can upgrade and build the city under its jurisdiction. Items can also be crafted, but what you can build, make, and even recruit troops requires Feng Hao to give him permission. From then on, Zhongbin was no longer a lord, but a city lord under Feng Hao. Of course, this is also a good thing for Zhongbin. There is no need to worry about the development, and a strong thigh is next to him. Okay, take this book, gather all your people, and I will send you to the territory. Feng Hao continued. In such a hurry. Zhongbin was confused. So many things happened when I just woke up and hadn't washed my face. Now I have to leave all of them again and go directly. It's not a short distance. Well, I'm going to attack the orc territory in the east. Do you want to participate? If you don't participate, I will greet people to leave immediately. Feng Hao smiled slightly. Look at what you bring. Li Teng's subordinates are much richer than you, so you don't need to bring supplies. Oh well. After Zhongbin finished speaking, he began to gather his subordinates. When everyone gathered in front of the Lord's mansion and counted them, there were only 42 troops and peasants. After the past, there is a skeleton hero, Fireblade, who is my hero. Please let the sitting bone dragon come back directly. Feng Hao instructed. Boss, do you want us to sit here? Zhongbin swallowed. Are you afraid of heights? No. That's fine. It's cool. It's like a roller coaster. Let's go. Feng Hao said, pushing Zhongbin up. After everyone boarded the bone dragon, instantly soared into the sky, and in a scream, flew into the distance. Zhongbin was taken to the sky by the bone dragon. Looking down at the earth, he saw an army composed of skeletons, like a slender white snake, marching. I also knew in my heart that Feng Hao didn't lie at all. This is really going to be a war. After sending Zhongbin and others away, Feng Hao began to upgrade this territory. The Lord's mansion and the city walls were all upgraded to level 5, and the arrow towers and magic defense towers were also built. Feng Hao's idea is very simple. It is to block the enemy and make this the first battlefield, not his own territory. Even if something happens in the battle, he still has a chance to fight back. All the defense facilities were established, and Jia arrived in the city with tens of thousands of bones. Everyone get ready and head to Manhwa Market. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he directly entered a room in the Lord's mansion. 500 skeleton soldiers surrounded the Lord's mansion to protect Feng Hao's safety. Approaching, a blue soul fire rose from the pupil of a skeleton warrior. Let's go to Manhwa Market. The bustling orc market in the past is also very cold these days. The market is no longer open to the public, and a large number of orc armies are stationed outside the city. These armies came from different tribes, and this time they gathered here for the same purpose. Tomorrow, crusade an undead stronghold in the west of the city. And after winning, get the benefits given by the Skull Crush tribe. Inside the chief's hall. In addition to Bronze Bull Tarok, there are also some small clan chiefs gathered here to discuss the matter of tomorrow's expedition. There has been news from Skullbroken, and we can arrive tomorrow. At that time, our team will join them and set off together. Tong Nyo's voice was low. This time is their first collaboration with Coldwind Mountains. As the organizer of this battle, Tong Nyo also assumed a certain responsibility. Chief Tarok, what is the strength of the city of the undead in their mouths? What is the plan of the skull-shattered tribe spanning so far? An orc patriarch asked loudly. The Skull Smash tribe crossed such a long distance to destroy an undead city. There is probably something they don't know about it. I heard that this group of undead attacked a village arranged by Skullbroken, but they didn't say much about the specifics. Tong Nyo replied, tapping his fingers on the handrail. If it was in the past, Tong Nyo would naturally not agree to this kind of battle. But in the west of his tribe, there is a fast-growing city of the dead, which still makes him a little worried. Since the Skull-Broken tribe proposed to destroy the opponent, Tong Nyo was naturally willing to join in and act as a helper. If the Skull Crush tribe is left alone, when the undead city develops, as a nearby tribe, there is a high possibility of conflict. Anyway, there are those guys in the Cold Wind Mountains as the main force, What are we afraid of? That is, I haven't fought for a long time. Damn, my body is hard. All the patriarchs are saying every word, and you are a little excited about tomorrow's battle. Just when everyone said more and more vigorously, wishing to go out to fight now, a bull-headed guard rushed in, roared, "Chief, it's not good. There are tens of thousands of undead troops and bone dragons, and they will soon be in the city." What? Tong Nyo stood up instantly, his face shocked. A large and massive army of undead is approaching. You should go and have a look. The bull-headed guard repeated again. Quick, show me quickly. Tong Nyo picked up the battle axe and rushed out following the guards. The rest of the patriarchs were also flustered. Their clansmen are still stationed outside the city, so if they fight, they will suffer. Everyone rushed out of the chief's hall in a hurry. When I just climbed the city wall, I saw the army of bones rushing up on the horizon in the distance, and my face was instantly ugly, especially the flying monsters in the sky. It turned out to be a giant white bone dragon. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the West is not an undead city, but an undead empire? Chief Tarok, hurry up. Let my people come in first. Hurry up. Yes, our clansmen are still outside. Let them in quickly. Now the undead army is still some distance away, and I am afraid that it will not be in time. Tong Nyo nodded and arranged for the orcs stationed outside to be put into the city. The undead army marches nonstop. In the distance, you can see the orc army stationed outside the city of Manhwa. These legions are different from the previous orc caravans. They are fully equipped and carry axle weights. At first glance, they are gathered here for battle. Without guessing, I know it was in response to the call of the skull-shattered tribe. Sir, the orcs stationed outside are entering the city. It seems that the other party intends to defend the battle. Bloodhunter gathered his wings and landed on Fong Hao's cart. This time, Fong Hao performed Xinyan without riding a dragon. Instead, he sat on the scooter pulled by the skull warg and chatted with Nelson while driving. Hearing the report of the blood hunt, Fong Hao stood up and looked in the direction of Manhwa. Sure enough, the orcs entered the city gate quickly, leaving a large number of tents outside. Prepare to fight, Fong Hao ordered. Yes. The blood hunter spread his wings again, landed on the back of the bone dragon again, and began to lead the bone dragon army. Njia, you're ready to fight. Wake up, fuck me. Fong Hao patted Njia's cheek, but felt a piece of saliva on his face. According to Njia's biological clock, she did get up earlier today, but not all the way to sleep, still sleeping now. Njia rubbed her eyes and wiped off her saliva naturally. It's going to be a fight. We're going to fight. We're finally here. When it comes to fighting, Njia immediately wakes up, looking eager to try. Attack, Fong Hao said, blowing the horn of war directly. A blue ripple swayed, moving speed plus 10%, and the attributes of attack plus 2% took effect on all soldiers. Without any formation, after Fong Hao's order, the 50,000 skeleton soldiers began to draw their weapons from their waists and quickly approached the city of Manhwa. As the footsteps got faster and faster, the undead army began to run. The tsunami of skeletons rushed forward. City wall. Quick, let your people go up the city wall. Why don't you let your people go up and order less of my people? There was chaos in the city, and there were many patriarchs, each of whom was not satisfied. In the past, the tribes robbed each other, and it was even more impossible to obey each other's orders. Shut up, I'm under the unified command now, Tong Nyo said angrily, pushing away the two who were about to start. Only the Copper Bull is a hero here, and the rest of the patriarchs are not heroes. Seeing the appearance of Tong Nyo about to cut people, the two men's momentum is also much smaller. Chief Tarok ordered me to agree. I agree. Tong Nyo glared at the two of them and ordered loudly. All the long-range troops will mount the city wall and go to demolish all the houses in the territory and bring in the stones and logs. Yes, the chaotic orc miscellaneous army has been temporarily unified. All the orcs began to move. The long-range troops began to mount the city head, ready to attack the undead army that was fast approaching. Available in the next second. Be careful of the bone dragon. I don't know who shouted, and then the sky was dark. Several bone dragons swooped down and used the breath of death against the remote units gathered on the city wall. Black energy beams spurted out of the bone dragon's mouth. For a time, all the orcs that were hit let out a painful howl. The flesh and blood began to melt, leaving the body, leaving only skeletons scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart is cold. It's over. These ordinary arms can't fight against the 10th Order Bone Dragon at all. Even if you want to defend, you can't even go up to the city. How to fight this battle? However, this is just the beginning. Dozens of bone dragons in the sky began to circle around the city, the lives of the death-breathing Reaper orcs one after another. Brave orcs are as vulnerable as ants at this moment. Under the breath, they could not climb the city wall for defense, and the rest of the orcs could only find cover and avoid the circling bone dragons. And those orcs who didn't find a bunker have long since turned into bones. When the orcs couldn't get out of cover at all, the skeleton troll jumped down from the dragon's back, opened the city gate directly, and welcomed the army of skeletons into the city. Feng Hao controlled the skeleton and strode into the city. "Stop attacking," Feng Hao ordered. Dong dong dong. The bone dragon stopped circling and landed on the roof of the building in the city, and the ground trembled. "Tong Niu, an old friend is here. Why don't you come out to talk? Maybe this battle can be avoided," Feng Hao said loudly while standing in front of the chief's hall. The bronze bull and others couldn't cope with the bone dragons in the sky, so they all retreated to the chief's hall. Hearing Feng Hao's voice, the other patriarchs looked at Tong Niu at the same time. The skeleton outside the house also know the copper bull? "Chief Tarok, why don't you talk to him? Try to save the rest of the people," an orc chief whispered. The orcs are now completely at a disadvantage. It can be said that if they continue to fight, everyone will not survive. To be able to talk is the only way out for the orcs. Although the orcs are called war-mad, they are not fools. They like to loot, not to die. "Okay, then I'll go talk to him." Tong Niu put down his weapon and walked out. After walking out of the chief's hall, Feng Hao was waiting at the door. When he saw the copper bull come out, he said to the skeleton on the side, "Go get 2 chairs." Boom. The skeleton kicked open the door of the tavern on the side. Under the eyes of the frightened orc, he pulled out 2 chairs and turned to leave. It was placed in front of Feng Hao. "Sit down, Chief Tarok." Feng Hao took the lead and sat down on the chair. The bronze bull sat down with a golden sword and looked at the skeleton in front of him again and again. "Do you know me? I'm Feng Hao, and Chief Tarok is really forgetful," Feng Hao said in a gentle tone. Hearing the word Feng Hao, Tong Niu's expression changed instantly. Feng Hao had 2 transactions with him, and the cooperation between the two was not bad. Can't be called a friend, but it can be regarded as a relationship. But the skeleton in front of him actually called himself Feng Hao. This shock was even more surprising than the sudden attack of the undead army. "Don't make such a fuss, it's just some spells. Let's talk about this matter. How do you plan to deal with it?" Feng Hao led directly to the topic. "You attacked Manhwa, but asked me how to deal with it," Tong Niu said angrily. "Come on, Tarok, you're not suitable for acting at all, so stop pretending. Skull is on the way. Do you think I'll have any news? Be honest, you and your clan may still survive," Feng Hao said directly. Tong Niu, who had just planned to question and hold him accountable, lost his arrogance in an instant. Now the two sides are hostile, and it is normal to destroy them. What's more, in the orcs' principles, war only depends on strength, and there is no right or wrong. What do you want? Since you didn't continue to do it, you must have already thought about it. So why ask me? Tong Niu continued. Feng Hao glanced at Tong Niu and said seriously, "It's very simple, either surrender or die." "Sir, we surrender, we surrender." In the distance, an orc chief heard the conversation here and shouted loudly. A winless battle that no one wants to fight. Even if Feng Hao is not talking to them, it does not prevent them from expressing their attitude. Feng Hao ignored the shouting people, but kept his eyes on Tong Niu and continued. "Sign a hero contract. I won't kill you." A purple fighting hero can greatly enhance the strength of the territory. However, Feng Hao will not force it, nor does he have any thoughts of seeking talents. If the bronze bull is unwilling, he will kill the bronze bull and make it into a skeleton hero, which will not suffer inside or outside. Hearing Feng Hao's words, Tong Niu's expression became more serious. "Do you want me to sign a hero contract with you?" "It's a good plan." As soon as the contract was signed, the two were closely linked. Although the bronze bull appeared as a hero under his command, he no longer had independent freedom. Feng Hao is unwilling. The copper bull will not be able to leave for the rest of his life, and will be chained here firmly. Think about it. The lives of these orcs are in one sentence. You promise everyone to live. You refuse everyone to die. Give you 1 minute to think about it. Fong Hao leaned on the chair and said calmly. Tong Nyo was silent, and the audience instantly quieted down. All the orcs raised their hearts, guessing how the copper bull would choose. And their lives and deaths are also closely related to this sentence. Okay, it's time. Terok, what's your choice? Fong Hao said directly. Where is there a minute? That is, the time when the name paused for a few breaths. Boom. The copper bull slammed his fist on the armrest. He sat down and said with gritted teeth, Okay, I am willing to sign a contract with you, but you have to keep your word and ensure the safety of the rest of the orcs. Call. In the room behind them, the patriarchs of all the tribes let out a long sigh. They are also afraid that the copper bull will directly reject these undead, and they will suffer together. Anyway, the undead in front of him is only aimed at Tong Nyo. Maybe when the time comes, let yourself and these people leave. Manhwa village voluntarily becomes a subsidiary village of your subcity. You can click to confirm in the Book of Lords. Now Fong Hao is still in a state of divine presence and cannot be confirmed in the Book of Lords. I'm not in a hurry now. I'll rush to confirm when I go back. Okay, I promised you, and it will be fulfilled naturally. Let everyone come out. Gather here. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't come out. Fong Hao continued. Tong Nyo had no other choice, so he had to cooperate with Fong Hao to call out all the orcs and gather them in the central square. And Jia. What? And Jia said, Take someone to see it. Don't move the rest, and search for the money. Hearing Fong Hao's words, and Jia's eyes lit up instantly. Okay. After he finished speaking, he took a group of skeleton soldiers and directly got into the chief's hall in Tylok. On the square, all the orcs were gathered, their weapons and equipment were taken away, and all were standing here. There are probably more than 5,000 orcs left, and the rest were turned into bones in the breath of the bone dragon. Lord Undead, can we leave? We are not from the cattle race. We have come to do business. An orc patriarch stepped forward and defended himself and his clansmen. Stop talking nonsense with me. Go back and stand up. Fong Hao scolded coldly. The orc patriarch shuddered, shrank his neck, and stood back in the queue. Fong Hao looked at the group of orcs below and said loudly, I know about the Skull-Broken tribe, and naturally, I also know your purpose. According to the rules of the orcs, the defeated convenience is my slave. You should all understand this, right? Among the orc tribes, plundering each other is the norm. The losing party becomes the slave of the other party, which is why the slave traders of the orcs live the most nourishing life. There are escapes everywhere, and the defeated orcs can capture a large number of slaves whose tribes have been destroyed as long as they have information. My lord, didn't you just say that Chief Terok agreed to sign the contract and let us go? The patriarch whispered. I said I won't kill you. Fong Hao frowned at the beast man. Why are you talking so much? All the orcs were put on shackles, and they were all under custody. Fong Hao promised not to kill them. Of course, as the defeated party, he naturally had to work for Fong Hao to make up for his fault. Not long after, and Jiao walked back with the skeleton. Fong Hao, this old cow is really rich. Behind Jiao, there were several skeletons, each carrying a treasure chest filled with golden coins. Among them are war coins, and more are beast head gold, a common currency among orc tribes. Acquisition, 11,752 war coins, 35245 beast head gold. I rely on, Tong Nyo is really rich. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that Tong Nyo has been operating the market here for so many years, and there must be a lot of currency in its hands. As for the two transactions between Guang Fong Hao and Tong Nyo, the amount each time reached thousands of war coins. Simply rich. As for the rest of the items, Fong Hao has no plans to take them away. After confirming that Manhwa Market is an affiliated village in the Book of Lords, all resources will be shared by the main city. There is no need to go to the trouble of shipping back and forth. Tylok, Fong Hao shouted. Bronze Bull Terok came over and glanced at the boxes of currency on the ground without showing any expression. This is what happened. Even if he didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. I have already failed, and I can't let the other party keep the money. Master Fong Hao, Tong Nyo said respectfully. Although the contract has not been signed yet, according to both parties, Tong Nyo will be a hero under Fong Hao's command in the future. The status is the same as that of Njia, and it is more reasonable to call him an adult. Well, leave all the old and weak in your clan, and the rest of the orcs will follow me to the territory. Fong Hao said, Okay, I'll do it right away. Tong Nyo immediately agreed. Manhwa needs someone to stay behind. Fong Hao let the old and young of the Tauren clan stay behind to guard Manhwa, and also gave Tong Nyo a reassurance, proving that it would not be too embarrassing for them. As for the other orcs, those who can come here are all young and strong to fight, whereas there any crowd of old and young. After Tong Nyo finished explaining, the big team started to set off again, watching and escorting a large number of orcs towards Zhongbin City. After explaining everything, Fong Hao directly released the state of God's presence. When I opened the Book of Lords, I saw the news from Zhongbin. Boss, I have arrived in this city, and Mr. Fireblade has also returned on a bone dragon. After Zhongbin joined, his title changed from boss to boss, an heir of rivers and lakes. Okay, you can develop well and ensure the food production of the affiliated villages. Fong Hao replied, Okay, boss, I will do my best to not disappoint the boss. Zhongbin was a little excited at this time, the current territory. It can't be called a territory, it should be a subsidiary city. His current affiliated city is much better than his previous one, and the agricultural development is also very good, and there will be absolutely no problem with eating in the future. In addition, his backer is Fong Hao, so he doesn't have to worry about someone coming to trouble him. As long as he doesn't seek death and provoke Fong Hao, he can develop safely, which is much better than his own small remote place. Kindness. Hang up the chat between the two, and a new prompt appears again in the Book of Lords. Manhwa Village becomes an affiliated village of your secondary city. You can rename the village and control all resources in the village. As in the case of the pig village, Manhwa Market was turned into a subsidiary village in the Book of Lords. At this point, after releasing the Book of Lords, you can view the resources of the Manhwa Market. What Fong Hao wants to do in the future can also be operated directly through the Book of Lords, consuming the resources of secondary cities at all levels and the villages affiliated to the secondary cities. Unlock new blueprints. Tavern construction blueprints. Tavern blueprint. Category: Architecture. Description: Inquire about secrets, commission investigations, collect maps. There is nothing that a tavern cannot inquire about. Of course, you have to make sure that there are guests in your tavern. After seeing the properties of the tavern, Fong Hao scratched his head. I thought the tavern could recruit heroes, but I didn't expect to ask for information. In the tavern, I did buy some maps that were sent by the surrounding caravans when they passed by. I also explored several places and got some harvests. But this tavern seems to have little effect on his own main city. The main city is full of undead, and there is not a single bird from outside, so I can ask for any news. It also has to be created in a place with an alien population. Waited in the city for a while. The procession returning from the Manhwa Market also entered the city. All the orcs also really saw Fong Hao himself. It is unbelievable that a human being so young and not looking strong can drive a powerful undead. Tylok, sign the contract. Fong Hao walked directly to the copper bowl and opened the Book of Lords. In the Book of Lords, there is a page of the purple hero contract, bought the last time the skeleton merchant came to the territory. In other words, this heroic scroll saved Tarok. Without this scroll, he would only end up being turned into an obedient skeleton hero. When the contract was handed to him, Tong Nyo didn't hesitate, cut his fingers directly, and pressed his handprint on the contract. A ray of light emerged from the contract and merged into the copper bull's body. Contract completed. Bronze Bull Tarok, the current loyalty to you is 65. Contracts are constraints on rules. Tarok will not be able to betray or do anything to hurt Fong Hao. This rule is much more advanced than modern contracts. Bronze Bull Tarok, Purple Tier 5 Hero. Faction: Orcs. Template: Purple. Racial characteristics: Life, Tenacity, Blood Rage. Legion Talent: Inspiring Friendly Troops, Infantry Charge. Skills: Fury of the Beast God, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Slamming, Ground Trampling, Violent Ramming. Inherent skills: Advanced Strength Proficiency, Advanced Defense Proficiency, Advanced Tactical Proficiency, and Advanced Command Proficiency. Toughness, Passive. The time of being stunned is shortened by 15%. Blood Rage, passive. After entering the battle, the melee attack power is increased by 5%. Inspiring allies. The morale of the troops led by this unit will be motivated, and all attributes will be increased by 10%. Infantry Charge. Command infantry to increase the charge bonus by 30%. Wrath of the Beast God, active. Awakens the blood of the Beast God of the body for 20 seconds and increases the attack power by 270%. Bronze Iron Bone, passive. Melee resistance increases by 10%, ranged resistance increases by 15%. Earth Trample, active. Trample the ground, causing dizziness to surrounding enemies. Ferocious Crash, active. Charge forward, knocking back enemies along the way, causing huge damage to them. Slam, active. Slams an enemy, increasing the damage of the target by 100%. Description: after the destruction of the homeland, the Tauren became aimless wanderers, and after the Copper Bull took over as the chief, the power and prestige allowed them to establish the Manhwa market and establish their own order. After the contract was completed, Feng Hao also successfully checked the properties of the Copper Bull. For such a long time, the bronze color has invisibly gave Feng Hao a feeling of 18 bronze figures. Muscle is more exaggerated than the fitness trainer handing out flyers on the roadside. Unexpectedly, there is really a copper skin and iron bone skill in the attribute. Tarok, you are in charge of the captive orcs, and no one is allowed to leave here. Feng Hao directly handed the captives to Tong Niu. It's your lord, I understand. Tarok agreed, turning around and walking towards the direction where the orcs were being held. Feng Hao looked at Bloodhunter. Bloodhunter, you command the bone dragon to fly a few more times and throw these orc bones into the transformation field for transformation. Yes, my lord. Carrying all the harvest this time, board the bone dragon and fly towards the main city. After 20 minutes, Feng Hao and the two arrived at the main city. Just after landing, Feng Hao rushed to the barracks for recruitment. Check the storage of the wriggling spines in the warehouse, 16521, for 157 of which were just killed by the orcs on the battlefield. A total of 16,978 wriggling spines are enough for him to perform a wave of blasting operations. First, come to the skeleton transformation field and recruit the units that have been unlocked after transformation. There are not many units that have been unlocked, mainly Skull Beast, Tier 1. Skull Soldier, Tier 1. Skull Wolf, Tier 2. Skull Giant Bat, Tier 3. Skull Troll, Tier 5, rank. Bone Dragon, 10th rank. The skeleton beast was transformed by Feng Hao's experiment, throwing some beast bones into it. All beasts of Tier 3 or below are transformed into Tier 1 units. During this time, Feng Hao's exchange method in the channel has also been adjusted, and he is more inclined to exchange special and rare materials. This also allowed him to accumulate some recruitment materials. There are a total of 212 beast tusks, 72 bloodstones, and 3 troll stones in the warehouse. There is no need to recruit Tier 1 arms. Directly recruit Tier 3 skeleton giant bats. Skull Giant Bat, Creeping Spine 3, Bloodstone 1. The number is adjusted to 72. Recruit directly. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit Skeleton Giant Bat 7272. 7,000 skeleton giant bats appeared in the light and landed everywhere. Go to standby outside the territory. Feng Hao ordered. All skeleton giant bats fly directly outside the territory. After recruiting skeleton giant bats, Feng Hao continued to recruit trolls. For the rest of the lords, trolls are still a difficult target to defeat, and I don't know which lord got the 3 troll stones in exchange. Skull Troll, Creeping Spine 5, Death Trace 2, Troll Stone 1. Continue to trigger a 100-fold increase and recruit 303 skeleton trolls. It is also arranged to stand by outside the territory. The skeleton troll just went out, and the blood hunter drove back with a large number of bone dragons and a large number of orc bones. Sir, Bloodhunter greeted. Well, throw the bones in. Feng Hao nodded. A large number of corpses were thrown into the transformation field. Due to the breath of the bone dragon, the flesh and blood of these orcs had been corrupted, and only a pile of white bones remained. Even so, nearly 1,000 bones were piled into the transformation pool, and a mountain of bones was also piled up. The transformation field begins to devour the transformation. When Fong Hao chatted with Xuehuan for a few words, and then came back to continue recruiting, his eyes suddenly lit up. Skull Minotaur, Tier 4. Faction, Undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Skill, Furious Crash, Slam. Inherent skills, Intermediate Strength Mastery, Intermediate Defense Mastery. Furious Crash, Active. Dash forward, causing huge damage to enemies along the way. Slam, Active. Slams an enemy violently, increasing the damage of the target by 70%. Description, they look docile? Then you're lucky. But I warn you, don't mess with them, or they'll crush you and hang your intestines on the horns to dry. Minotaur's attributes are pretty good. Especially Rampage, a skill with special effects that has always been useful in large-scale wars. Compared with the skeletons transformed by ordinary orcs, the smashing and slashing skills are much easier to use. After checking the remaining transformed orc skeletons, after finding no good troops, they directly recruited the skeleton Minotaur. Skull Minotaur, Creeping Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Beast Tooth 1. The amount is adjusted to 212, the maximum amount of Beast Tusk. Select Recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruiting the Minotaur 21412. More than 20,000 skeleton Minotaurs with horns on their heads and about 2.5 meters tall appeared around them. Okay, I'll go to the gate of the territory and stand by. All the skeleton Minotaurs all went out. Recruitment in the skeleton transformation field consumed a total of 1,079 creeping spine. There are still 15,442 of the wriggling spines left, which is enough for him to continue recruiting ordinary troops. Then Fong Hao continued to go to the Undead Arms building to recruit arms. This time he intends to use all the spine. After all, when fighting, just in case something goes wrong. Necromancer, Creeping Spine 3. The number of recruits is 1,000. Skull Rider, Creeping Spine 3. The number of recruits was 147. Skull Warrior, Creeping Spine 2. The number of recruits is 3,000. Skull Spearman, Creeping Spine 2. The number of recruits is 3,000. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit 101,000. Necromancers. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruiting Skeleton Rider 14847. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit 303,000 Skeleton Warriors. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit 30,300 Skeleton Spearmen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Countless rays of light flashed, and a large number of skeleton soldiers were recruited and arranged to wait for orders outside the territory. Cavalry is the least number of recruits of all arms. This also has Fong Hao's own plan. Outside the territory, most of them are undeveloped woodlands, which cannot give full play to the mobility and combat effectiveness of cavalry. The most important thing is that Fong Hao has no cavalry commander. If he wants to play a role in the battle, Fong Hao needs to use Shen Ling to command, which is very troublesome to operate. So the number of recruits was the last remaining wriggling spine, recruiting nearly 15,000 cavalry. Get out of the territory. Looking around, it is all a dense army of bones. If this wasn't what Fong Hao had just recruited himself, seeing the scene in front of him would have made him feel a little dazed. Next, Fong Hao continued to make equipment for the arms. A large number of equipments are produced through a 100-fold increase. That is to say, Fong Hao's iron reserves are sufficient, otherwise the large-scale production this time is really not affordable for ordinary people. Equip all weapons. Ear also came out of the territory. Master, do I need to prepare lunch for you? Fong Hao was busy from morning to night. He was busy for a while, but he didn't feel hungry. Ear, bring your clan to prepare. Today you are going to spend the night outside. You are in charge of dinner. Fong Hao thought about it. This meal is really a problem. Oh, good master, let's get ready. 20 minutes later, Fong Hao left 50,000 troops behind, and the rest of the army began to leave for the secondary city. On the way, Fong Hao lay on the scooter, resting on Eager's plump and smooth thighs. The rabbit girl on the side put the washed fruit into Fong Hao's mouth. Not so dull. After chatting with the rabbit girl for a while, Ita's thigh was a little numb, so she continued to lie on the thigh of another rabbit girl. Open the Book of Lords and pass the time. Let me ask, Do you have or fire coins? What is this thing for? It's impossible to trade in the channel. This matter has been discussed in the channel for a long time. It should be the currency of local residents and cannot be exchanged in the channel. Oh fine. I have recruited a blacksmith and brought a drawing for making an iron sword. I'm not showing it off. I just want to say that except for Mr. Fong Hao, everyone present is trash. I will also say something. Of course, Fong Hao is not included. Brother has recruited tier 3 troops in the wild. If you don't agree, you can come to me. My name is Handsome A. Piao. Piao your sister. Hey, my development speed is too slow. If I go on like this, I don't know if I can survive tomorrow's mandatory mission. It's time for a mandatory mission again. Congratulations, you have successfully survived for 20 days. Suddenly, the system beep sounded suddenly. Chow, you fucking crow mouth. During this time, I was worried about the skull-broken tribe, but I forgot the 7-day compulsory mission. Now the system prompt has appeared, and the third 7-day mandatory task has also been determined, which has appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully survived for 20 days. 10 hours later, all surviving Lord territories will enter the mandatory mission Magic Mouse Invasion, and all territories will be attacked by the Devil Mouse Army. Magic Rat Invasion. Land yields are reduced by 20%, grains are spoiled by 20%, and disease infections are increased by 50%. After the mission is over, the mandatory mission will be cancelled, and the random burst mission will be activated. Good luck. Fong Hao's heart skipped a beat. If the Demon Rat Invasion and the Skull Shard tribe come together, how can I deal with it? Just when my heart was racing and I was worried. The system prompt sounds again. Task change. Call. Fong Hao exhaled heavily. Changed. If you don't change it, it's really going to be the end of the calf. Task change. Because of the special circumstances of your territory, the mandatory mission has been changed to Hammer of Skull Breaking, and the original mission has been cancelled. Skullbreaker Hammer. The marching speed of the Orc army is increased by 35%, and the attack power is increased by 10%. Mission description. The Skull Shard tribe organized an army of 300,000 orcs to attack your territory, codenamed Skull Smash Hammer. After the mission is over, the mandatory mission will be cancelled, and the random burst mission will be activated. Good luck. What the hell? Why? Have the ability to confront it head-on. You give them improved attributes means a few things. Snapped. Fong Hao was angry and slapped the rabbit girl on the thigh. Startled a squeal. Oh, I'm excited, I'm sorry. A red palm print appeared on his fair thigh. Fong Hao apologized a little embarrassedly. The bunny girl's cheeks were slightly red, and she said shyly, "If the master likes it, I'm fine, and it doesn't hurt too much." No hurry. Fong Hao said a little embarrassedly. Ding. At this time, the Book of Lords suddenly remembered. I opened it to check, but found that many people are at themselves. Mr. Fong Hao, order some weapons from you. I want to buy some armor and a spring of rejuvenation. Fong Hao chopped up Li Tung and posted the photo to the regional channel. When everyone talked to Fong Hao, they became more cautious, not as casual as before. Who knows when the location of his territory will be announced by some bullshit mission, and he will be destroyed by the enemy with his troops and horses. Fong Hao looked at it and replied uniformly. In the wild, I will go back and make it for you. It is the last mandatory mission. Everyone should work hard to survive and support each other in the vicinity. There was a little silence in the channel, and then messages came out one after another. Fuck. Suddenly there are tears. To be honest, from the very beginning of Fong Hao selling food and weapons, to the rejuvenation in the back, most of the people in the channel were able to survive thanks to Fong Hao's help. The boss is right, the last mandatory mission. Everyone has to live. I have tier 3 troops in my territory. If the battle can be completed ahead of time, I will support the territory where the wolf smoke rises. I have more troops. If anyone needs help, I can light the wolf smoke. People need a leader. A leader with prestige and prestige. Some people with relatively good development have come out to speak, saying that if they can win, they will help other nearby territories. Fong Hao smiled slightly at the speech, changed a comfortable posture, and said, I am still a fiery heart in the undead. Soon, the team saw the city ahead. Night. The army of the Skull-Broken tribe finally approached its goal after a rapid march all the way. When night came, the army began to set up camp and make a fire to cook. Even a strong orc, under such a high intensity and rapid march, has lost his strength. But the effect is still remarkable, and the speed of travel is very fast. One after another orc tents were set up, and some people began to cook, stewing the raw meat they carried, and more of them laying on the ground and resting during this time. When the food was full, there was a burst of snoring in the camp. Like a large construction site, the noise is harsh. Inside the commander's tent, Amiri was wearing a bright silver beast armor and was looking at the intelligence map sent by the scout. According to the journey, he will rush to the undead city tomorrow, obtain the treasure in the opponent's hand, and present it to the great chief. At that time, his status will also be improved and reach a higher position. Tatata. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the tent. Amiri looked serious and touched the hilt of the sword. "Who?" The voice of the orc guard. "It's me. I have something to report to the commander." "Let him in," said Amiri. He could hear it. It was his own voice. An orc strode in and said breathlessly, "Lord Commander, it's not good." The gnoll who was accompanying him died in the tent. Amiri's expression immediately became serious, and he killed an orc hero in the military camp, which was no trivial matter. Not to mention whether the commander himself is in danger or not, the morale of the army is likely to be affected. "Call the guards and go have a look together," Amiri said in a deep voice. With a group of horses rushed towards the tent where the gnoll lived. The gnoll is not a member of the Skullbreaker tribe, but a hero arranged by War Chief Thrall before departure. The racial status is not high, but he is a hero and has some fighting power. The gnolls seldom had contact with them, and they all followed silently in the team. But the sudden death made him a little nervous. Are there really assassins in the camp? To be able to assassinate a hero silently is not very dangerous. Soon, several people came to the gnoll's tent. The tent was dismantled to avoid any danger inside. The temporary tent was not strong, so two orcs stepped forward and dismantled it in a few seconds, revealing the corpse of the gnoll lying on the ground. The gnoll at this time has changed a lot from the beginning. The hair on his body has fallen out of shape, and the exposed skin is as gray as molten iron and swollen. Where is this? Just dead? More like someone who has been dead for several days. Sir, this. The rest of the orcs also saw the clue. They are professional soldiers who fought in the past and often dealt with the dead. When a person dies for a long time, various changes will occur in the body. Although I don't understand the principle, I can guess the approximate time of death. Amiri looked serious, looking at the corpse on the ground. Since we can't guess, let him say it himself. The northwest corner of the orc camp is a special area of the camp. There are all kinds of debris piled up here, and it is close to the place where the orcs excreted. The smell is high, and the mosquitoes are flying around. In the more corners, there are also several huge iron cages, which can be vaguely seen, and some humans are imprisoned in them. Two orc guards came over. Glancing at the human being guarded by the side, he said coldly, "Guan Chi." A few adults. What are your orders?" "Look, why do you bother the two adults to make a trip in person?" The human being guarding the cage hurriedly stood up from his seat, his face full of attentive flattery. The orc glanced at Guan Chi with disdain on his face. They attacked the city of the undead and found several human territories along the way, and they captured them by the way. These people are really not united enough. Supporting this Guan Chi as a slave overseer, he watched the rest of the human beings to death. Even in order to please the orcs, it is even more ruthless than what the orcs do. The commander wants 3 people to be sacrifices. Picking 3 of them is not easy, and they can't work. The orc said in a deep voice. Boom. Hearing the orc's words, there was a little confusion in the iron cage. No one wants to be this sacrifice, even if it is not as good as a dog now. Understood, my lord. Who can work and who has bad legs and feet are all in my heart. I'll pick them out for you immediately. Guan Chi promised loudly, proving his ability to do things in front of the orcs. The wooden stick in his hand hit the metal iron fence, making a harsh sound. Chi Ming, you, and you, come out, don't pretend to be dead. Guan Chi pointed out 3 people. He didn't know the names of the other 2. In fact, the people in the cages are in good health, and those with disabilities have long been killed and thrown into the wilderness. Guan Chi's selection method is also very simple. If you don't like it, you can quickly clean up what you don't need. Brother Guan, we came from a city, "Don't choose me." The man with the same name begged to go around. "Don't choose who you choose. Don't fuck with ink." Guan Shi cursed and put on a diligent smile. "Sir, these 3 people are not physically strong, and they are lazy in their work these 2 days, just the 3 of them." "You fart, Guan Shi. When did I get lazy?" One person yelled. The orcs didn't care about this. They opened the iron cage and took the 3 out, breaking their limbs, like dragging a dog to death, and walked towards the direction Amiri was waiting for. The orc left. Guan Shi sneered. "Look at it. Who would dare not listen to Lao Tzu's words in the future and want to kill you? Lao Tzu has a way." He let go of the Book of Lords, looked at Fong Hao's speech in the chat channel, and sneered. "Fuck Fong Hao. I'm no better than him." When the relationship between the orcs is established, the first place in the area will be I'm. The 3 humans with broken hands and feet were dragged in front of Amiri. At this time, under the body of the jackal, a complicated magic pattern has been formed. "Commander, someone brought it here," said the orc soldier. The commander looked at the 3 dying humans, bleeding. The orc slit the throats of the 3 and threw them into the magic circle. The blood dyed the ground a dark red and gathered along the magic circle to the body of the dead gnoll. Soon, the gnoll's body began to change. The swollen body slowly recovered, and the bluish-white skin began to turn red. Call. Suddenly, the gnoll's body suddenly sat up, and his eyes began to turn. "Where is this?" said the gnoll. "You're dead. Tell me what you saw last. I can avenge you." Amiri looked at the gnoll and spoke calmly. "Yes, I was killed by that human," said the gnoll. "You don't have much time. Tell me what happened. This is your last chance." Amiri emphasized again, letting him focus. "It's a human who can manipulate the undead. He captured my village, then killed me, and let an undead ghost occupy my body." The gnoll recalled the scene before his death and quickly told the orc in front of him. "Just finished." Boom. With a muffled sound, the gnoll's corpse exploded instantly. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. "My lord, I'm afraid the other party has learned of our plan." An orc wiped the minced flesh on his face and said. Amiri frowned and said, "It doesn't matter. The gnoll said that the undead army is also around 50,000 people, and the rank is not high. After learning that our army of 300,000 orcs is afraid, I am afraid that I have been scared, and I am thinking about running away with people." Ha. The commander is right. A bunch of low-level undead can also deal with those small villages. The orc soldier echoed. According to the introduction of the gnoll just now, there are more than 50,000 undead in the human territory, but most of them are only low-level troops. They brought 300,000 warriors from the Cold Wind Mountains, and when the other party got the news, they also fled overnight with their blankets on, so it would be better to leave them an empty city. It is also a credit to occupy the city without losing a single soldier. Okay, rest in peace. The possessed undead is only a low-level undead. I am afraid that he has escaped by the night." Amiri said, "Yes, my lord." The orcs dispersed. Except for the guards, they all returned to their rooms to rest. In the early morning of the next day, a ray of light appeared in the sky, and a light blue sky was opened. Fong Hao was sleeping soundly when a soft call came from his ear. My lord, wake up." A soft female voice kept whispering in her ear. Fong Hao's hazy eyes opened a gap. I thought it was Ear calling her to get up, but she saw a transparent soul floating beside the bed, looking at herself seriously. "I'm Chow." Fong Hao was clever and instantly woke up. Just when Xing Ho picked up the head of the bed and smashed his head down, it was clear that the other party was the ghost Xiaoyu whom he hadn't seen in a few days. "Call." He exhaled and said, "Xiaoyu, you scared me." "Sir, I didn't mean to scare you," Xiaoyu said in a panic. Ghost doesn't need to sleep, but he also knows that Fong Hao must have been frightened just now. "It's okay. Is there any latest news?" Fong Hao got out of bed and put on his clothes and asked directly. "Today is the time for the orcs to attack, and we must make adequate plans." "Sir, I have already checked the information about the route and number of troops that the orcs attacked," Xiaoyu said. Fong Hao opened the map on the Book of Lords, and Xiaoyu pointed it out to Fong Hao. The orcs sent troops this time, and it was also a well-planned plan. Coming all the way from the Cold Wind Mountains, not only did they gather the orc tribes along the road, all of them were forced to join the army, and they also captured several human territories. The commander of the army was named Amiri, a blue hero with considerable experience in combat command. He belongs to the Skull-Broken tribe and is a veteran who leads the army all the year round. Sir, according to the original plan, they will meet here with a hero named Tong Nyo, and then advance along this route until they reach the bottom of the city and launch an attack. Xiaoyu's fingers gestured along the road, and roughly the route is pointed out. Fang Hao nodded and sneered. Tong Nyo and the others can't wait, but we can find them. Xiaoyu also just came back, so she didn't hear what Fang Hao meant. With a serious face, he said, the orc army has expanded all the way, and the number is close to 350,000. I heard that this Copper Bull is still a hero. If they meet, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the other party. She didn't know that Tong Nyo had been subdued by Fang Hao, and she was still worried that this hero would increase the strength of the enemy. Don't worry about this. Yesterday, I led the troops to defeat Tong Nyo's army. I have signed a hero contract with me, and I am a hero under my command. Fang Hao continued. So fast. Xiaoyu was taken aback. It was only one day after he passed the news of Tong Nyo to Fang Hao. In other words, after Fang Hao got the news, he defeated Tong Nyo's team within a day, forcing him to sign a contract. Could it be that Tong Nyo's name just sounds tough and not strong? No, the orc tribe. They attach great importance to this Copper Bull. It shouldn't be so unbearable. Fang Hao put on the last piece of armor and said, Go downstairs for a meeting. Walking out of the room, Ear and the other maids have already started preparing breakfast. Master, Ear saluted with a group of bunny girls. Well, go and call all the high-level executives to come to the conference hall for a meeting. Good host. 5 minutes later, all the heroes were present, sitting on the seats on either side of the council hall. Fang Hao sat on the main seat, looked at the crowd, and said softly, I just got the news that the army of the Skull-Broken tribe has approached the territory and will conduct the final assembly here, blood hunting. You take the sound transmission conch to investigate, confirm the other party's news. Yes, my lord. Blood Hunter took the sound transmission conch and walked out of the council room directly. The sound transmission conch was brought back by Xiaoyu, and it was just right for the Blood Hunter, so he could pass the news back as soon as possible. The Blood Hunter leaves. Fang Hao continued to assign tasks to everyone. Nielsen leads all the mage units. Fireblade and Njia lead the skeleton warriors and skeleton spearmen respectively, and the Copper Bull leads all the orcs and skeleton minotaurs. As for the air units, the Blood Hunters lead. Is there any problem? Fang Hao one by one distribute. There is no tactic in this distribution, it is just distributed according to each person's legion talent. Let them lead the troops they are good at. As for Fireblade and Njia, the number of basic skeleton troops has reached nearly 700,000. Even if they are stationed outside the city, there are skeleton soldiers all over the mountain at a glance. Both of them are commanding infantry, so they just share the troops. No problem. Okay, let's make this arrangement first. Let's all go down and prepare. Everyone got orders and went down to prepare. After a while, the Blood Hunter sent back news that the orc army was indeed stationed here. After simply eating some breakfast, Fang Hao went back to the room and cast Shenlin. A soul fire rose in the pupils of the skeleton warrior, going straight to the place where the army was stationed. Let's go. Go to the territory where the orcs are stationed and catch them by surprise. The orc army would never have imagined that those undead teams that should have been scared away have already begun to assemble and attack. There were 100,000 undead troops left in the city. Although there is no heroic leader left, Fang Hao can also release the state of God's presence as soon as possible in the event of an attack on the city. Of course, if there is a change, it is because the orc army did not wait for the Copper Bull, so they would not wait. They set off ahead of schedule and met the undead army in the middle for an encounter. It is difficult to bypass such a huge army and attack the city directly. The huge undead army set off in a mighty way. Proceed to the location where the orcs were stationed. On the way, they met the returning Blood Hunter. Lord, the orcs haven't set off yet, but they have arranged for people to go to the Manhwa market to urge them, and they were killed by me on the way. Blood Hunt reported. The huge bat wings and flying ability allow the Blood Hunter to have mobility that ordinary troops do not have. Investigating the enemy's situation, attacking and killing the orcs alone, some are overkill. Okay, the flight unit, is under your command. Feng Hao said. Yes, my lord. The team is still moving fast. 8 o'clock in the morning. The system beep sounds again. The mandatory quest Magic Mouse Invasion is officially opened. All lords please pay attention to resist. Then, Feng Hao received another prompt again. Your task is a change task, and the situation progresses on its own, which is not included in the calculation. It seems that battles in other territories have already begun, and Feng Hao is still on a long journey here. Finally, under the rapid march all the way, the large troop finally approached the target point, and the front was where the orcs camped. The Skull Smash Army, where they encamped. In the military account, Amiri's face was gloomy. Have you arranged for the person who is looking for the copper bowl to come back? Outside the tent, the guard walked in and replied, Commander, I haven't come back yet. Would you like to send someone to go? Amiri fell silent, and an inexplicable sense of crisis rose in her heart. There must be something wrong with this. But where is the problem? I can't think of it for a while. Boom. He punched the chair next to him, and the wooden chair shattered, and sawdust splattered everywhere. Don't wait. Let me know and prepare to go. Wait until the undead territory is destroyed, and then come back to find the copper bowl to settle the account. Amiri said angrily. Yes, Commander. The orc guard just wanted to pass on the order, but the expressions of the two stopped at the same time. Amiri frowned, watching the ripples that kept spreading in the water glass. Want an earthquake? At this moment, the outside of the tent suddenly became chaotic and noisy. An orc stumbled and rushed in directly. Without waiting for Amiri's reprimand, he shouted loudly. Command, command, there are undead legions outside. There are too many. Amiri's heart tightened. Those undead dared to take the initiative to attack, which was really beyond his expectations. He kicked away the yelling orc and scolded. If you dare to yell again, I'll kill you first. The number of troops in the undead city, they have detailed intelligence. About 50,000 low-level skeletons. It seems that there are a lot of them, but those low-level undead are as fragile as paper paste against the army of 300,000 orcs. Even if the opponent attacks, what can they do? It is nothing more than transferring the battlefield here. The orc who was kicked to the ground shrank his neck and said, Commander, go take a look. There are too many undead. Go, Amiri said, and walked out of the tent. Just as he walked out of the tent, Amiri also felt something was wrong. The vibration of the ground became more and more clear. It's a bone dragon. They have a bone dragon. Suddenly, the orcs gathered in front exclaimed, Make the scene more messy. Amiri ordered the personal soldiers to maintain order and whipped the orcs with whips in their hands, sending them back to prepare for battle. With the sound of a whip, the enclosed crowd dispersed. Amiri and the guards also saw the scene ahead with their own eyes. A sense of oppression of death from the undead enveloped him. The army of skeletons spread all over the mountains and fields, occupying all the scope of vision. Like a white tsunami, it crossed the jungle and fields and was rapidly approaching here. And the shock just now, where's the earthquake? It was the sound of these armies of skeletons approaching. In the sky, countless huge bone dragons flew at a faster speed, and they were close to the camp. Blow the horn and prepare to fight. Amiri roared hoarsely. This battle is feared to be a death battle. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.